Hello and welcome back to the first ever Vainglory World Championship, live from the packed TCL Chinese Theater in Hollywood. I'm Playoff Beard. 4 champion teams were eliminated yesterday and will eliminate 4 more today as we begin the single elimination bracket. We saw some incredible matches yesterday, including one of the biggest champion teams in the tournament, Team Secret, already getting knocked out. All the North American teams are still here. All the Asian teams are still here, and we're going to find out what will happen in some of the biggest matches yet. All right. Just to run it down very quickly, we're going to have Korea against China as Phoenix Armada battles Hunters. We're going to have North America against Korea as Gangstars Sirius battles Hack. We'll have North America's TSM against Southeast Asia's infamous Legion. A lot of TSM fans in the house today, and rounding it out, North America's Hammers Velocity against Japan's Detonation Gaming. What a slate we have in store. Also, a little later on today, a special interview with Super Evil Megacorp CEO Christian Ed the Shred Segastrali. He's going to talk about some big announcements for Vainglory Esports, and then tomorrow, an even bigger keynote with our Chief Creative Officer, Stefan Captain Nito Sherman. We'll talk about the milestone Vainglory 2.0 update, as well as what's happening for Vainglory throughout 2017. So many big things. Cannot wait for us to start talking about them. So whether you're an esports fan or a casual player, it's going to be a fantastic broadcast the next 2 days, so don't miss a minute of it. With that, let's send it up to Xscoundrel to break down the first series.
Thank you very much. I'm Scoundrel. I'm joined by, again, the most attractive man to get knocked out the VIP out. It's the only intro I've got for you. It's Fuji, and obviously Budget Zeke and Sona over there. But before we get into day 2, we have Forecourt Jester ready to break down day 1.
Solomon! Detonation, just the latest in a long
damage spike he would like. Voldemort Rody runs in. Here's the death from above. He's stunned. There's the kill. There's the one-shot, one-kill as well. Bastion. It's full. Forward. Now turning their attentions over to Avengex. Here comes Queen back in. Number 2. He's getting...
We just a little bit of issue with Forecourt over there. I mean, he would have been breaking it down in spirit. I know that very much.
I can feel it. Feel the energy.
I can feel Forecourt's energy, and that's all that I needed. Right, I think going on forward from this, obviously we're going to be talking about what's going to be coming up today. We've got loads of great quarterfinals coming your way. It's going to be like amazing games, just like Playoff Beard said on the stage. We've got loads of great regions facing up against each other. So let's have a quick look at the schedule. And then that should be able to tell you about what's coming up today. We've got loads of big best-of-3 quarterfinals between, I think it's Korea and China. Then we've got North America versus Korea as well. I mean, like we said, all the North American teams are still in the tournament. All of the Asian teams are still in the tournament. So, like, home region representing and all of the sort of the best teams in the world coming over from the Asian region representing too. It is going to be amazing, guys.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy. I mean, this is the Clash of Titans. We see a lot of teams here that are also self-proclaimed the best teams in their region. They show to be the best teams in their region. And this is their chance to prove it. Like, this is what it all comes down to.
Definitely, and I think one of the exciting things for me is the possibility that we still have an all-North American final. Like, if any of these North American teams get through, we're definitely going to have one. There's definitely that possibility we have 2 people matching up in that finals tomorrow as well. And all of the Asian teams have got through. I mean, Europe fell at the first hurdle, and you have to look back at it and say they need to improve for next season if they want to get better. South America did a really good job considering sort of the strengths of their region anyway, but North America and Asia have shown themselves as the 2 strongest regions in Vainglory already.
Exactly, and I think it's going to be an explosive set of quarterfinals coming your way. I do actually have word that Forecourt Jester is now ready to break down day 1, and it'll be all of his glory. So I'm going to hand it over to him quickly, and then we're going to get into the first quarterfinal of the day.
All right, so thanks so much there, folks, because yesterday we did have the group stages, so we're going to go over what we did see on stream. Not all the games were played out, but what we did see was really dynamite stuff, and we started off the day here with Infamous versus Snow Avalanche, SEA up against EU. It was Waldemar getting shut down on this Saw, the first pick, and I think the only pick from Saw in this series, but they weren't able to recover. They dropped the first 2 points there to Infamous Legion, and that's a really good start there for the Southeast Asia region. So Hunters into Hammers, Velocity, the NA aggressive play style coming out strong. A minute and a half in, they pick up an ace right here up against Hunters, and they're just not really able to adapt. It's ace after ace, and the momentum clearly in NA's favor. It's the first 2 points to NA with that series, and Hunters to play just a little bit later on from there. Hack then took on TSM. They went head-to-head. TSM very confident. Game number 1 went to them, but they fell apart game number 2. Just really caught off guard with the synergy here from Hack. They tie out the series a point apiece, and we'll have to see how that affects things a little bit later on. Once he was the comfiest guy in the world right there. So Phoenix Armada up against Secret, though. This is the big hype match. A hyper-farming Ringo from Kavalifar, just not able to pull far enough ahead from Druid, the farming machine. And game number 1, it didn't work out. They had nothing left in the bank up against this Korean super team, and Team Secret go 0-2 up against Phoenix Armada, and Phoenix just really securing themselves into today. Snow then trying to take on Sirius, but they're getting absolutely wrecked. Sirius and wrecked himself, just absolutely dominating these team fights, and the synergies were real. Snow Avalanche not able to take a win, and they are the first ones to get knocked out of day 1. You can see that old school there, very happy about that. Red Canids then taking on the Hunters as they had a really good early game aggression strategy. They lost game 1 to a base race against the Kraken. In game 2, Hunters, they figured it out. There was nothing for this Flicker comp to do, and South America, unfortunately, win nothing on stream. They are also knocked out. Hunters, you'll see a little bit more of them here today as well. Cerberus and TSM, that was our 7th game series of the day, and solo mid, this Von C. Koshka aggression just absolutely shutting down Cerberus. Couldn't take a team fight, couldn't take a win. They are also eliminated out of this matchup, and now it is up to TSM to carry some more of the NA hope. It's Cerberus to go home, and Secret taking on Detonation. That was the last series of the day. They tied it out 1-1. It was our tiebreaker here as well, and into the best of 3 tiebreaker, they just crumbled under Detonation here. You will see more of this Japanese team. You will see nothing from Europe.
Thank you very much, Forecott. Now that brings us nicely into our first quarterfinal of the day. Is going to be Phoenix Armada going up against Hunters. It's Korea versus China, and I believe we've got an interview on stage with the head analyst of the Phoenix squad, Dragonborn. So I'm going to hand it over to Playoff Beard on stage. He's got Dragonborn ready for an interview.
All right, thank you very much, Excoundrel. I'm here with the Phoenix organization's COO, Dragonborn. Just wanted to talk to you for a few minutes. So, Phoenix Armada, they're one of the favorites heading into this weekend. Talk to me about their preparation.
First, I just want to say we are truly honored to be co-representing Korea here with the 12 best teams in the world. It's truly an honor. We've been preparing quite some time. You know, obviously we announced that we were acquiring Invincible Armada, and so Phoenix Armada coming over here from Korea. They are a truly talented team. So getting the team here early enough, we had a boot camp, the staff making sure we were here to prepare with them, making sure we had video coaches and analysts ready to help them and assist them at every step of the way prior to even getting here, prior to Worlds starting was very, very important. And the team definitely, they have a very mature mindset. Preparation was very important, so practicing, it was a very regimental schedule.
Now, when it comes to specific preparation, how do you have all these different metas here? You have all these different teams from around the world. What do you prioritize when it comes to that analysis?
Well, the first thing is getting them to practice with the other teams. We made sure that prior to leading up into the Worlds that they were scrimming against some of the top teams here in the Worlds, and that really helped them a lot. But getting them together, they had actually not had or played with voice chat ever before landing here, at least with Willie, the new addition. So practicing prior until they got here was just through pings, and then they were able to land here, be able to actually communicate, really helped them.
Now, you talked about playing and scrimmaging here. Interesting storylines that's developing is that a lot of these international teams, they knew Phoenix Armada was strong, but didn't have experience playing against them directly. And since arriving, since seeing just how they really are. It seems like there's a psychological component coming in, not just the mechanical play in the game itself. Talk to me a little bit about how player psychology factors into a series like this.
You know, it's really amazing because they really don't feel like they're playing anything psychologically. They just are very comfortable. They're very relaxed. They feel like their play style and their mechanics are phenomenal. They're the best. And so they go into each match very relaxed. They're very positive. And that's really what they bring mindset-wise, philosophy-wise, is always, enjoying the game. And you never see them bring anything negative to if they come out with a loss. And that is what they feel is their strength, is their ability to have the greatest mechanical skills and also enjoy every single game. So they approach it like that. They really feel that they can win every single game, and they never try to focus on any part of the game negatively, especially within their own team.
All right, Phoenix Armada, they might be having fun, but we'll see how much fun the teams can have that are playing against them today. Maybe a little bit more psychological trouble for them going up against Phoenix Armada, the vaunted Korean team. We'll find out a little bit later on. Let's throw it back to Xcoundrel. Thank you, Dragonborn. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much. Now to begin, just want to get you guys involved at home. Make sure you're using the hashtag VaingloryWorlds. Tweet your pictures, tweet your thoughts, tweet your predictions. I know that we'll be doing the same. We want to hear from you guys. The fans are obviously the most important. And that brings us nicely into our first game of the day, the quarterfinal, like we said, between Phoenix Armada and China, which is the Hunters team. So it's going to be Korea versus China. Huge regions coming toe-to-toe. And that sort of works us into the Phoenix Armada squad here, because this team has been indomitable. They have been a gale force to comprehend. They are literally one of the best teams here, and I think it's going to take a huge effort for anybody to scratch the surface and potentially beat them.
I mean, it's their history, right? Since Druid and Mango started teaming up, they have not lost a tournament in Korea that they've entered, which is a pretty good track record to have. And you bring on Willie, who is a top-level roamer, previously from Ace, comes in to help complete this team. And in the past, China, while going up against Korea in Vainglory, have sometimes pushed the envelope. They've never really quite overtaken this powerhouse team. So I know Hunters is going to be looking to try to do something different here today.
I think there's a big thing as well when you talk about Willie, because a lot of the teams that we talked to before Phoenix Armada played yesterday were saying, yeah, Phoenix are strong, probably the best team in the world, but we probably have a chance against them because Willie was a little bit of an unknown factor. He's just come onto that Phoenix Armada squad. He wasn't really known as a strong player outside of Korea and outside of that sort of Asian meta. And what we saw from him yesterday was some of the best Lance play I've ever seen in my life. It was absolutely on point and in such sync with the rest of the team.
Absolutely. Well, we've got the player to watch for Phoenix Armada here, and that's going to be Mango. One of the most popular players in Vainglory, you'd have to argue. He's incredibly gifted in the jungle. He obviously performed very well along with the whole of the Phoenix Armada squad yesterday. I want to kind of expand on the point that Sona just mentioned there, because I know you had opinions about this, Fuji, that a lot of people just really hadn't considered Willie a threat coming in here, and they thought, well, Phoenix Armada, they've had this roster change. Are they really going to be as strong as they were? That sort of their reputation preceded them, and now they've come to Worlds. People have started scrimming them, people have started playing them, and suddenly they are really just that strong.
Yeah, I don't think any team would have underestimated Armada coming in.
Oh, no.
Like, every team knew they were strong.
Yeah.
Every team with their kind of original roster, when Holy Monk was originally going to be the one attending, knew this was going to be kind of the team to beat. We're going to have to watch out for them. But yes, with the roster swap, I think some teams might have rested a little too much on this team, thinking that Willie, we don't really know who he is. We haven't heard of his name too much. This guy's a monster. He comes in and completes the roster. If you ask Phoenix Armada, perhaps even better because of the way his playstyle works. And we just talked about Mango as well. Like, he's the guy that people are actually afraid of in game. People talk about Druid. They know he's consistent. They know he can last hit. He can farm well. He actually performs every time he needs to. But Mango's the one that they're just never really sure where he's at. They're not sure what he's going to do. And that just completes this giant titan of a picture that is Armada.
And before we jump into a video about Phoenix Armada, Sona, we talked about the psychological aspect on stage, and Playoff Beard mentioned it as well. It's this factor that people were never underestimating Phoenix Armada. I don't think anybody was underestimating Phoenix Armada. When you come with a reputation like that, no one's going to underestimate it. But I think not many people realized how strong they actually were, and now we're entered a stage where people have seen how strong they actually were. Is this going to change the way that teams approach them, psychologically preparing or trying to find a secret strat like Team Secret did against them in their game?
I think the secret strats, just answering that part of the question, I think at this point you shouldn't be looking towards that, because if you haven't found one up until now, trying to find one over the course of an evening where you've got 4 or 5 hours to practice is a little bit thinking that you can do too much in a short period of time. Talking about the psychological aspect, some of the teams I think will come into it and think, look, we're probably going to lose. Let's just have a bit of fun and see how well we can do against this team. Play our best game, and if they beat us because they're better players. Other teams will come into it and say, look, this is a really tough opponent, and get very nervous and play within themselves rather than taking the risks they need to take. I think Hunters will be a lot more happy just to play their own game, and if they get beaten, they were at Worlds, they got to quarterfinals, they'll be happy with that sort of spot.
Sure. Well, I mentioned we had a video. Let's have a quick look. 2.5 minutes, learn a little bit more about Phoenix Armada.
저는 피닉스 아르마다 드루이드고 한국 서울에서 왔습니다. 서울은 서비스 산업이 굉장히 많이 발전한 곳이고요. 외국인들이 와도 편하게 지낼 수 있는 곳이라고 생각합니다. 서비스 산업이 좋다는 게 점원들이 굉장히 친절하다. 망고 선수랑은 지금 1년 동안 같이 팀으로서 활동하고 있기 때문에 뭐 딱히 별다를 건 없었어요. 그리고 윌리 선수 같은 경우에는 이번에 굉장히 처음 만났기 때문에 굉장히 신기했던 것 같아요. 윌리 선수 같은 경우에는 말을 조금씩 하지만 말을 조금씩 하면서도 굉장히 말을 재밌게 하는 그런 사람인 것 같아요. 원래는 저희가 한국에서 연습을 주로 보이스 채팅을 쓰면서 서로 연습을 했었는데 이렇게 부트캠프에 와서 서로 이렇게 얼굴을 맞대고 연습하는 게 굉장히 또 색다르고 이게 더 좋았던 것 같아요. 사실 저는 다른 일반인, 평범한 사람들하고 저는 다를 게 없었다고 생각했어요. 근데 이제 제가 이렇게 게임을 하면서 팬이 생기면서 이제 직접 경기를 보러 오면서 아니면 사진을 찍어달라, 아니면 뭐 사인을 해달라 이런 거에 저에게 굉장히 색다른 경험이 됐던 것 같아요. 한국에 있는데요. 참 신기한 게 아침에 일어나자마자 잘 일어났냐고 카톡을 하고 그 다음에 저녁에 자기 전에 잘 자라라고 항상 인사도 저한테 전해주고 그리고 항상 뭐 밥을 뭐 먹냐, 뭐 불편한 건 없냐 그렇게 항상 물어봐주는 팬이 있는데 항상 정말 큰 힘이 되는 것 같아요. 그리고 제가 대회장에서 경기를 할 때 엄청난 퍼포먼스를 보여주면 시청자들이 박수 쳐주고 환호해주고 그럼으로써 느끼는 그런 희열, 정말 살아보면서 처음 느끼는 희열이었던 것 같아요.
And ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please welcome to the stage Phoenix Armada from Korea. One of the best teams we have here in the competition, but they have to have an opponent, and that opponent is from China. It is the team Hunters. Now, they didn't have the easiest way of getting into the quarterfinal stages. They obviously struggled at the early start. You can see the roster on screen now, Revenger X, Queen, and Babala. We did talk about the fact that this yesterday wasn't the roster that I think they anticipated to bring to Worlds. They had some visa issues, which meant last minute they had to make some switches around. Revenger X is a new laner, hadn't had much time to gel with the team, but it looks like they've been improving throughout the competition.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Revenger X was our person to watch yesterday for their games because of his newness to the competitive scene, his newness to the nerves on stage. We wondered, could Queen and Babala help him overcome that? The question was answered with a no during the Velocity games, but maybe surprising to some people, a resounded yes against Red Candids, who, a team that has been together much longer, couldn't stand up to this somewhat makeshift team at Worlds from China, so it's very impressive play coming out of Hunters.
Definitely. I think the speed at which Velocity came out of the gate might have surprised Hunters as well. They were very aggressive early on. They wanted that early kills, early turrets, early objectives, and against Red Canids, they were just a little bit slower, which allowed Hunters to settle into the game a bit more. They were used to the stage, they were used to playing under the lights, and I wouldn't be surprised if we actually see them put quite a bit of a challenge up to Phoenix Armada in this game.
Absolutely, they've been improving, like we said, steadily. It's a shame that visa issues did obviously sort of stop the full strength team coming here, but that happens all the time in all sports, really. It's not just esports specific, but obviously they've been getting better. I expect big things from them in this quarterfinal. They could potentially even, take games away from Phoenix Armada, which is a really big statement to make in itself. The player to watch for Hunters this time round will be Babala, the only one we haven't mentioned as player to watch for the Hunters here in the jungle. He's sort of old dependable for these guys, works quite well with Queen, and I think Queen sings his praises as well a lot.
Yeah, I mean, Babala, the main reason to watch him is because what is he going to do versus Mango? We talk about this kind of Titan in the jungle matchup. We wonder, can Hunters stand up to Phoenix? But it starts player by player, from the roam matchup to the jungle matchup to the lane matchup. Hunters has a pretty tough hill to climb here, going up against Mango, knowing that this other team plays so well together, they gel so well together, they have so much synergy. Babala needs to be the key to turn these jungle invades around, to turn these rotations around, and we'll have to see if he's up to the task.
And now before we get into a video, Sona, when we talked to the Hunters team, they talked about their gameplay style. They said that in China, we very rarely focus on kills. We're all about objective-focused gameplay, which is what you see a lot of the Asian meta developing as now, which is why, as we'll talk about it in the future, minion candies have become such a big thing to them. They really enjoy that ability to pressure lanes. Can they do that against something like Phoenix Armada, though? Can you ignore Phoenix Armada and focus turrets, focus objectives? Because Phoenix Armada will just force the issue.
I think the struggle is always going to be that Phoenix Armada are so good at positioning and taking the fight that they want. If you ignore them in the lane, if they group up as three and you're just like, okay, look, we just want the turret, we're not going to fight you, they will just find the perfect position to start and engage, and you won't have any chance to respond. So you want to be proactive into Phoenix Armada, but you need to understand that if you make a single mistake, they're going to be able to capitalize on it. I think Hunters do have the opportunity to do some early push comps and maybe take some turrets early, but I worry that playing into Phoenix Armada along a longer course game, they are just going to lose because of mechanical skill.
Well, anyway, we have a short video again for you on the Hunters team. Take a look.
I'm Queen with Hunters, and I come from Beijing and represent the China server. Beijing is a beautiful city, and especially to mention it with lots delicious food, which I like. When people know me as a professional player, especially I'm a girl, they will say, "Whoa, it's incredible." This is not our first time to meet each other. We are together for many times to attend North tournaments. So we are like real friends, in real life. For our jungler, Babala, I think he's really good at eating and sleeping. So it's very interesting. And for Revenger X, I think he is a very shy boy. He didn't talk that much, but he really focuses on the game and he always plays the whole night. But he is true love of Vainglory. I think I have some fans in China, especially in Beijing. There's North players, so we always have LAN party. They really like me when I arrive one city. For now, I always do casting or attend tournaments. They will come to that city to meet me and take photos with me. And when I streaming, they will talk to me, keep talking to me. It's a good experience to be a professional player, especially as a queen. I think my biggest fan is my mom. She will watch all my matches and will cheer for me. For me, I think Vainglory community is like a big, warm family. We are really like friends. They are really nice.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Hunters from China. They made it onto the stage. Great. Wonderful. That's going to conclude the introduction for our first match here. It is going to be Hunters versus Phoenix Armada. It is going to be Korea versus China. Like we said, we've built it up to be the stage that Hunters are the underdogs here. I don't think anyone is really questioning that narrative. You know, that to win here, it would be an upset for them. But there is the potential. We have seen Team Secret especially showed that there are ways to at least take Phoenix Armada to a position where they could be on the losing end, and it's kind of showing that small chip in almost an impenetrable armor that is this Phoenix Armada squad.
It's true, but I think it's highly unlikely that Hunters has come to the stage with a specific composition in mind to take down Phoenix Armada. This was something, you know, Team Secret had mentioned they had worked on this, they had practiced it very, very, very much for that matchup. Hunters, I think, they're pretty happy to be through the group stage. They're on stage now, really trying to just keep the nerves calm, keep everything situated. And Queen, I know she's talking to her team, motivating them and saying, you know what, Revenger X, we started a little shaky yesterday, we ended strong, we just need to come together today and do the best we can.
It's definitely the case. I think Queen is sort of that guiding force for them at the moment. Babala does do a lot of the calling, as does Revenger X, but Queen is really trying to allow them to come out of their skin and play as a cohesive unit. I didn't actually realize how much in common I have with Babala. I too like sleeping and eating, which is it's an incredible coincidence in all honesty. Yeah.
That's why you're so tall.
What, sleeping all the time?
No, I think
you lie down,
I think
there's less
you'd be
gravity.
nice there. The eating all the time is what Sona's good at.
That's true, but I think the big thing really for Phoenix Armada is whether or not they're going to be able to get fed off Babala, because as you said, Mango in the jungle is going to try and put that pressure down. He's so unpredictable and he's so easy for him to get behind teams and flank them and put the enemy team in such an awkward position that the enemy team doesn't know how to react. Not many people play against this hyper-aggressive style that we see coming out from Phoenix Armada.
Yeah, and if I was Armada, I would put a lot of emphasis on just making sure Babala gets shut down. Like, they know Revenger X has nerves. They saw his gameplay yesterday. It wasn't super clean, so they don't really need to worry about whether he's going to perform or not. They just need to make sure that Babala doesn't, even if he gets his comfort heroes, right? We talk about Glaive, we talk about Kashka. The hero pool doesn't go very deep, so they can put him on something that perhaps is a little more uncomfortable, or just show up with something they know that counters those comfort picks that Hunters have. I don't think Armada's sweating too much over this.
No, I'd probably be on the same court as that. I think Armada are going to be feeling pretty happy going through this quarterfinal series. But like we've seen from Hunters, they have been improving slowly. A bit like Detonation as well. Both teams, they came in maybe shaky at the start and have been slowly improving as the games have gone on. Maybe we see Hunters really achieve their final form here and to put up a good fight against Phoenix Armada. Now, I want to talk specifically about regional metas here because the Korean and Chinese regional metas can be slightly different. So going into the draft phase, which will be coming up very shortly, what do you think we're going to be expecting to see sort of pressure put onto in terms of first pick, first bans? Obviously, Kestrel and Lyra are going to be up there.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, like, Phoenix Armada is just going to try to get something they know they can rotate quickly to the lane with, push to the lane with. We talked a little bit to them about this. Druid actually is super comfortable with Mango being on carry roles, which is something a little bit more unique than their previous play styles. It adds a level of depth, if you could even think there is more to depth with Armada, but that now he doesn't necessarily have to be on these crolls. He doesn't have to be on these kind of let's hyper farm the laner to win. He gets on these playmaking heroes, so if you're Hunters, I think you just go for whatever you are most comfortable on right now. You cannot worry about banning away something from the other team or trying to be cheeky with your picks.
I think Hunters will go for the Lance ban. That's what they banned every game we saw them yesterday. They just don't like playing into it, and Willie is a very good Lance as well, so I would not be surprised.
I was about to say, when I posed the question, I was thinking, Hunters have banned Lance 100%. Yeah. Willie has been one of the best Lances we've seen at the tournament.
It works.
It seems like a nice fix in there. I don't think Willie's going to be getting his hands on that roam. We've just seen him be incredible, thus far. Kestrel, though, I mean, both of these regions, but China specifically, I mean, Korea have been talking about Kestrel a little bit, and they said, yeah, we think she's strong, but there's things that we've got, in the works that we think we can work with around Kestrel. I mean, Celeste has been sometimes prioritized in that situation too, but China themselves have said Kestrel 100% the most aggressive, OP hero. In fact, when we asked, I think it was just that they responded with OP. I know that was hack. But a lot of teams, especially saying that Kestrel is for them 100%. But we haven't really seen her hit the ban phase that much. It's really always been sort of being given over, especially on Team B. I mean, and she's got such a low win rate. I mean, people have prepared for Kestrel.
Yeah, I mean, when people play her a lot, they know how to play into her. While she is strong, this is the world's stage. Nerves tend to creep in where they were not normally before, so perhaps the glimmer shots are not as accurate as they usually are. The decision-making around the one-shot, one-kill accuracy might not quite be there. So I think the play may take a little bit of a step back on day one, but this is day 2. These teams had a bunch of games yesterday. They should be warmed up. They should be ready to go. If they're going to play their heart outs, it has to be now. This is it. Like, if you lose here, there's no other chance. You don't get there's no elimination bracket.
And that's exactly the point that we need to stress here. This is not like usual live championships for Vainglory. This is do or die almost every single game. People are getting cut. Teams are getting cut every day until we reach that finals day where we have our semi-finals and finals. You know, we lost 4 teams yesterday. We lose 4 teams today. There is no double elimination bracket. There are no second chances. There are no redemption matches. Everything is on the line on every game of Vainglory today. It is insane the amount of pressure they have to go through. But Fuji mentioned it quite nicely. Day 2, we're going in. Maybe nerves are starting to settle.
I think you have to settle yourself down a little bit. As we said, you know, you got used to the lights, you've got used to the atmosphere you're in, perhaps got over that tiny last bit of jet lag that crept into the last night's sleep, and you know how you want to play as well. All these teams have won at least one game yesterday. They know what they need to do to win. They're used to winning, perhaps used to losing for a few of them as well. We saw a couple of 1 and 3s, but you need to just step up. You have to put yourself into that next gear, and I think Phoenix Armada have only shown us up to about 4th gear thus far. I think they've got a couple more gears to roll through. Hunters are almost at their peak, in my opinion. They would really need to push the boundaries of their composition, of their strategy, to be able to beat out Phoenix.
Sona with the hard words there, but I think probably true. But I don't want to give Hunters no hope. I mean, they are
some hope.
They are definitely the underdogs here. We can't beat around the bush on that respect. They are definitely, if they were to win, like we said, it would be a huge upset for them. But I think, you know, there is the potential if they bring out something quirky, which we're not sure if they will or not, that they could potentially take a game or maybe even 2, and that would be an upset against Phoenix Armada. I want to touch on this Celeste that Phoenix Armada have been bringing out time and time again. They seem to be the only team that have been prioritizing it so highly. Is that just because Druid is just so favored on Celeste as opposed to some other things? You know, taking that backline role as opposed to allowing Mango to be the real carry for them?
Well, you know, we talk a lot about the importance of Druid's farm, right? And I don't necessarily know if we explain exactly why it's so important, because yes, numbers look cool, right? You're getting a lot of farms. It's like, oh, nice, my CS
100,
scores.
yes.
Yes, 100 at 9 minutes. That feels great, right? But it's beyond that. The more efficiently you can farm and rotate without losing one or the other means you get to those offensive items faster. And for heroes like Celeste, like, getting a couple of tier 3 items, maybe even a 3rd one before your opponent gets on his 2nd is a massive deal. The pressure you can put out there, the amount of vision you can control with this specific hero is something that Phoenix is really comfortable running. They love to be able to provide that area of zone control. They know that they're never going to get behind on this hero. So I think it's up to a lot of teams, if they build a Celeste comp, to figure out what goes into it. We know Blackfeather works well, but we've also seen Phoenix prepare things. It's like, if you go Blackfeather, we're going to make sure we have something to counter it from the jungle, or we're just going to pressure the lane so hard you never actually get to take off.
I think one of the big things with the Celeste pick as well is the zone control it affords you. So they picked a lot into Team Secret, who are going for these flicker compositions, you know, trying to get in, and having the Celeste who can put one of the only true AoE damages down, you know, a spell that can damage 3 members at once, is incredibly powerful. She has CC in her kit. She's got the ability to spot out invisibility, which is so vital with Kestrel and Flicker being in meta. And as you say, if you've got someone who hyper farms and farms incredibly well, you hit that Broken Myth, you hit that Eve of Harvest, and you're getting to these spikes before the enemy has even a tier and a half, you know? You're so far ahead of them that you hit earlier and earlier spikes on the Celeste.
And what those earlier spikes allow Phoenix Armada to do is transition into that really strong team fighting phase that we know they have. You know, they are some of the best team fighters in this tournament right now. We saw it against Team Secret. We saw it against multiple other teams. You can see here on screen just how strong they have been in these sort of high-intensity situations.
I think this is all Willy. Like, compare him to Mowgli. Mowgli was trying to 2v1 in the backline to allow Willy to get taken out by Kavalifar. But if you look at Willy, he's still 3/4 HP by the time Mowgli's basically dead and having to run out of the fight. He's such a strong frontline tank if he gets that lance, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see him play things like Arden or even Finn as well because of his playstyle, just to stop anyone being able to get anywhere near his backline.
Well, and we see this kind of play coming out of them really forcing decisions on Team Secret and what they're going to do today with Hunters on what they need to do. Like with the Ringo composition, Twirling Silver is only up for a period of time. If Willie shuts you down during that time, Ringo doesn't really want to waste damage. He doesn't want to use his abilities to put damage onto Lance, especially if you're not building a breaking point, if there's nothing you're actually gaining other than just flat damage on one of the most tanky roams in the game. And you can see that kind of mental game where Willie's just not afraid to go deliver the package to the backline, say, you're the only person we're concerned about. I'm going to make sure Druid is protected. I'm going to make sure Mango is protected. And that level of confidence is something that a lot of teams struggle to find within themselves in the moments that matter.
So while we're just waiting for draft to get sorted here between Phoenix Armada and Hunters, obviously, first quarterfinal of the day, I want to make sure all the players are comfortable before we get into this big high-stakes game. I want to give some sort of theory crafting exercises here. I mean,
okay.
I know. Let
me get my wand out.
Hey, what would Hunters need to do, you know, to try and break through this impenetrable shield that Phoenix Armada have? What could Hunters do to give themselves a fighting chance, apart from maybe bringing out a composition a little bit akin to Team Secret?
So I think the first thing they have to do is realize that there is going to be multiple periods of time where pressure is going to cycle through the lane. Phoenix is going to offset their rotations. The macro game for Armada is traditionally always been on point. Rotations are always on point right at the timing of the spawn of the camps. They're changing that. They're offsetting rotations to the point where the back camp spawning are not being taken immediately just because they want to make sure that that extra pressure is coming through lane. They want to put that inside the opponent's head. They want to be like, we're still here. We're still here to press you against your turret. We're not going to let you go. You're going to miss farm. You're not going to be able to decide whether or not you should rotate. They need to just stay calm through those moments. They need to defend against it, but they need to not lose themselves in the chaos.
And we saw it against Red Cannons yesterday. Hunters were just, you know, able to really up their team fighting, up their sort of calmness when they approach these situations, and you can see it here, Sona.
A lot of this is just more strategical play. You can see they wait for the ability to jump in. The Koshka's doing a huge amount of work, and then they set up the fight before they actually engage it. And that's what I think they need to do against Armada as well. One thing with Armada is you have to understand how much you're willing to give up. So if they're going to put 3 members in the lane and you say, okay, we're going to counter jungle, you have to say, before you decide to go for the counter jungling, we're giving up this turret, or you're staying until turret's half HP and then you're backing away. Because otherwise Armada will just capitalize on you being there too long. Like, if you give up the first turret, that's fine, as long as you're getting something out of it and you're not losing that fight because you tried to stay around too long and defend something.
Yeah, it's pretty tough to continue to get something out after you lose first.
Oh yeah,
turret,
it's very difficult.
I feel like this has to be decided before the composition even, right? So like they need to make a decision before they even go and load into the game of what the strategy is going to be, and that's really tough because if you don't get someone in the jungle who can hyper level and actually come up and make a difference against those 3-man team pushes, you're going to be behind constantly all game. You need to make sure your lane and your roam can hold on during the pressure, or at least call them up early. Bring your jungler up, give the 3v3, put it all out there, do the best you can.
I worry that if you go into the 3v3, you just lose, because Armada know that strategy. That is their strategy. They're the ones that invented it. You saw FlashX, he tweeted out yesterday, whoever wins this world is going to be the team that does what Phoenix Armada does the best. I don't think you do that. I think that you have to optimize the way that you play into it. You have to adapt to their strategy, but I don't think you have to adopt their strategy.
That's some tough words coming from Sona here, the newly inaugurated
Budget Zika.
the Budget Zika analysis coming out. So I want to question, and this is something that will be a sort of a generic question going forward. Phoenix Armada, the longer you give them, the more likely they are to win? Is that just a blanket statement that is true almost 100% of the time?
I think Phoenix Armada is just one of the few teams that has the highest gold efficiency standards for themselves. If they drop first turret, that's 300 gold into the Korean snowball that they love. They want to hold on. They move their vision line up. They get the gold mine. All of a sudden now we have a 900 gold swing from the turret, 900 gold from the gold mine, and you're an item behind. This is something you cannot give to Phoenix.
And do Phoenix utilize those item spikes more than any other team? Because I noticed that they always choose those team fights in the situations where, percentage-wise, based on the item spikes that they've hit, it just seem to be in a commanding position from the get-go.
Feels like it.
It's taking low-risk, high-reward plays because they know when they're strong and the enemy's weak. It's about understanding exactly when you have the most power on the Halcyon Fold. Now, we are into the draft phase already. Hunters up against Phoenix Armada. It's going to be an absolutely epic first game of the day.
And there you are, absolutely correct. The 100% ban Lance coming out, and immediately Phoenix Armada, in quite surprising fashion for this world, as we've seen across multiple different teams, prioritize the Koshka. Fuji is probably rumbling in his boots because he's not liked this strategy this weekend, but it's Phoenix Armada, I mean.
Well, here's the thing. This Koshka coming out, the reason why traditionally a first pick Koshka is not good is because teams are willing to take the counters that are not popular in the meta right now. But we're seeing that teams are not practicing these counters. They haven't been going up against Koshka traditionally. So now they get into the draft phase, they see this Koshka, and they're still trying to figure out, what do we do into this?
I think part of it as well is Hunters are going to ban Lance, and that's one of the main counters into Koshka. They have picked up the Arden and the Vox next as well.
No, it's fine. This is an early rotation here that we very rarely see. We haven't actually seen an Arden Vox, I think, locked in on B-side first rotation at all.
It's true, but with Lyra and Lance off, Koshka is going to be a monster with the pressure from Adagio. Like, they're looking to pick up the Rhyme. So if this Rhyme actually comes through, this is kind of the start of what teams might be able to do
Rhyme
against
gets
the
locked in, Fuji. Rhyme gets locked in. It's the first time we see Rhyme this tournament. Another hero to the roster of the Vainglory viable heroes we've seen at Worlds. Quickly, guys, we're going to be going into the game moderately soon. What are you expecting with the Rhyme edition here, Fuji?
I think Rhyme is a great start to countering the Koshka, but I don't know how much practice they put on it. This doesn't look like a comfort pick for Hunters. I still have to give the advantage over to Phoenix.
I think Phoenix have the stronger composition if you just look at it in individual heroes, but I think Hunters, I would not be surprised if they play a lot of Rhyme. I don't think it's going to be something they haven't practiced at all, and I think they have strength in this compositional matchup.
Well, we've got some wonderful casters to take us through this first game. It's going to be Cyber Owl and Tasty Bacon.
Thank you so much, Scoundrel. So I'm Cyber Owl, joined here by Tasty Bacon, and we're going to go ahead and take you through this game one between Phoenix Armada and Hunters. And honestly, with the Rhyme pick, I'm really excited to see what Hunters can bring out.
Yeah, I mean, we have not seen Rhyme yet here at Worlds. It's going to be really exciting as we get onto the fold. They mentioned the Koshka counters, Lyra, Lance. Those are the two biggest counters. They were banned away, so it really makes sense for that Koshka first pick. We'll see if Babala's Rhyme can deal with it.
And the question remains is if Babala's Rhyme is able to go ahead and counter pressure this Koshka, which we're going to be seeing Mango really just trying to be in Hunter's face all the time. As we can see already, Willie and Mango starting to pressure into Babala's jungle. Willie is going to spot him out as he is going ahead and recalling back to the base, but not going to be seeing too much aggression here just yet. Queen is just waiting there in the wings, giving a little bit of vision for Revenger X to have some idea as to where the jungle combo from Team Phoenix are. You can see using the Vanguard onto Revenger X just to get to safety. So Hunter's really playing on the safe side here.
Yeah, a very, very safe start. He saw the minion candy come out from Phoenix. They immediately just had Babala take that mid treant and then stop, recall, go back to base so that he doesn't get invaded, and now waiting for Mango to come in for this invade because they know that Phoenix are going to be trying to be aggressive.
Oh, and he's actually opting to trade directly into Mango. This 1v1 between Babala and Mango not really going too well in either side's favor. We do see another Crystal Spire coming out, but here comes Druid rotating down from the lane. Glimmer shots to get first blood.
And that's just a mistake from Hunters. I mean, the laner rotates down. You have a laner and a roamer in the lane, and you aren't able to respond to the opposing laner rotating down through your jungle. That's a big mistake from Hunters.
Definitely. However, it remains to be seen if that is just the be-all, end-all here. Druid rotating down. I don't think they really anticipated too much. Willie did stick around in the lane. He's actually sitting fairly low right now, but here comes Druid rotating up. Glimmer shots towards Revenger X, not going to connect with it. And we do see Babala rotating up as well. Not really going to be seeing too much aggression here in the lane. I feel like the jungle is going to be the major point of contention.
I think the jungle's going to be a major point of contention for Phoenix, but Hunters, and we know they like to focus all their play in the lane, and so that's just an opening for Phoenix to then have Mango constantly go for these jungle invades and put this pressure onto the jungle, saying, okay, I know Rhyme is going to be on his own, has a very slow clear speed, especially when he's by himself, and that's something that Koshka can really take advantage of.
Right now we do see a bit of damage going down from Druid with those Glimmer shots onto Queen. And just Team Phoenix really trying to apply some pressure into the lane to allow Mango as much freedom as possible in the jungle, getting him as much farm and as much gold on that Koshka so that she can really pressure down the Rhyme. Another 1v1 happening here in the jungle between Babala and Mango. Mango doing so much damage to Babala. These Crystal Spires are just not connecting. on the side of Hunters. Mango's still going to be chasing him down, just going to opt to steal away the Treants, but not much to be said here for Hunters jungler Babala on this Rhyme. Not able to really do all that much just yet.
Yeah, and we're just seeing Mango dancing around those Crystal Spires, avoiding the damage. Has a very strong build for this early game. 3 Crystal Bits and the double shield to deal with Babala, and that's why Mango is able to be this aggressive.
And with the 3 Crystal Bit double kinetic shield Mango, it's going to be really hard for Babala. If he does that in these Crystal Spires, it's going to be hard to do the damage. But wow, Druid and Willie able to take down Babala so quickly. Druid did take a bit of damage from those Crystal Spires, but he was able to stay alive. Those Glimmer Shots and basic attacks from this weapon, Power Kestrel, doing a lot of work here for Phoenix Armada. So that's 2 kills to 0 in favor of Phoenix Armada. We do see Mango rotating up from the jungle, and Queen gonna get taken down with more Glimmer Shots. And the dive comes in from Mango. He's going on to Revenger X. Is he gonna be able to get the kill? Of course he is, with the Twirly Death. That's gonna be Phoenix Armada getting their 4th kill of the game.
And this is just the immense amount of pressure from Phoenix. So many good rotations, so much good movement, taking advantage of every little mistake coming out from Hunters.
And mistakes like that are happening all across the fold as Babala gets taken down by Mango. And so Phoenix Armada sitting at 5-0 right now. Hunters definitely on the back foot here. Almost over 3,000 gold right now behind at 4.5 minutes in. That's how much pressure they've been putting onto Babala, who's sitting only on 8 CS to Mango's 27.
Yeah, I mean, this is that gold efficiency Fuji was talking about. The ability to get this early lead and just continue to bring the pressure. That line of scrimmage, it's pretty much been at that first turret from the first minute of the game. Now with that first turret gone, expect them to play even further up. Right here where Queen is, that's about to be where the next line of scrimmage becomes.
Definitely, and not only that, it's going to allow Phoenix to get so much vision across the fold. They're going to be able to pepper down the map with so many scout traps without Team Hunters able to really get an idea as to where the scout traps are just yet because of the fact that they really have no vision.
Very interesting here. Mango going for the Aftershock first item on Koshka. This is the first time we've seen the Aftershock Koshka build. Even though we've seen Koshka a few times, it's usually the Shatterglass or the Broken Myth. So Mango just really wanting that early game burst.
I feel like the early game burst with the Aftershock is going to definitely help against the Rhyme. We are going to see a pause coming out here. But against Rhyme, especially since he does have that fortified health, you're going to be trying to stick to him as much as possible. So you're going to be wanting to use Twirly Death, jump onto him constantly, and trading that off with basic attacks in between. It's going to allow that Aftershock to really put out a lot of damage for this Koshka.
Not only that, but just against tankier heroes, that's where the Aftershock has most of its effect. With the percent health and that heal coming off of the percent damage dealt as well. You're going to have Rhyme, who's going to be very tanky. Arden is going to be building a ton of health. That Aftershock is going to be so important and do so much work for Mango in this game.
But the question then comes to what is Babala going to be able to do here in the jungle against Mango to try and get this Rhyme onto the fold? Because as of this far, Mango really has been the one dominating this game. It hasn't really been Druid and Willie as much. However, they have been getting the kills, but Mango, the amount of pressure that he's outputting just on that Koshka alone is really putting a lot of pressure onto Babala.
Yeah, and it's forcing those plays to happen in the lane. It's allowing Druid to then play hyper aggressive, and you make those plays underneath the turret because they know they don't have that Rhyme rotating up with any sort of effectiveness. And that's the difficulty, is for this Rhyme to try and find a way to be effective. I just don't know if it's going to happen because Rhyme kind of needs to have a pretty strong early game. It's a similar situation to a Krull for me, in that if you have a early game where you don't even need to get a lead, you just need to not fall behind early on,
right,
then your late game becomes just absolutely monstrous. But if you fall behind early, you have a very, very difficult time actually having an impact on the game.
At the same time, though, with this Rhyme, it's going to be something very good to combo in with this Art and with this Vox in the late game. If they're able to reach the late game where they're able to get even, that's going to be extremely hard for Phoenix Armada to deal with, especially with this Rhyme becoming so hard to kill. Yeah. We are going to be seeing Phoenix Armada pressuring the second-tier turret. However, Hunters just sitting there defending it as 3. Now, we are going to see Babala recalling back to the base. Not going to be picking up anything aside from a reflex block. So right now, a lot of pressure being had by Phoenix Armada here. Queen taking a ton of damage from those Glimmer Shots. There's the Yummy Catnip Frenzy onto Revenger X. Are they going to go for the successful dive? Mango still sticking onto Revenger X between the 2 turrets. Gets taken down by Babala. First kill on the fold here for Hunters. A very unfortunate dive there from Mango.
Yeah, maybe a little bit too aggressive, but now Hunters, they're looking to make something happen here. There's going to be that stun on the Queen that will stop any potential aggression. They just get a chance to clear out some of their own camps, but Druid got so much damage on the Queen. I was a little bit surprised when the Yummy Cannon Frenzy came out onto Revenger X instead, because of the fact that Revenger was still full health, and you have plenty of utility from Queen in order to keep him alive. One shot, one kill is just going to get eaten there, and they should be able to get away, but Queen very low, not going to be able to really help defend this turret.
However, it is going to be the Fountain in about 17 seconds. We're going to see the Burst of Judgment going down onto Babala. Stuns up Willy. However, Druid is on the hunt, looking for a kill here. Throws out another Glimmer Shot, connects onto Babala and one onto Queen. However, still no kills going over to Phoenix Armada. We are going to see Revenger X still sticking around to defend this turret. Doing a little bit of damage there onto Druid, who tanked up 2 turret shots for his troubles as well while stealing away the Treant. However, right now, Phoenix Armada still sitting super healthy. Revenger X, the only one here to defend this turret, is not going to make it.
Yeah, and all that was done with just 2 members. Mango was just in the jungle farming up, and Druid and Willy were able to completely pressure out 2 members of Hunters in a 2-on-3, and then once Mango does get there, they just take that turret clean. 7.5 minutes, 2 turrets destroyed, and it's not even like a traditional push comp. This is just the level of pressure that Phoenix Armada is able to put on their opponents.
And a lot of that pressure, like we mentioned before, came from the jungle matchup between Mango and Babala. Babala has not been able to complete a single tier 3 item yet, whereas looking on the other side of the fold, we look at Mango, he's sitting on that Aftershock completed and nearly has a Broken Myth completed as well.
I also want to point out, we talk a lot about players having 10 CS per minute. Druid sitting at 96 CS 8 minutes into this game. He is far and above that 10 CS per minute mark. It is absolutely phenomenal just watching him play and watching the level of efficiency in his gold earning as they're now all of a sudden pushing in onto this 3rd turret. Hunters just have nowhere to go.
Look how much damage those Glimmer Shots are doing to Babala and Revenger X though. They weren't even able to stick around after eating 1 or 2 Glimmer Shots, and not only that, we have a weapon infusion ready and waiting for Druid, who's also sitting on that Breaking Point Sorrow Blade. So here comes the Gauntlet coming down from Queen, not going to connect onto the members of Phoenix Armada, so that's an unfortunate cooldown used up by Hunters. Meanwhile, we are going to be seeing Mango jumping in. Oh, and that Glimmer Shot right at the corner, catching out Babala. Meanwhile, Revenger X is going to get jumped on by Mango, gets caught in the Yummy Catnip Frenzy, gets taken down, and it's actually going to be Mango falling to the turret. So Phoenix Armada do lose 1 in the fight, 7-2 in favor of Phoenix Armada. Meanwhile, Queen trying to stay alive here. Look how much damage Druid is outputting, despite the fact that they were inside the base of Hunters, and Queen was still healing up, still chunking her down so much. Valkyrie comes down onto Druid, doesn't quite stun up Druid though. Meanwhile, Queen is tanking up so much damage here against this Kestrel, is not going to be able to stay alive for much longer. There's the first adjustment coming down, and oh my god, Babala taken down. Make that a double. That's going to be Revenger X falling. 1 shot, 1 kill for the triple. That's the ace for Phoenix Armada, 10-2.
I can't help but think of yesterday after Team Secret played Armada. I saw Mowgli walking by. He just shook his head and said, they're just too good. And it is absolutely the case right here. They are just too good for Hunters here in game number 1. Druid is looking to end this game sub 10 minutes.
And right now it looks like he wants to pad the KDA a little bit first. He's taken down Babala, he's taken down Revenger X. Now he's looking to take down Queen as well. That's another triple kill going over to Druid. That's an ace for Phoenix Armada. They're going to go ahead and take game number 1 in the series.
10-0-3 with 114 CS in a 10-minute game. Druid is just unstoppable.
Yeah, he's an absolute monster of a laner. So we're going to go ahead and throw it over to our analyst desk, Scoundrel, Fuji, Sona. What do you guys think about game number 1 between this stomp that Phoenix Armada put towards Hunters?
So, Hunters has got a chance, right?
They're the underdogs. They're the underdogs. I'm glad I didn't actually go and buy like any sandwiches during that, because I wouldn't have been back in time to get back onto the analyst desk.
I think there was a bit of a jest in my statement, but seriously, Phoenix Armada, they are looking ridiculous. Druid, like you said, insane CS, just instantaneously, pre-10-minute win, facilitated by this Kestrel again. Fingers maybe pointing towards the draft phase. There was some interesting pickets coming out. You did let Kestrel get through from 2nd rotation there, as well as Koshka being first picked. You know, if you have Kestrel open, you would expect, with all the sort of pressure that the Chinese teams had put on Kestrel in the interview stages that we had, you would have thought that maybe they would have taken Kestrel on that rotation.
Yeah, I mean, I would have definitely taken Kestrel in the rotation. I mean, in a B-side Lance ban, I mean, we haven't really seen a lot of teams prioritizing Lance as first pick. You know they want the Kestrel. You know they want the newly kind of found Koshka pickups or the Lyra in the first pick rotation. So ban was kind of weak. We talked about a couple of key points, though, right? We talked about the fact that they needed to make some decisions before the game started about do they do lane pressure or do they do jungle pressure? How do they handle rotations? It looks kind of like they weren't sure at all. I mean, poor Rhyme, we talked about he could potentially do some work in the Koshka, but not by himself, right? Not in the jungle. Like, they gave Druid so much time to rotate down, and when you give Koshka the early game pressure like that, she's going to just continually roll over.
It definitely felt like they just weren't ready for Druid to come like round to that jungle for the first blood. It looked like the Rhyme was okay. He was at 3 CS to 13 at that point as well, so they were just giving up most of their jungle, giving up most of the farm. And as you said, Hunters just felt slightly miscoordinated. They weren't quite hitting the trigger where they needed to. They didn't quite want to go in. It was a little bit fearful.
Is this a mix of like you said, fearful, the psychological impact that playing against Phoenix Armada can have, as well as Phoenix Armada just being that mechanically gifted? I mean, is this just a combination of the two?
Absolutely. I mean, we see the fact that when they pick up the Arden and Rhyme, which I'm not the biggest fan of, the early game synergy between the two is not as strong as perhaps Rhyme Catherine, Rhyme Finn, or something of that nature. But Arden can't help Rhyme because Adagio's pressure in the jungle with Kestrel is so much that we saw Queen having to sit up there, but she's taking glimmer shots. So even if she were to go down to help Koshka, all of a sudden she's only at a quarter health from trying to block the damage in lane from Vox. So it's just kind of a mess in both parts of the game.
We've got an early tower dive replay to show you here. Sona, walk us through it.
So Babalos actually just died before this all starts, and you can see Druid, Willy, and Mango just setting up for it. It's such an easy dive for them. Mango comes in, doesn't even tank a shot. Willy jumps back out, tanks one up for himself. And Revenge Rex is caught defending the turret. This is what we were talking about in pick and ban. You have to make the call. We back away from this turret at that point because you've lost your jungler and you know the Koshka's at full HP. She can just run in and kill you.
It seems like Phoenix Armada had their cake and ate it this game. You know, they were able to pressure lane, they were able to pressure turrets and also pressure jungle, which is, you know, you have to pick one or the other when you're trying to combat them. Do you say that, well, you're not pressuring the jungle, so we're going to take your jungle, or do you try and combat them in lane pressure? And in this point, and in this game, Phoenix Armada had both, and they weren't contested on either.
Well, and you can't give them that kind of composition. Like, they won the jungle, they won the roam, they won the lane in draft. So immediately, you're going up against Phoenix Armada with a winning draft. You don't really have a lot of conditions for yourself to actually get back into it. And they didn't really look comfortable on the Rhyme pick. They didn't look comfortable like they'd kind of worked on the rotations with him or what. I mean, Vox can't really do a whole lot against the Adagio and Kestrel in lane. Poor Rhyme's left alone in the jungle. Queen's trying to figure out, do I help Rhyme? Do I help Vox? What do I do? The mind games were there. The mechanics were there. And Phoenix is, no surprise, just the more confident and the better team.
Part of it is the psychological game as well. You feel that in that draft, Hunters were thinking, we're playing up against Phoenix Armada. They are the best team in the world. Oh no, we've given them Kestrel. Oh no, we've given them Koshka. Oh no, we've given them Adagio. What do we pick? What do we pick?
Right.
Right, yeah, right, will work. That'll be fine. And it felt very rushed and very forced for them. As part of a composition, I think Rhyme can work into Kestrel and into Koshka, but not with that Arden pick that you were talking about.
Yeah, and specifically, like, the Rhyme build wasn't exactly what it needed to be, too. Like, you've got to get the travel boots early. You need to get the light shield on. You're not going to be normally dueling a Kestrel in your jungle. That was a rotational mistake that caused him to even build differently. Like, every single moment of that game got into Hunter's head, changed their play styles, and they couldn't recover. I mean, 6,000 gold lead at 8 minutes.
I mean, that's almost insane.
That's huge.
I mean,
100 CS at 8 minutes as well.
I think outside of Phoenix Armada, I don't believe I've seen many situations where that has even occurred.
In some of my solo queue games, I get that far ahead.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
I think you're talking...
Like solo practice?
Yeah. me against, like, just bots.
Oh, yeah.
Beginner bots.
It's
Yeah.
good.
So this is Korea 1-0 up against China now. They've got that advantage, they've got that edge. They come from the Eastern Asian scene. A lot of these teams will maybe have played each other from time to time, tournaments across that region. But I mean, Hunters are probably one of the best known teams in the world, especially in China. They have a huge following. They are dominant in that region for the most part. Now, we talked about them being the underdogs. And we talked about the fact that obviously visa issues, which is quite natural to esports events, plagued their ability to be able to bring everybody that I think they would have wanted to bring. But, Revenge Rex seems to be struggling, and probably quite noticeably so, and probably quite, I guess, understandably so, against the best laner in the world.
Yeah, I mean, when you're kind of like outclassed in skill in every position of the map. It's hard, even if Revenger X had like a new light or a shining moment this morning when he woke up and he was feeling confident and the nerves were gone. It's really difficult to actually get on the stage and play to your full potential when the rest of your team is getting pressured hard. You can't really help them because Vox's early game is not very good, so he's not really able to live up to any expectations perhaps that he wanted to this morning.
None of the early games that they picked were good, really. Like, Rhyme's not got a great early game. Arden takes a little while to get up towards his usefulness, obviously post level 6, really, where he becomes super useful. Obviously, he's got a great early game with Vanguard and stuff, but you're going against Phoenix Armada, who always love to pressure early, and you don't take anything that's good in the early game. You either have to have a seriously good turtle strategy on your hands, or you're just going to get dominated. Unfortunately, they took the get dominated path. We've got a little replay to show you here. It was the Arden misplay with the gauntlet, but I
don't think that's a misplay.
The major thing to note here, though, is I think it's the level disadvantage.
Yeah, I'm just talking about Queens there. She actually uses the gauntlet as soon as she sees the weapon infusion come out. Yeah. So it was actually just a defensive measure, and because they're so far behind, it doesn't work out for them. But you can see that is Hunters having Phoenix Armada, in their heads, because it's like, oh, they pop gauntlet, we have to defend, and they just weren't able to actually play out the game.
It was the reactionary gauntlet, right? It was to stop any sort of encroaching upon that turret that was entrance to the base. But
it was a bit unfortunate too, because we actually saw the movement positioning of Phoenix. They all like just happened to start moving at the same time Gauntlet was being. So they didn't go for the dive when Queen thought they would. Yeah. I do appreciate the confidence there, being like, this is where we have to make a stand. She made the play, may not have been the right one, but that's what Hunters needs right now, is just make the play. Don't be too afraid to do something.
I want to keep feeding this back into this sort of mindset that we have for Hunters versus Phoenix Armada, probably anybody versus Phoenix Armada. Was that the situation where Phoenix Armada was saying, well, we could dive? So Hunters are like, well, I have to play defensively. I have to use my ultimate defensive move, which is using my gauntlet around my turret, because I know that they could tower dive me if they wanted to. So I'm forced to use this ability just through the mindset that Phoenix Armada could probably just tower dive me and win the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's the mindset really just threw the whole thing off. I mean, just they are a bit afraid to act when they need to. I mean, there was a comment mentioned earlier that we perhaps didn't think Rhyme was that strong early. I would actually have to disagree with that. I think Rhyme early game is incredibly strong if you know how to play him correctly. Right. But we see like Koshka's the one invading at the back of Rhyme's jungle. It shouldn't be that way. If you're gonna pick Rhyme, you're solidifying a strategy saying we're going to try to control the enemy jungler. But because Queen is stuck in lane, the Rhyme pick kind of falls flat. I mean, Koshka shouldn't, like you saw when Koshka was 1v1 with Rhyme, he's having to do a lot of things just to kind of outplay the damage, and really the only reason why Rhyme fell was because the Kestrel rotation comes down. Out, If anyone from Hunters would have came down to push Koshka out, sometimes you have to let go of the lane just a little bit. But once again, we go back to the draft. Kestrel's there. If you leave lane, Kestrel gets 2 waves. She can take a turret at level 3 with only 2 minion waves. It's a lot for Hunters to think about. They have to start back in the draft. Confidence and better picks.
And this rotates us onto something that we probably need to approach. What can Hunters do differently? I mean, they're now A-side. They're going to ban Lance. Is this a case of you take Lyra and Kestrel and build something around that on first rotation?
You definitely need to get some sort of power pick on A side as your first pick. Whether it's the Kestrel or the Lyra, you need to start building your composition around that. We do know Babala's main hero is Koshka, though, so that is something that they could pick first as well, but it's dangerous knowing that Phoenix does so well with the pick. They have to have counters.
This is the winning team fight by Phoenix Armada, by the way, just sort of right at the end here. We are just waiting to get into the draft phase, I believe, obviously just making sure the players are settled and everything. That's something that happens on this sort of stage environment. This is a very important game for Hunters coming up. We want to make sure that everybody is absolutely A-OK.
Just coming back to pick and ban as well, I think if you're Hunters, you want that one power pick. You know it's either going to be Kestrel or Lyra because they probably will ban out the Lance. And this is one of the situations I agree with a Lance ban because Willie is so good at it and Queens doesn't really play it. She prefers Arden, Catherine, and sometimes the Finn, sometimes the Lyra. So I think you take the Lyra first probably because I assume the Kestrel will be banned away. And then you build a composition that stops heavy engage. So Lyra, you could even take that Rhyme again in all honesty if you see the composition coming out from Phoenix Armada that shows that they want team fights a lot of the time, and then you play something safe in the lane like a Celeste, and you just have a front line and a strong carry at the back.
If you get Lyra and they go this Kashka Adagio.
I've got to quickly go to draft, by the way, because we're
perfect.
getting
Well,
on with it.
yeah,
so-
we can talk about it more.
This is still the same thing. If you get Lyra and you get you're up against the Kashka Adagio, then I agree. Lyra Rhyme would be insane into those picks. You need to get one of them. Lance's first ban.
Waiting for the second ban here. It's going to be Koshka. I think this is what they are hovering over. Really sort of basically saying, well, we know Babler likes to play Koshka. We really made use of that first pick Koshka coming through, and that means that opens both Lyra and Kestrel still available. It's that sort of you pick one, I pick the other moment.
Really smart from Armada, because it allows them to see kind of what Hunters want to do, because the Kestrel and the Lyra have two different strategies. It is going to be Lyra, but now Phoenix say, okay, we'll take the Kestrel, we'll take a strong roamer as well, like the Arden, and we still have a counter pick for one of our carries last. It means that Hunters have to have a defined strategy and have to understand that Phoenix Armada are probably going to get something that counters it to some degree.
Well, and they're also going with the strategy of targeting a little bit of the composition, but also Babala. Like, his two main characters have been Koshka and Glaive, so taking that away is kind of killing two birds with one stone. Glaive just got taken by Armada. So now what does Babala do? Like, these are his two go-to heroes. We saw his Rhyme play was not where it needed to be for the world stage.
I really like this. I think you play double support, so Adagio Lyra, you just buff up a carry. Sky in the backline makes sense with the Sirius strike, the repositioning can work into Armada, but Hunters have to play every team fight absolutely perfectly.
I'm worried for Babala, because if he doesn't get the farm that he needs here, then you're going to be having just a Sky to try and carry you through. And the Sky doesn't do what she used to do. I mean, CP Sky could maybe 1v3 in the past, but she can't do that as easily anymore.
And Hunters just let Kestrel slide all the way to last pick of the draft, which I think is also a mistake.
Arden was picked.
Oh, I'm sorry, Arden. So, like, the thing is when we see the, like, confidence coming out of Armada, like, Glaive into Lyra, like, what is Armada saying? They're saying, like, we don't really care about potentially what would be a hard counter to this. We're going to actually show you how to play around the Bright Bulwark and still make Glaive a thing.
They can definitely do it, but I think Hunter's composition is stronger than it was in the last game. I think they've thought through a little bit more what they want to do into Armada.
Right, we're going to pass it over to our casters, Cyberal and Tasty Bacon. Take it away for the second game of the series.
Thank you so much, X-Scoundrel. Like I said before, I am Cyberal, joined here by Tasty Bacon, the one and only. So what do you think about the compositions that we're seeing coming out of Hunters this time around with the Adagio Lyra Sky?
I do love double heal still. It was something that we saw be incredibly popular a season ago, and I think it's really a strong composition, really good against Phoenix in particular, because you're going to be able to have that sustain for when Druid tries to go absolutely crazy with this Kestrel. But the fact that it's in the jungle is very interesting to me. Putting the Sky up in the lane, Revenger X is going to have a lot of trouble with this 1v1 against Druid.
We already saw how much that's actually paying dividends for Druid. We saw him chunk down Revenger X to about half HP. We're going to be seeing a flare coming out from Willie. They are going to spot out Babala and Queen. Babala going to be able to shop though. And now Willie eating a bit of damage there from Babala's basic attacks, but they're not really able to pressure too much on the side of Hunters. You can see Mango eating a bit of damage, is able to get the camp though. So right now Phoenix Armada just going to be forced back to their jungle to farm up a little bit more.
Yep, and I mean, so often when we see a Lyra as the roamer, we end up seeing Lyra camping in the lane, helping to just put out so much pressure. I'm really surprised that that hasn't been the case. It does look like Queen is making that rotation up, so they will be looking to do so, looking to just try and make life just a little bit more difficult for Druid, because they have seen how immensely ahead Druid can get if he's left unchecked.
Ooh, we do see a nice forward barrage landing onto Willie. Revenger X doing a decent amount of damage, but I think the main reason why they didn't want to really put Queen up in the lane just yet is because of the early game pressure that Mango and Willie would have had against Babala on that Adagio. They jump on him, that's almost a guaranteed kill in the jungle if he's by himself. Right now we do see Willie, again, eating a bit of damage from that forward barrage, but as of right now, it just seems like Hunters are trying to really play the safe game and anticipate what Team Phoenix are going to do. And Queen getting caught in the afterburn, taken down with a Glimmer shot. That's going to be Phoenix Armada getting first blood here. They tried to get second blood there onto Revenger X with those Glimmer shots, not quite going to be able to do so. And now Babala rotating up from the jungle.
And it's all going to be about just trying to keep Revenger X safe. Yes, they do give up that kill to Mango, but I think they're okay with it going onto Queen as opposed to Revenger X being the one that gets taken down. Lots of damage going on to Revenger and Willie, but again, Druid just perfectly healthy. He still has plenty of energy. He's just going to be hanging out in this lane, continuing to farm up, continuing to get stronger. There is a kill coming through, but here comes Mango.
And Mango with the afterburn into the wall takes down Babala, who Babala was able to take down Willie in the process as well. Willie stuck around a little bit too long, was sitting very low on that Arden. So one kill does go over to Hunters, so now the scoreboard is 1-2 still in favor of Phoenix Armada.
Interesting to see here, Armada going for the double weapon composition. We've seen a few double crystal comps I think this is the first double weapon we have seen here, at least on the main stage. So going to be a lot of pressure looking to get damage on those turrets, looking for those early ganks, which we've already seen come out from Mango. See how well they're able to do. I mean, 10-minute game, it's tough to beat that kind of speed.
Definitely, and one thing I really like about the way Phoenix Armada have been playing this game thus far is the way Willie specifically has been playing on this Arden. You see him in the lane just as much as Queen has been on that Lyra, and he's actually poking a lot more potently at the Lyra. And oh man, Queen getting caught in the afterburn, immediately wiped off the full. That's another kill going over to Phoenix Armada, this one onto Mango.
And Mango has just been able to get into the lane freely. With Queen now down, they're going to start putting a lot of pressure onto this turret. And like you said, the way Willie's been playing, putting damage onto the minions, it just allows for Druid to then get those last hits quicker, allows the lane to push in faster, get more pressure on another big afterburn.
And Babala, you're in the wrong place at the wrong time, gets taken down by Phoenix Armada. That's going to be a kill going over to Druid. They're trying to get a second one onto Revenger X. Gets the healing from Queen's Lyra. Able to stay alive just a little bit longer, but right now looks like they actually might want to keep going here with the pressure on the side of Hunters. We see Druid popping a potion, so he's going to be able to heal up a little bit. Forward barrage comes down from Revenger X, and not a lot of damage being returned by Hunters onto Phoenix Armada. Meanwhile, Willie just walking up to Revenger X, forcing out the Suri strike.
And Druid, again, despite going low, is able to stick around for now. Continues to get farmed. 43 CS here at 4 minutes. Queen, again, going to be in trouble.
And that was a very nice play there from Mango, waiting for the Bright Bulwark to end. That way he used his Afterburn afterwards to take down Queen. Another pick up there for Phoenix Armada. Unfortunately, the Lyra first pick not really paying off here for Hunters.
Yeah, and Lyra is the roam that I felt Queen has had the strongest performance on here at Worlds, but this glaive.
Oh, Mango, Afterburn after Afterburn, taking down Revenger X. That's another kill going to Phoenix Armada, as well as the first turret of the game. Hunters on the humongous deficit here. 11.2k gold in favor of Phoenix Armada to the 9.4 of Hunters. And there's the Bright Bulwark coming down from Queen, not wanting to get Afterburned yet again, but here comes Mango. Mango's looking for another kill. There's another Afterburn onto Queen, and wiped off the fold. That kill goes over to Druid this time with a Glimmer Shot.
Mango's glaive is just terrifying. We haven't seen a whole lot of glaive with huge results, but this one coming out from Mango, every single Afterburn seems to be finding a kill.
Definitely, and right now it looks like they might want to keep going for a dive potentially here onto Revenger X. Revenger X actually getting taken quite low by Druid with those basic attacks. He is sitting on that Sorrow Blade, so he hurts a lot right now, especially with Revenger X having no armor. But one thing I want to look at is Revenger X's items. He's sitting on pretty much just a heavy prism. That's all he has as far as damage is concerned, and a weapon blade.
Yeah, right now they're going to be trying to push Phoenix away. Willie is low, but you always have to be wary of that Afterburn from Mango. Mango's build, at one point, is Detention, but has a Crystal Bit, though, so could be going for a little bit of a hybrid type build on this glaive.
Imagining how well on-hit glaive would end up playing out there for Mango. That'd be very interesting to see if that actually works.
That's what he's going for. Picks up the Eclipse Prism and a little bit of cooldown. It's looking like an Aftershock. Mango is just going to be looking to absolutely delete people when he goes in with that Afterburn.
That'd be actually really entertaining to see if it actually ends up paying off here for Phoenix Armada. However, the early game has already been doing exactly that. We are going to be seeing Babala getting pressured by Mango and Willie. Here comes the one-shot, one-kill, connects onto Queen. Burst of Judgment comes down, and it's going to get dodged out by Mango, who Afterburns into Queen. Queen going to get taken down by Willie with a basic attack. Mango getting taken super low and is just barely able to stay alive. Forward barrage comes in from Revenger X onto Willie. Willie's tanking it up very nicely. Babala going to be forced to walk away from Druid. Going to be caught here between Druid and Mango. Gonna get taken down. That kill goes over to Mango. Revenger X gonna be trying to run away from Willie here. Suri strikes right over him. Is he gonna be able to get away? Force Rush comes out, and no, he's not. Gonna get taken down by Druid.
And that was such a smart fight from Phoenix. You watch that Afterburn. That was the key for me. Using the Afterburn to get out of the Verse of Judgment and knowing the entire time that it was going to be used on Queen. That was the plan all along for Mango and executed just flawlessly.
And look at the amount of damage just put down onto Queen with 2 basic attacks from Druid. The Gauntlet comes down and oh man, Babala getting caught with the Afterburn right into the Gauntlet wall. That's another kill going over to Phoenix Armada. 11 kills to 1 in their favor. The only kill that they gave up was the kill that Willie had against, or rather the kill that Babala had against Willie. And right now that turret is going to end up falling very quickly in favor of Phoenix Armada. Turret number 2 of the game thus far. And Queen and Revenger X really can't do anything to defend here.
7.5 minutes, second turret destroyed. Very similar to the pace of game number 1. I wouldn't be surprised if this is yet another sub 15-minute game for Phoenix Armada, because they are just absolutely dominant in this matchup against Hunters. I mean, they tried to pull out something that we haven't really seen with this double heal, but oh my, that was absolutely disgusting.
Oh, that
Waiting
was
for the
dirty.
one shot to hit, and the moment the one shot connected, an afterburn coming through. There's nothing you can do about that.
They do not want Babala to play Vainglory today. That's very unfortunate for Hunters. 12 kills to 1 in favor of Phoenix Armada right now. And this Druid is really showing why Kestrel is just so strong. And ooh, a very nice bright bulwark from Queen to stop Revenger X from getting that afterburn. Yet again, Druid actually eating a bit of damage there. That's going to be forcing the Fountain to be popped by Willie. Glimmer Shot comes out, connects onto Queen. Oh, nearly taking out Queen. Queen going to be forced to heal herself right back up, but Team Phoenix really putting on the pressure here against Hunters, and we see this third turret really being pressured down.
Yeah, this third turret is not going to be long for this world. Another fight could come out at any moment. Nice death from above just to force Phoenix back by a little bit of time, but those Glimmer Shots are still coming through. One shot, ooh, just going to thread the needle and not hit anyone on the side of Hunters, but the afterburn, that's going to work.
And Queen nearly getting taken down, able to heal herself right back up in time. Meanwhile, we are going to see the Gauntlet catching Queen yet again. There's the blood for blood, and he's going to get taken down by Druid. Queen going to be the first one to fall in this fight. And Mango right on top of Babala, going to actually fall to Hunter's jungler Babala there with that Adagio. So one kill actually being returned onto Hunters. Queen unfortunately getting caught there. She hasn't really been able to push forward on this Lyra all that much. She does have the Fountain, and she's starting to get a little bit of health under her in her pocket, but it's not doing enough to counteract the damage coming out of Phoenix Armada.
Yeah, once again, a little bit too aggressive off of that dive from Mango. That's the, we saw once in game 1 where he went a little bit too aggressive. Now it happened here in game 2 as well. But it's at a point where they're not going to lose anything for that. Yes, they gave up the kill, but there was nothing for Hunters to gain. There's nothing in the jungle for them to pick up. They're not going to be able to get the gold mine. They can't push the lane. All it does is buy them just a little bit more time. The game already is longer than game number 1 at this point, which is very bizarre to say at the 10-minute mark. However, Phoenix, they still have this game. It feels like their game to lose 100%. And, well, they're looking to close out another fight here, perhaps.
Yeah, they're not even really worrying too much about the minion miners or the gold miners all that much. They're just really just trying to put the pressure onto Hunters here. We do see a lot of Glimmer Shots coming down from Druid. Oh, the afterburn into a Glimmer Shot, taking down Queen yet again. One shot, one kill comes out, connects onto Revenger X. Now Phoenix Armada putting on the pressure, a couple of Glimmer Shots onto Babala. There's the afterburn. Reflex block comes out from Babala and able to stay alive just barely. Mango just going to be tanking up that turret for Willie so Willie doesn't end up falling here. But all 3 members of Phoenix Armada successfully getting 1 kill and walking out with all 3.
Yep, and now this turret is going to be going down. Another afterburn in. They're looking for this fight.
And the first of Judgment comes down. It's actually going to be Mango to fall here in favor of Hunters. Hunters now are able to push forward a little bit here. The members of Team Phoenix are fairly low. I mean, Willie's sitting about half, and Druid able to get the tree in, so healing up to full. Going to be trying to recall here to safety, but it looks like, doesn't really look like Hunter's really going to try pushing for any further aggression here. They just want to focus on the lane.
It's kind of funny to think about, like, that play kind of looked like it was almost in favor of Hunters, but normally that's something we're just like, oh, that's absolutely worth it. 1 kill for a turret. But we expect almost so much more from Phoenix that it almost feels like it was a mistake because they lost a member in that fight. But that is still absolutely a trade 100% worthwhile for Phoenix Armada to get that tier 3 turret down and only lose out your jungler in return. But they're just so good that you almost expected them to not lose anyone on that dive.
I feel like they're going to be trying to go for something a little bit cleaner here, especially now that that tier 3 is down. They're not really going to be trying to dive both Vein Crystal turrets, and I don't anticipate that they would want to anyway. So right now, Phoenix Armada just kind of posturing themselves, waiting inside that brush, looking for the opportunity to go in, possibly onto Queen yet again to stop that Bright Bulwark from being a nuisance for Mango. And we are going to be seeing a bit of damage going down onto Revenger X. Glimmer Shots landing onto Queen, taken down to below half. And it's going to be Phoenix Armada applying a lot of pressure here inside the base of Hunters.
Yeah, this is where Hunters really need to make a grand last stand underneath these double turrets, but can they do it against Druid and these Glimmer Shots
Mango looking for an opportunity.
Here we go. One shot, one kill comes out, connects onto Queen. Death from above lands onto Mango and to Willie. Revenger X trying to return some damage, but here comes the rest of Team Phoenix. Queen going to be taken off the fold. That kill goes over to Druid with those basic attacks. And now they're focusing their attention onto Revenger X. Revenger X caught in the afterburn. Double kill going over to Druid, looking for the triple. Is he going to find it onto Babala? Couple of basic attacks comes out. He is going to get the triple. He's kind of a big deal. Gets the ace in favor of Phoenix Armada. 9-0-6 for Phoenix Armada's Druid. They're going to go ahead and close this game out in game number 2. And actually, Queen is up now, but both of these turrets are going to end up falling.
Yeah, and Druid being kind of a big deal might be the understatement of Worlds right now, as they are going to be looking for these kills and trying to close out the game. All of Hunters is here, though.
And it looks like they actually are going to be able to take down Druid. Babala able to secure that kill. However, Druid able to get the kill onto Revenger X in return. Willie just going to be sticking around, being really annoying for Hunters here on this Arden. He's just like, oh, hey, I'm still here.
Yeah, just buying time, really knows that he's going to be going down. This is so long to take down Willie when he's not even doing anything. That's the lead that Phoenix Armada have. I mean, there are some things that I've really liked from Hunters strategy-wise that they've been doing in this game, but unfortunately Phoenix Armada is just too strong mechanically and has too large of a lead. One of those things was the minion candies. We saw for the past like 5 to 6 minutes, Hunters have actually been consistently buying minion candies, especially while they still had that tier 3 turret up. They were constantly buying minion candies just to slow down the assault from Phoenix Armada. I really love that strategy. It's just, unfortunately, again, the lead was too large for Phoenix by that point that it wasn't able to work out. But they have been able to stall out this game at least a little bit. But with no turrets left, you got to figure it's just a matter of time now before Phoenix Armada are able to close this game out.
I will give credit to Hunters here with this. It's already almost at the 15-minute mark, 30 more seconds, and Kraken is actually going to be available to take.
Oh, boy.
Oh, we're going to be seeing the afterburn. It's going to not connect onto anybody, but wow, a lot of damage going down from Mango onto Revenger X. The Gauntlet gets thrown down. Queen going to get focused on, takes the Arcane Passage out. Babala going to get afterburn into the wall, gets taken down by Druid, and now Revenger X trying to get some damage returned. It's going to be Druid picking up the double kill onto Queen. Make that another ace going over to Phoenix Armada. Willie going to be cleaning up that kill onto Revenger X, and now they're looking to end the game. But like I mentioned before, Hunters actually took Phoenix Armada to 15 minutes. Not a lot of teams have done that today, or yesterday.
Well, today no team has done that until just now because this is only the second game. But yeah, I mean, Phoenix Armada, these 15-minute games, 10 minutes yesterday or earlier, the quickest game of Worlds. They are absolutely dominant and will be the first team into the semifinals.
And right now, Phoenix Armada has a lot of credit to Druid and Mango, but I have to honestly look at Willie with that Arden play that he had at the beginning of the game in the lane. The amount of pressure he was putting down was enormous.
Yeah, I definitely think Druid deserves the MVP of this series, but Willie really enabled Druid to make those plays out. Again, using the Arden to hit the minions, allow Druid to get faster farm. That's something we just don't see in any level of competitive play. It's something that Phoenix Armada are bringing to the table here, and that's why they are such a good team.
And also, again, credit to Hunters. They were able to take Phoenix Armada to 15 minutes, and that second game actually looked like they had some sort of semblance of life to them. And with that, it's going to really be interesting for them going forward past Worlds, how well they're going to improve. What are they going to do? What are they going to take from Worlds as far as strategy is concerned to elevate their own play? So Right now, we're going to go ahead, throw it over to our analyst desk, Scoundrel, Fuji, Sona. Let's look at this 2-0 series between Phoenix Armada and Hunters.
Well, Hunters definitely were the underdogs, but Phoenix Armada made it look like they were permanently put in the kennel. That was an incredibly good series from them. And the one thing that I think I really wanted to note was Druid at 185 CS at 14 minutes into the game, more than both Babala and Revenger X put together, kind of epitomizes what Druid is just so good at.
Yeah, I mean, we got a little bit of insight to some of Phoenix's strategy here with the specific composition they're using. Like, Glaive is going a pretty inexpensive build, doing the tension bow, doing the aftershock, mainly just going for a little defense, boots, actives to be able to go back in with travel and beyond. But we see, like, early game, like, the Glaive mechanics, like, this is kind of a pretty big highlight of this game, right? We see the ability for him to use Afterburn and do instantaneous knockbacks in the direction they actually want their opponent is pretty impressive. And not just always going for the carry, just going for the lowest hanging fruit and doing it so efficiently. It's it's really something to see, and teams studying this are going to see quite a lot because of these offsetter rotations, the glaive going up to gank, buying cheaper items. Most of that farm can go over to Druid.
I think it's epitomized on that Lyra gank in the lane, level 2, when Queen was, just instantaneously knocked into the 3 men, waiting to just pounce, and take her out in the early game. It was just insane. They were basically there. They had the 3 heroes. They were just waiting to just destroy anybody that they were basically able to set up with Mango. I mean, it reminds me of almost like Colin Meek. Back when Colin Meek was on his absolute top form, he would make these kind of instantaneous glaive plays, but then you take the decision-making of a Korean team and apply that, and you've constantly got this insane level mechanics and insane level decision-making, and just the snowball effect is insane.
The coordination in the team fights is absolutely beautiful. Like, I think if you want to draw attention to one specific play, it's the one-shot, one-kill into Afterburn, because it's done to the absolute millisecond. There's no way, like, if you reflex block the one-shot, one-kill, the Afterburn comes in, knocks you back, you're dead anyway. If you don't reflex block the first one, you're going to get hit by the Afterburn because there's such a short period of time before you can actually stop you getting knocked all the way back. And it is absolutely, like, frame perfect. If that was a different game where you have like these single frame mechanics, that would be the world champions right there, and perhaps they will be the world champions in Vainglory as well.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see like how the pressure, this glaive pick, changes the kind of side game for the build paths coming out of Hunters as well. Like, we saw Skye, she had a heavy crystal and a reflex block. That's not typical of Skye builds to do this so early. You're building, like, they're forcing reflex blocks so early in the game to keep themselves from dying to these afterburns, to where now Phoenix can continue putting their lead into offensive items, so you're continuing just to grow and grow and grow that advantage.
And this is the funny thing, actually, because they are able to apply so much pressure early on that they are never needed to go down that defensive item route. They can always just continue to apply all of their gold to an offensive item path, which allows them then to punish the fact that they aren't going to get responded in terms of damage. It's just insane play, and it's sort of a way they're able to capitalize and snowball. Like they said in their interviews, their favorite way to win a game is just by snowballing. They snowball off those early leads. It's the Korean teams in a nutshell. Got an interview on stage, though, ladies and gentlemen. Playoff Beard is there with Druid from Phoenix Armada to talk about their win in this quarterfinal.
Thank you very much, Scoundrel. I am here with the man of the hour, the one that many consider the greatest Vainglory player in the world. It's Druid from Phoenix Armada. Thank you for taking a few minutes with me. First question, it's a simple question, but maybe a complicated answer. What makes your team so dominant?
첫 번째 질문은 아주 간단한 건데요. 피닉스 아르마다가 무슨 이유로 이렇게 강합니까? 셉니까?
일단은 제가 망고 선수랑 1년 동안 호흡을 맞춰서 망고 선수랑 저랑 호흡이 굉장히 잘 맞아서 그런 것 같고요. 그 다음에 이제 잘하는 윌리 선수가 들어와서 저희가 더욱더 강력해진 것 같습니다.
First of all, I've been working with Mango, and we work together really well. It's been a whole year that I've been working with him, and that makes it very strong for our team. And secondly, Willie joined our team, and he's just incredible, and that makes our team very good.
How does it feel to get a double, triple kill in the World Championships?
이 월드 챔피언십에서 트리플 킬을 2번이나 연속으로 하셨는데 기분이 어떠십니까?
일단 기분은 굉장히 좋고요. 제 생각에는 캐스트럴이 OP여서 가능했던 것 같아요. 그래서 캐스트럴을 만들어주신 그 개발자님께 정말 감사하다는 말씀 드리고 싶습니다.
I know I heard Kestrel OP in there somewhere.
Yeah. First of all, I feel really great about this. And then I want to thank you for the creator of the Kestrel, because I was able to overpower OP Kestrel.
I think that was Ciderhelm. Someone will have to check me on that. So I'm also curious, is there any other team in this tournament that you are at all concerned about, that you at all fear facing in this championship?
이 챔피언십에서 이제 앞으로 좀 걱정되는 팀 있으세요? 이 전체적으로?
TSM?
It's TSM.
Okay. So the way things are tracking right now, if TSM kept winning, if Phoenix Armada kept winning, that would be our grand finals, but a lot of Vainglory to be played before we know if that will be the case. Thank you so much. Druid, we'll send it back upstairs.
Thank you very, very much, Playoff Beard and Druid on stage. Very humble interview. Obviously, Kesha he hit that nail on the head. I'm sure Zekent will be happy with all the buffs that he's given her over the last few months. Let's have a look at the bracket, though, because we have now obviously had our first result of the day, so we can update you as to where this is going to look visually. Obviously, we would see where Phoenix Armada are going to be placed, who they could be playing against, and they will be playing against the winners of Gangstars, Sirius, and Hack. So that will be USA versus Korea in this next quarterfinal match. Then in the bottom side of the bracket, we're going to have TSM versus Infamous Legion from Southeast Asia, obviously TSM representing NA. And then finally, Hammers Velocity, another North American team, playing up against Detonation Gaming, the team that knocked out Team Secret yesterday from Japan, and they will be playing them in the final quarterfinal of the day.
Still so many good games left.
So many good games. I'm actually switching over to the caster desk for the next series, and I am incredibly excited to watch Gangstar Sirius play up against Hack. It is going to be incredible. Just amazing.
We've got a surprise for the analyst desk. We're bringing in a special guest to replace Sona for that series.
Budget Zekan?
It's budget. It's double budget Zekan, but then you upgrade them to first class. That's what we've got. Anyway, we want to just keep talking about these games coming up because we've done a lot of that Phoenix Armada Hunters game. I feel like there's only so much analysis you can put into that game. Phoenix Armada just mechanically were probably better on every level, able to pressure very early on here. And, you know, Hunters were the underdogs. We can't stress that enough. It would have been a big upset had they even taken just one game of Phoenix Armada. The 2-0 was exactly what most people were expecting. Now, next series, the one that we will be coming up with is Gangstars Sirius versus Hack. A lot of mixed opinions about who is the stronger in this matchup, who's going to come away with it. And I think those mixed opinions boil into something that's going to create a really good quarterfinal. You guys, I want to ask you where you stand on this. You know, who you think's probably going to take away this quarterfinals. Let's say they're all playing on even keels.
Even keels. Well, I don't know. Like, I don't necessarily think all teams would be quite even because the mentality coming into this is pretty ambiguous. Like, you just don't know where these teams are sitting. I would have said in the past that I think Gangstar Sirius would move beyond Hack in this quarterfinal stage. But after watching some of Sirius's games yesterday and seeing a little bit of struggle in the draft, a little bit of struggle actually coming together against Avalanche, which arguably is one of the weaker opponents in the tournament, I don't know if it's this confident anymore. I feel like Hack, the mechanics, the ability for these guys to stay happy, something that was mentioned earlier about the welfare of the Armada team, Hack also does this as well. They stay lighthearted. They stay in it to win it. They're happy to just be here on the stage. And if something goes wrong, they're less likely to fall off in the game.
Just to play devil's advocate here, in Infamous Legion versus Gangstar Sirius that was played off game, that was a 2-0 to Gangstar Sirius, but the second game was a perfect game. No deaths, no turrets lost. It was a sweep. So that's just to play devil's advocate here, because there is maybe an element of competition that we didn't see on stage that Gangstar Sirius can bring to the table.
I think there's a difference when you compare the two groups as well, though, because Hack came out of a very difficult group. They only went 2-2, so if you look at just pure record, you have to say Sirius are going to take it. But I think Hack will come out of yesterday and actually perhaps learn a little bit more than Sirius will from their performance on the first day. And as you said, the team fight is really the crux of the conflict here. If Gangstar Sirius played the team fight like they did against Snow, they're just going to lose because they don't have the coordination they need. Now, I have picked Sirius because I think they'll buck up their ideas and they'll buck up their trends, but I think it's going to be all the way to the third game of the best of three.
It's definitely going to be an incredibly closely fought series. Now, I want to get some of your opinions on that team fighting. I mean, I actually think towards the end of their games with Snow, their team fighting became very solid, but it took that time for them to get that cohesion there. There was some early team fights which went a little bit haphazardly, which let Snow into the game, which they eventually managed to shut out. Are they going to be allowed that amount of time versus Hack? Are Hack going to give them the space that Snow gave them?
I don't think so. I mean, like, yes, they started team fighting better when we were looking at Sirius's gameplay, and that was an impressive change in mental state after being so behind in Game 1 against Avalanche. But it was kind of led by a big mistake from Avalanche in terms of an early engage without the entire team being there. We saw like an amazing gauntlet dropped by Rec, and that one specific situation turned the entire game back on its head. Avalanche couldn't really find their footing after that, and Sirius closed out the game. So I think the positive thing for Gangstars looking at that is even if they are coming from behind, they showed some fortitude in their mentality. Their emotions didn't get the best of them, so they were able to actually come back and close the game out. Other than that, though, they can't let the same early mid-game happen with Hack, because Hack is not traditionally the type of team that's just going to throw the lead away.
I think as well, bringing up emotions is incredibly important for Sirius specifically. Old School is known to be a very emotional player. He is known when he falls behind to continue to lose that lane, and if you can get early aggression, which is exactly what Hack want to do in that lane, pick a Flicker, pick a Lyra, you can force Old School into situations he will not be comfortable with.
I think also let's look at Hack. We talked a lot about Sirius here, but we should mention Hack themselves. They came in as the wildcard team. I mean, the wildcard team are the second seed team from Korea, by the way. The Hack are the team that, you know, have managed to beat Phoenix Armada in the past, did end up losing to them in the finals of VIPL as well. So, you know, they're not a team that really should be looked at as probably underdogs in any situation. But a lot of people knew they were strong, but weren't quite rating them on the level that Phoenix Armada were, for instance. And arguably, they aren't at that level. But I think after their performances in their group, you could turn around and say, actually, the Hack are a real force to contend with here. And I think that's put a lot of people, not pulled a complete surprise on them, but they've definitely been moderately surprised by what Hack has brought to this tournament.
I do think of most of the teams here, Gangstars as an organization is one of the orgs that is respecting Hack the most because of the history they've had with this team, because it is the same 3 players from VIPL 3 that they went up against. So they understand that these guys may not be the most popular name on the block, but they perform when it matters. And one of the worst mistakes you can make as a competitive player is not thinking the person across the table from you is just as capable of taking you down as you are them. And that kind of hubris will get Gangstars in a bad spot. Thankfully, it doesn't seem like they have it against this team.
No. I think as well, you have to remember Hack do commonly scrim and commonly play against Phoenix Armada. You know, they are the team that have been consistently second in Korea, consistently incredibly strong. And if you are Gangstar Sirius, as you say, you have to respect that, because otherwise you're going to fall into many, many pitfalls that Hack will lay out for you.
Absolutely, but Gangstar Sirius, like Fuji said, have played and will respect Hack from that VIPL Season 3. So I think this is going to be a really good series. We're going to cut to a short break so we can swap over our analyst desk, get the potentially better analyst on the table, and Sona can get over to the casting desk. We'll be back with you in a very short amount of time.
It's covering something up, then potentially you can, lower the size. There's a number of things you can do with customization. But from now on, Twitch Weekly will have captions. We also announced that TwitchCon and the Kappa Theater are going to have captions as well. And there's a ton more information.
Welcome back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Vainglory World Championships. I'm Excalibur, I'm joined by Fuji, and we have Iraqi Zoro from Gangstars Cerberus replacing Sona on the desk. Give us some insight into the Gangstars mentality and the Gangstars team, as well as, I guess, Fuji in some way, going forward in this quarterfinal between Gangstars Sirius and Hack. That is the next one that we've got on the table. It's going to be explosive. Both of these teams, when performing at their absolute best, could take on the world. And I think there's lots of things to talk about going forward from here. But of course, the big question is, can Gangstars Sirius do it? Can Gangstars Sirius knock Hack out? Because Hack have surprised a lot of people with the kind of level of competition that they've brought to the table, as well as Gangstars Sirius have performed at a very high level coming into this.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, if a team is going to be able to take out Hack, Gangstars Sirius is one of those teams. In fact, even for the brackets challenge, I have Gangstars Sirius moving past this stage. So I definitely think these guys have what it takes, but it's a whole new day. We'll have to see.
And Iraqi Zoro, you'll have some inside, mentality about how Gangstars will be working this. Would they have gone home last night? Would they have said, well, we know that Hack are a tough team. We're going to do a lot of research here. We're going to make sure that we're fully prepared.
That's exactly what they did. Once they knew that they're going to be facing Hack, they were actually a little bit respecting them enough to give them the respect that they need. So they prepared enough. I think they're coming into this match. They have their strategies. They have their drafts ready, and I think they're going to pull it off. I think this is, as he said, this is one of the teams that is able to actually take games off of Hack.
Yeah, I mean, I think it speaks for itself, that Gangstars Sirius, they really performed at a massive level yesterday, even against something like Infamous Legion. Infamous Legion are not a poor team by any stretch of the imagination. The best in the Southeast Asia region. They looked crazy good coming into this, and Gangstars Sirius 2-0 them in a perfect game. I mean, this is a team from North America who can compete with the absolute best of them when given the right situation. I mean, Old School speaks for himself. He's one of the best laners in the world on his day. And now they're going up against Hack, who, they're a team that can take games off Phoenix Armada, and taking games off Phoenix Armada looks like a win in itself during this tournament. And I think this is going to be one of the most closely fought games that we will see all through Worlds. Now, moving on, we're going to look at the Gangstars Sirius lineup here. Obviously, you guys from North America will know them well. Old School, Status, and Wrecked. This is a team that came together and seem to have gelled really well. And Fuji and Iraqi, you guys will know a lot about these guys. Have they sort of performed the best iteration of Sirius you think you'll see?
Not quite yet. I think they still have more potential to show. I think actually yesterday when they played against Avalanche and Infamous, the series against Infamous, you could see their full potential. That's the series where they were trying really hard. After they won against Infamous 2-0, I think they relaxed a little bit more. They went into the match against Avalanche not as focused, and I think that's why we saw them struggle a little bit in the team fight specifically. So I think this team still has more potential to show, and I think they're probably going to be able to do it here today.
Yeah, 2/3 of this team has really deep history, right? Like, we're talking about Old School and Wreck. These guys have been playing together since spring of 2015, on and off on different teams. They come back together again, forming with Status, one of the best junglers in North America. So you've got guys that are almost like brothers at this point, going on blind with one of these other players that are just so skilled. It's a lot these guys can accomplish.
You're just seeing on your screens a replay here. This is when Wrecked performed that amazing gauntlet, basically sealed the game for them against No Avalanche. It was a very closely fought set of games for these guys. And we're speaking of Old School, we have him as our player to watch. So, I think if we're going to name one player from North America who has been the player to watch most times throughout Vainglory competitive history, Old School has been that guy. Obviously, Celeste, his signature hero. When he gets the opportunity to play her, he'll play her incredibly well. But Old School has so much history in Vainglory competitive. He's been double Vainglorious Gold. I think he was the first player in the world to achieve that. He's been across multiple regions. He's played in the VIPL, and they respect him over there. Huge amounts. I mean, he's one of probably the most famous and sort of, I guess, long-standing North American professional players.
Yes, and Druid is someone that actually has said that he respects Old School as another laner. So these guys actually have a little like cross-continent camaraderie, if you will. So these guys connect a little. They talk about strategies and metas even when they're not in the same location, which is pretty awesome to see. So that type of respect is always really good, but he is the player to watch simply because he can be the best person on the stage in that moment, or he can also struggle just as much, so you never quite know where he's going to land.
It's true. I mean, his competitive history goes all the way back to the Vainglory Worlds Invitational, and he's been very consistent since the beginnings of his competitive history. I think actually one way for Hack is going to be to beat Sirius is going to be to pressure Old School, get him off of his game, because if they find ways to make him feel uncomfortable, he starts playing more safe. He starts not doing the things that he usually does, and that's one way to get to Sirius and make them play off of their game.
It's funny that you say that, because Infamous Legion, when we talked to them, I can say this now because they're not probably going to play them, but they said that one of their main strategies would be to pressure Old School. Yeah. And it didn't work, you know, it didn't happen. But speaking of Gangstar's Sirius, I want you to give a big warm welcome to them as they come onto the stage, your North American competitors here in this quarterfinal. It's Gangstar's Sirius. And there we are, Gangstar's Sirius, your first competitors in this quarterfinal match. But where would they be without their competition? It is the wildcard team in this world, and it feels very weird saying that Hack are our wildcard team, because they technically are our second seed from Korea. Not a lot was particularly said about them, and when we were building up the Eastern Asian region, we were talking a lot about Detonation, we were talking a lot about Phoenix Armada. We kind of left Hack on the sidelines a bit, but they've come out, they went 1-1 versus TSM. The team that every Eastern Asian team said that they feared the most, Hack took them to a 1-1 draw, which was, I think, against what everyone else was predicting. This is a team that we really need to pay attention to. We'll have a look at their roster on the screen in just a second. I Love Youngju, Senseplay, and Dada, they're kind of understated, but understated in a way that you always respect them in the sort of the way that they can play in the game.
Yeah, I mean, these guys, they're skilled. I mean, it doesn't get much simpler than that. Like, their mechanics, their decision-making, they're good at Vainglory. So when they come to a live stage, the thing that tends to happen with Hack is because you don't hear as much about them, they surprise people. They come out with some drafts that are a little bit unique or finely tuned to your team because you haven't done research on them in reverse. But I don't think Gangstars has failed to do that this time. It sounds like you guys have been preparing and focusing on getting those drafts settled.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday we faced Hack as servers, so Sirius have all the information they need on Hack going into this series. And if they're going to want to win this game, they're probably going to have to do one of two things. They either play standard comps and they try to get to the team fighting stages, win the game there, because Sirius has showed very skilled team fighting mechanics yesterday, or they just get a comp where they can actually win the lane pressure, get Hack off of their game. Because Hack, I think for them, the way to win is going to be, as I said, get the lane pressure going, get Old School off of his game. So if Sirius pulls a comp where they can't allow, or they don't allow Hack to do that, they can get Hack off of their game.
Let's have a quick look at the roster, ladies and gentlemen. And I want to know, because you played them yesterday, Arakizora, you have the most information about anybody here on the desk about how Hack plays. Who is the danger man, or is it just the whole team?
It was the team synergy going up against him, if I'm being honest. I love Youngju, though. His glaive yesterday when he played it against us was incredibly strong. He played almost, I want to say, as good as Mango did just now. His lane pressure is very impressive with the afterburns. He's going to come at you from different angles. He's going to hit the right angles with you, and he's going to knock you back into his team, and you're probably going to die. So I think for Old School, he's going to have to be really careful about that if they do get the glaive. He's a very talented player. I think the team synergy too going up against him, as I said, is one strength that they really are, something that they really excel at.
Exactly, and player to watch will be Dada, by the way. We have Old School as the player to watch from Sirius. We have to respond with the laner coming out from Hack here. Dada, signature hero Kestrel. I feel like everyone's signature hero is Kestrel at this current moment in time. How is Dada going to perform on a one-to-one basis with Old School, do you think? You think he'll be able to pressure him solo, or is he going to have to require the pressure coming out from the jungle from Hack?
I don't necessarily think it's a requirement to do 1v1 pressure, but teams just prefer it. You tend to overextend if you're trying to do a lot of things by yourself. But to be honest, in the current meta, you don't really have a lot of opportunity to be alone in the lane. Like, there's literally always someone there right now, especially coming from the East Asian region. You can just expect it. So I think it allows Dada to maybe relax a little bit, which is something Sirius could potentially abuse because they know their team's always going to be rotating up, helping him out. Maybe Dada's not used to being picked on a little bit. Maybe he's always used to being kind of on the forefront. So it is something that Sirius can take into account.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, your competitors from Korea, the wild card but second seed from Korea, please welcome to stage Hack. They've proven themselves to be very, very tough competitors here. Obviously, Iraqi was on the receiving end of that, and TSM, taking a game off them was huge. They come through as the second seed from their groups, going up against the first seed from their groups, which was Gangstar's Sirius. And we've talked so much about this match. It is going to be explosive. Draft phase is where it all starts, gentlemen, though. What are we expected to see? We've seen some interesting drafts from both of these teams so far. Where is the prioritization going to come from?
I mean, I definitely think, Kestrel obviously is going to be a priority for these teams. Blackfeather is kind of a secondary priority in terms of where Hack likes to shift some of their focus, depending on if mage compositions come online from Sirius. But Lyra, it's just the standard stuff. Like, the meta has pretty much been set at this point. The teams can feel what's strong. They know what's strong. Koshka's kind of slipped in through the early days, so it'd be interesting to see if either one of these teams have adaptations of that in their scrims and practices. But a lot to consider for Hack. I think they're just going to pick what they feel comfortable with, though. I'm not necessarily sure Hack is going to try to pinpoint one of the picks from Sirius.
I'm actually pretty interested to see if they're gonna pick up Flicker or not, like they did yesterday, because they showed that they can put a lot of pressure with that pick. As we said, I think the strategy for Hack going into this game is going to be to put a lot of pressure on the lane or the jungle. Whether they're stronger in the jungle or the lane, we're going to find out through the draft. But they're going to have to put on the pressure. They can't let Sirius scale up to the team fighting stage, because I do think that Team Sirius is going to excel higher at the team fighting stage. I'm actually also thinking that they're probably going to need to get something surprising in the draft. If they're not going to pick up Flicker, if they're not going to get the Celeste for Dada and lane to have the longer range, have the stronger lane matchup, they're going to need to pull something off that they didn't show yet to surprise Sirius a little bit.
You think Sirius are just that well prepared that anything that isn't normal is basically,
I do think so. I mean, Hack is a very good team. They're the second seed coming from Korea, like we just said. I just think Sirius are playing so good right now. They're so on their A game. They're probably going to be able to pull out this game.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are into the draft phase of Gangstar's Sirius versus Hack. It's USA versus Korea. And Kestrel already off the table here for Gangstar's Sirius. That's their first ban. And Hack are going to ban the Adagio.
Yeah, get rid of the Adagio. We've seen a lot of North American teams, especially running Adagio in Rome, partnering it with Koshka. It's been quite a lot of damage and something maybe Hack doesn't want to deal with pressure-wise. Lyra coming through his first pick for Sirius, it is a strong power pick for them to be able to potentially flex.
I think the Adagio is actually targeted at Old School because that's the pick he showed yesterday. So I think they want to take him or take that pick away from him so that he's not as comfortable on.
Yeah, we know Rect's amazing at Lyra, though. I mean, he gets that instantaneously locked in. I mean, Rect is good on pretty much everything, but he picks up the Lyra. That's a great start for him. The response from Hack is going to be the Lance and the Sky, however. Interesting first phase of the draft for them. Fuji, Iraqi, what are your thoughts? Where do Gangstars respond given this?
I think Rect is going to perform on Lyra incredibly. It's one of the picks that he's been preparing for a very long time. He feels very comfortable on it. He can apply very heavy lane pressure. Something I'm actually interested, I want to see if he's going to pick up a Storm Guard on that Lyra, if he's going to go Storm Crown, because I feel like, I know that that's a strategy they have prepared. So let's see if they're going to do it here. The Sky coming out of Hack, I think that's going to be easily abusable with the Lyra. Sky doesn't have a very strong early game laning phase, so we'll see what type of pressure they're able to put on the lane.
And we get the Glaive and the Samuel locked in, which means it's likely going to be Samuel going into the lane here, and Glaive for Status in the jungle. We know Status is a great Glaive player. This seems like a nice solid draft coming out from Sirius. And Hack are looking to respond in their final phase. Where do you think this is going to go, Fuji? They're hovering Saw.
They are hovering Saw. I mean, it is a potential pick, but they're not going to go with it. So Gwen coming through is actually an interesting completion for them because she is able to do a lot of zone control. I love Youngju on the Sky in the jungle. This is one of his priority pick heroes, so very comfortable for him. Raki already said it, though. He's going to have to do a lot of work around the Bright Bulwark, but it seems like Hack actually went with a little bit of a safer play comp. A little surprised. I thought maybe they'd go for some more risky picks.
So we've got Sky and Gwen here for Hack. Are we thinking that's going to be Weapon Power Sky and CP Gwen, given that there's two ranged on Gangstar Sirius?
I'd say the opposite. I'd say it's like Gwen Weapon Power in lane and CP Jungle Sky.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you need to have that Weapon Power priority in lane because obviously you just have no early game whatsoever if you're going down the CP Gwen route. We're going to go over to our casters, however, it's going to be Sona and Forecourt Jester.
Thank you very much, guys, on the analyst desk. I'm not quite sure why Xcander was surprised that I was here.
Two in a row.
Yes,
First he called me AJ, then he just forgot my name.
Well,
I'm just going down the ladder at this point.
We are going to get right onto the Halcyon Fold. It's Gangstar Sirius up against Hack to take us into our second quarterfinal of the day. North America versus Korea forecourt. This is going to be electric.
Now, we did talk to all the teams, and Hack, they were very, very excited that at the very end of all this, they could be talking and playing against TSM. But they're going to have to get through Gangstar Sirius if they want to do that.
That they are already trying to put some pressure on here. Yeongju and Senseplay stepping into that jungle. Rekt did get the Treant, so he will be able to back away, gets himself a bit of health as well. And Dada coming down as well. So Hack looking to put the early pressure into the Sirius jungle.
Yeah, but they're not really going to get too much out of it. They're going to keep Rekt and Status just kind of roaming at this point. But remember, they've left the lane already. How far did that get pushed up? How much are they going to be sacrificing for whatever they got out of this?
Right, I mean, Dada was able to push up the lane. Gwen with the box shot Bonanza can push that lane pretty quickly anyway, so isn't actually going to lose too much farm up there. One sort of pick here I really want to focus on is that laning phase. Samuel into Gwen. Looks like it's going to be a weapon power Gwen. How do you feel that matchup really goes forecourt?
Well, by the end of it, I mean, it's boomsticks, it's auto attacks, and then that's good out of it. It can be really hard to just shut her down. So if she has a really good early game, could be a nice snowball.
Good impale onto Rekt. Githian wall into that little bush as well, but won't be able to chase him out. Once again, Hack taking the two-man squad into the Sirius jungle, trying to force them back. And actually, Rekt stole away the Treant there, so Sirius consolidating a little bit on that gold. Hack are not done yet.
Yeah, they're really trying to use this lance, but they're going to go 0 for 2 on the Treants, maybe even lose a life here.
Yeah, Old School's coming down. Yeongju now knocked into the wall. Status looking for the kill. Senseplay's left his Sky for dead. And Gangstar Sirius take first blood.
Hack's early aggression does not get any of the steals, only got one of that back, lost out the life. It's not the end of the world. Even Old School now putting a lot of pressure here up against Data, but he knew that Senseplay was going to be around with that Githian wall. There's just no follow-up here from Data, so Old School will at least survive for now. But Senseplay, I feel like a lot of this early pressure is going to just be revolving about where he goes.
Yeah, a lot of it as well is if you're going to impale onto a camp, you have to steal it, especially if it's a Treant, because otherwise you put yourself in an awful situation. And we saw Hack getting caught out, and immediately Sirius say, whatever you can do, we can do better. We're going to get right on into your jungle and steal away your backs.
It will be Data with the weapon confirmed because we got I Love Yeongju. He's now going to go into the double crystal bit. So the double weapon just to help out early farm. Now with the double crystal, and just like what the analyst said, you're going to need that last hit potential. You're going to need to try to scale this mid to late game, at least for this Gwen. They got to survive the Gang Squad's crew.
There is the Gang Squad. Dada's dead. Sirius take their second blood, and there was just no escape. Status showing up on this glaive.
And that's what they should be doing. Rinse, repeat. You got that glaive. Make the plays into the lane. Just go off and evade as well. You got Rekt, right? The babysitter's going to be real. The pushback potential.
Oh, what a steal by Rekt! That Imperial Sigil was absolutely perfect.
And again, they're just kind of doing what they love at this point.
That they are. And Status once again just invading the enemy jungle. Gangstar Sirius here have kind of said, look, whatever you can do, we can do better. We're not going to adapt too much to this world's meta, which is putting so many people into the lane. And they're putting the pressure on time and time again. Even Rekt is getting in on the action.
1v1 up against Data. Well, this is going down to the jungle. Like, Hack is split everywhere here.
That they are. The poke coming out from Sirius is strong. Rekt has been caught up. Imperial Sigil, but here comes Status, and he will take himself another kill. And a second as well. Gangstar Sirius 5-0 up. Only 4 minutes in. They're looking for their 6th kill. Yeongju's going to try and dodge his way around. Does get the lock on, but Status is locked onto his target after burn up in just 2 seconds. He'll be looking for this one. Yeongju takes a bit more poke once again, and this will be him falling to Old School.
Doesn't get the train again, no regen, and well, he did his job though, right? He took them all the way back to their side of the fold. There's nothing pushing at this point. We had the respawn, so there's no ace, but it's not looking good for Hack for this early game, and NA have really been pushing that early game. I mean, Hunters yesterday, Velocity, ace after ace after ace. Now here, Gangstars, they showed up yesterday, they're showing up now.
It's something I really like actually about NA just as a region. You've adapted to the meta of Worlds, which is this sort of 3v3 in lane, but you've kept your core belief, which is early aggression. We get into the enemy jungle, we put a lot of pressure down, we get these early glaives, getting in with the afterburns, getting those early kills, and it means that you don't see them falling into the pitfalls that other teams won't because they're more used to the 3v3 meta in the lane.
Yeah, but at the same time, Hack, they also told us in their interviews that they really did used to be a really nice early aggression, but they've been recently transitioning more to late game. So this early on, I wouldn't expect them to be really too shaken. 6-0 looks great on paper, but how far exactly have we gotten? There's not really a lot of damage on the turret. I'm not entirely too sure, but I'm betting there's only about 1,000, maybe 1,500 gold between them. It's all still comebackable, and again, Hunters and Red Cannons, it's very similar to situation. Hunters yesterday up against South America dropped a lot of kills. They still came back to win with something like a 7-kill difference. It's not about the kills, it's about what you can do with them.
And we saw the same in the Snow versus Infamous Legion second game as well. That was a 25-minute game where Infamous Legion were miles behind. They actually took the CP Gwen in that game, which is what won it for them. But here it is going to be Crystal Power Sky, it's going to be Weapon Power Gwen. How well do you feel those scale into this composition from Sirius?
Well, the Sky should definitely scale very well there into the late game. As long as she doesn't fall too far behind, you get 2 items by that first Kraken. That's basically the basis that you need from there. And the kiting potential is going to be pretty much needed. Like, there's going to be a Samuel jumping into your face. You're going to have that glaive there as well, Afterburn with the repositioning. Also, as long as we can use the lance, you nail down somebody, you got the Death from Above to stop some of that aggression, to follow through. You got the forward barrages kiting backwards. And that, as long as they focus a lot on the Sky, I mean, there's a lot of tools for that. And it's going to be similar to, at least I feel, for the Weapon Gwen, as long as she doesn't get that far behind, as long as she keeps showing up to lane, gets those last hits, even if you lose a turret or two, just stay within 20 CS or so, and I think that the late game will start kicking in eventually. But they have to get to it.
Eventually is a long, long way away.
15 to 20 minutes, you can start seeing some turnaround if the game goes that long. We've already seen sub-15-minute games today from Korea.
We've seen sub-10-minute games today from Korea.
That's scary to say at Worlds, man.
It's
like,
incredibly
these are the best
scary
of
to
the
say.
best in 10 minutes. Like, Armada's just absolutely in their own class at this point. But
on
Hack
another
is
level,
not that far behind.
Nor are Sirius at the moment. Like, you have to give them credit. They've played this early game incredibly well. They've used that glaive incredibly effectively. And also the poke from Samuel is pushing that Gwen back behind her turret time and time again in lane.
Yeah, just so far, everything seems to be going the way of Sirius, and they are just about 1.2, 1.3k ahead. So again, not the biggest mountain to climb here from Hack, but they are going to have to be just a little bit more, I feel, on their heels. Stop going for the invades. That has not worked out.
Not at all. And actually, we can see Dada respecting that. He's got himself a couple of minion candies to stop this push-in by Gangstar Sirius. They understand they can't fight it at the moment, but they can delay the pressure from Sirius and make sure that they can get towards that 10, 15, 20-minute mark.
Even with the team up here, just really going a long way for the last hits. 45 to the 39. So again, Dada, he's not that far behind, like, at all. Glaive, 202, 25 to the 22 and 3 deaths of Youngju. Again, you have 2 items by the time Kraken comes around. If the game is not unwinnable by then, they have a chance.
Rekt has gone Stormcrown first on Lyra. That's incredibly bold and incredibly aggressive, and it exemplifies what Gangstar Sirius are trying to do here. They want this early poke, they want this early damage on towards Hack.
Yeah, and as long as they can use that to leverage, Rekt has been babysitting the lane quite a bit, right? You get that up into the lane, you got the damage, and as soon as you can clear out lane, now you're going to have that extra burst on the turrets. That could actually be a nice push mechanic for them. But without that fountain, they are really solely relying on the sigils.
That's the way they get their healing, but at the moment, Hack don't seem to have the consistent damage actually to make those sigils not enough healing. They've got enough healing just through that A ability from Rekt. And I want to just focus on item spikes here as well. Old School's gone Broken Myth first. Youngju has gone Frostburn instead.
Yeah, Frostburn, I just really want to bring AJ on just all of a sudden, because this is a Sky Frostburn first.
I think it works, though, into the composition they're playing into. You're trying to force it so that Gangstar Sirius, if they ever step up and try and take the turret, they're going to take a lot more damage in response because they're slowed up. You get the buckshots coming in as well with a secondary slow. It can work out dividends.
Working on some candies here. I was curious to see if there's going to be a rotation down, perhaps to the shop, but status baked. I mean, he's already putting up that front, and Hack, they're just going to have to use those candies, not get much out of it. They did at least stop a bit of a siege, but Gangstars is ready to rumble.
This is huge. Gangstars are all at least level 6. Hack have not got a single ultimate. Now, Status caught out with the Impale. Senseplate looking for the positioning. After burn in by Status, knocks Youngju away. Status tanking up the turret. Very low already. Senseplate looking for the kill. Not going to be able to get the snipe. There was an Oblivion used as well. Arcane Passage away by Rekt. But now Senseplate and Dada are stuck on the wrong side of this wall. Githyan wall comes out. Status looking for the chase. Youngju takes the kill. Off towards the side. Status jumps in though, and he'll take one for himself. Knocked into the wall. It's up to Old School and Youngju now. It's a 1v1, and Old School wants this. He's going for Youngju with the drifting dart, with the double kill, and it's an ace for Gangstar Sirius.
All alone and nowhere to go. The Sky with the great flank to get that first kill, but by the end of it, like Old School, no problem. This is his jam, right? 1v1 mechanics. He will win these trades, and with that broken myth, everything was all stacked up. The ace buff minions take down a turret. They're probably going to get a little bit more, but this all started, right? Because Glaive went up, tried to get aggressive, and this is what put Gangstars a little bit more on the defensive, but they lived long enough to make the trades. Youngju off to the side gets the first, but status big.
Yeah.
Like coming back into this one, he made this double happen for Old School, and in a 1v1 situation like this, I love Youngju just had nowhere to go. He's all alone and won't have that damage.
Old School has 5 broken mid stacks at the end of that fight as well.
It's all stacked up.
Because Status is their focus, because they think he's the primary threat, there was just so much time for Old School to get on towards that backline and to be able to do whatever he needed to do. And when you've got there's 2 main Crystal Power AoE damages in the game, and they're Celeste and Samuel. And you've got such poke with both of them that whenever you get to the end of a team fight and either of those heroes are on full HP, you know they're probably going to win it out if it's a 1v1.
If we had like one more turret shot, just one more extra level in any of those abilities there from Hack, it would have been a very different story, because the dive in from the Glaive would have been just severely punished. But they held on. They lived long enough. Turns out they don't actually need that fountain in order to win, but the Sigils did massive amounts of work.
Speaking about the fountain, I actually think, if I saw it correctly, the Status popped a Halcyon Potion as the final turret shot was coming in, which saved him.
A little bit of an extra tick.
That is just amazing. That is this kind of mental play, that kind of reflex play that you have to have if you're going to win Worlds.
We see a lot of these plays, at least in NA, I'll side of this, but you go through the jungle shop in the middle of a fight, you buy a potion, you use it, and you just keep running the other way. It's just like the mechanics here from these guys. Again, world level. That's why they're here at the Worlds. But again, I don't really think that the aggression from Gangstars initially paid off, and if they do that again, but now with the ults here from Hack, if they try that, it could go a very different way.
It feels a little bit like their team fighting from yesterday as well. Slight miscoordination at the start. In the end, they were able to win out because they were ahead anyway, and they had those item spikes. But if it hadn't been ultimates to no ultimates, they would have lost that fight.
Absolutely.
100% of the time.
Yeah.
We are back into the Halcyon fold for this game. It's the first of a best of 3, and already it's action-packed. I cannot wait for the rest of this series.
11 kills in 8 minutes, man. They're really setting that mile-a-minute pace here. But I'm going to take a card out of Fuji's book and say that just because you're ahead and you're still winning, it doesn't actually mean that you're going to win in general, right? You have to keep these really clean team fights, and depending on the fact that you can outplay your opponents, not that you're just farther ahead of them.
If you're Gangstar Sirius, what's your next step? You just got the gold mine, you've got the turret, you've taken yourself 3,000 gold ahead at only 9 minutes in. You are in the driving seat of this game. You dictate the pace. How do you make it so that Hack cannot just turtle up underneath this turret?
Well, creating a noose, a slow dragging noose is kind of what I describe it as. But if they're able to push out this lane, take this turret, and keep Hack at their choke, it's definitely going to give them a big advantage.
Vector's being impaled, knocked into the wall again, and has actually got his fountain now as well. So with the Imperial Sigil, he'll heal himself back up, but has that extra utility in the team fight, which will help out Gangstar Sirius if they're caught unawares.
Gangstars, they have to know that they're ahead. They probably don't know by how much, but 3,000 gold or so, I mean, call that a tier 3 item. And everybody here has done their shopping. We even have just everything in position here for Gangstars to go forward. They have the flares, they're looking to invade and Hack. If they are stuck by the turrets, they can't go jungle, and you're going to grow that lead here from Sirius.
That you are, and you can see that lead spreading in the CS as well. 78 on Dada to 91 on Old School, 34 on Youngju to 39 on Status. Status hasn't been the target. Oblivion comes out, Youngju does block it out with the reflex, but here comes the engage. Status trying to get onto the backline, knocks Sense Play in. Going for the Roamer first is not always the optimal strategy, but they do take him low.
Hack is already in a defensive mindset. They're just trying to dig in for the long haul here, get to that 15, 20 minute mark. And already, with all this aggression, Gangstars not able to find anything out of it, but they will be able to push up lane, maybe chip away at turret. You can see Status, he's being kind of like this ward. He's saying, well, they're not coming down here. There's nobody to catch out. Finally, Hack show themselves on the map, but they're going to fight under turret again.
And it's a reactionary Githian wall as well. That is a huge, impactful ability, and Dada's going to get jumped on. Status is knocked into the turret, though. He's going to fall 1 for 1 thus far, but Old School tanking this one up. Youngju's going to try and catch him out towards the side. The Imperial Sigil comes down. Old School just about alive, trying to retreat. Sense Play knocks him back. Youngju with the Suri strike will take him down. And it's 2 to 1 in favor of Hack.
So remember all that talk about like how if there was ultimates, Gangstars going tower diving wasn't going to win. This is a very clear example of that one. I think Gangstars might be overestimating how far ahead they are, or maybe perhaps just the team play at this point, but Hack is not that far behind. I don't really feel like going under these turrets is just going to work out for them yet.
I think it's underestimating Sense play as well, because that Githian wall is already overdriven. Status jumped in after seeing it being used and thought it's not going to be up again, but Sense play's just like, no, slaps him away straight into the turret, and that's what cost Gangstar Sirius the fight. Although Status was able to get a kill, because Youngju was still alive, he was able to do a huge amount of work on this Crystal Sky, which is now scaling up towards that Broken Myth as well.
If Hack do win this one out, I'm just seeing that Sense Play is going to be the MVP out of this series so far, because he's just playing phenomenal. Great reactions, great setups, that has gotten now Hack those kills and just rebuffed the aggression. The gold lead is not really growing, and Hack, they're just being conveyor belt felt into a lot of these creeps. They're now getting the jungle. They might not get this gold mine, but
they're looking for it. War Treads are going to come in. Old School rooted up. Dada with the aces high gets the stun. Sirius lose a man. Status does have the afterburn to get away. Death from above locks him down though. Youngju looking for the chase. Senplay with the Githian wall after getting through the passage. Status is going to fall off towards the side, and Gangstar Sirius are going to get aced by Hack.
Just when you think that you're in a safe position, Gangsters have now just continuously overestimated their safety. They didn't have the vision, they didn't have the positioning, and that catch out, again, I am still saying Sense Play. He is making and breaking these fights. Like, look at this Impale coming in. Old School, all right, they're saying, okay, we're just going to ignore the gold mine. Go for Old School. Boom, eliminated. Fountain comes out late. Wrecked has really just all he has left is portals at this point, and Sense Play follows him. That sets up here for Status. He's going to get taken out by Data just off towards the end of the screen, and another Impale. You bring a Lance to the table, and you hit all these, no wonder you're going to start winning.
Dada had 18 breaking point stacks at the end of that. That is absolutely huge on a Gwen. You're just going to melt through your opposition. I didn't see Youngju. I don't think he actually had the Broken Myth for that fight, so we'll like to see how quickly he gets that stacked up here as well. And you have to think as well, that was a bit of a misplay by Old School, because he had the reflex block, didn't block the root, and then when the Aces High came down, he blocked it after the stun connected, which is just, it's too little too late. And these are the minute differences between teams that will separate you from winning and losing at Worlds.
Split-second reactions can, win or lose you the team fights, but not getting the Impale, not getting the Aces High, it's going to be game over for you right there. So Old School, as long as he stays a little bit more towards the back, let Status feed people into a bulwark there from Rekt, things could actually start turning their way, but continuously aggressing once more. Hack, they've rebuffed this 2 in a row.
That they have. Old School has now got 3 completed Crystal Power items though.
That's true.
With the Broken Myth and the Eve and the Frostburn, his poke is devastating to Hack if he can land it. The problem's going to be Senseplay now has double kinetic shield, which is incredibly difficult to get through, and Senseplay is very good at positioning in front of his carries and stopping the poke from coming down.
He also has those War Treads ready to go for the team here as well. So War Treads plus, just the movement speed out of Data plus Skedaddle, you're not running away from these guys.
That's a great bright bulwark from Rekt to stop Senseplay with the engage. Didn't use the War Treads though. Youngju takes a bit of poke up towards the top. Impale onto Old School. Root has landed. Dada with the Aces High stuns up Old School again, but Status has taken out Youngju. Old School with the Oblivion won't quite survive. Dada's going to go down as well as Status gets himself a double. Looking for the triple onto Senseplay. Realizes that Lance is pretty darn tanky. Doesn't want to dive the turret, and they will just turn their attentions to taking that objective.
I gotta say, Status really made that fight right there. It's just the elimination on top of Data, just removing him out of the fight. That actually worked out extremely well for Status. He has a little bit of armor, has that Aegis there on top of things as well, so not really too much Data could have done except run away, but stunned up against the turret like that, just nowhere to go, and that Sorrow Blade really kind of just made that fight happen for him.
Senseplay's delayed his Crucible here as well, which kind of mitigates the ability of his team to disengage fights.
Yeah.
He went for the Treads and he went for double kinetic shield. He's now got a reflex block. I expect Crucible to be the next item, but they lose their 3rd gold mine of the game, and now Hack are just falling behind in gold. They kind of equalized it for a minute. They were only 1,000 gold behind before that last fight. Now it's spread to 3,000 once again, and the Kraken's on the fold.
All right, so there's the flare, and they have all the vision.
Here comes Status into the backline onto Youngju. Death from above, though, will lock Status down, and he's dead. Wreck the new target here for Hack. They're going to try and re-engage onto Old School, but Old School with the drifting dart just melts them away. That was devastating. Gangstar Sirius turned the fight on its head, and Hack just don't understand what happens. Old School gets the triple. Sirius get the ace.
I really gotta say, the old school and those empowered Verdict and Malice is just doing phenomenal amount of work right there. Just kind of, all of a sudden, you're just dropping dead. And again, with this flare back there, they can see everything. There's no traps or anything at all. So Status, he looks for the kill on top of Youngju, gets kited out, and he does go down for his trouble. But Drifting Dark and everybody bunched up right here. Splash damage everywhere. And all of a sudden, Senseplay is saying, all right, well, this is mission critical. I gotta get out of here. Gotta stop an ace. But Portals, old school there to cut him off, and Rek can just bring him to bear. So this is the team fighting that we've wanted to see from Gangstars. This is way better than the earlier attempts.
Old School's positioning there was absolutely incredible. Steps in front of Senseplay, straight into the face of Youngju and Dada, and just chucks out those Malice and Verdicts. He says, this is our fault, we're going to take this game off you. Even if you try and come back, you're not going to be able to beat Gangstar Sirius.
And Gangstars are now just, again, trying to draw forth a little bit of that pressure. We have a Kraken now bearing down for them here as well. Well, we made it to the 15 to 20 minute mark, but this is going to be a huge dent in the defenses of Hack. That Kraken, as long as they at least get this choke point turret out of the way, it's totally worth it in my eyes.
Oh, definitely. The choke point turrets are basically worth 2 turrets in my opinion. You need to get into the enemy base. It allows you to spread out a little bit more. Status blocks out the Impale. Old School is caught up though. Youngju knocked back. Status in the backline trying to take the kill. He's going to go low. Will just about escape. The Kraken's still pushing in here, and Old School still at full HP with that Eve healing him up time and time again. Gangstar Sirius are willing to push into the base here of Hack.
If they get the second turret, then they're going to be setting themselves up for a great end game. They got Lyra portals, backdoors, could be easily a threat here.
Oh, I'd love to see a backdoor on the world stage. Rekt as well would love to see it, but he gets caught out with the Impale. Old School very low on energy. Rekt is dead. Dada trying to trade in, but he's knocked into the wall, and he will get taken out by Status. It's up to Old School and Status to keep this Kraken alive, to keep the push going. The Crystal Turret's going to fall. It could be game forecourt as Hack play the last defenders. Old School looking for the Crystal. They will take down Senseplay. It's all up to Youngju now, but who does he focus? Does he go for Status? Does he go for Old School? Old School's the target, and he's still alive somehow. Eventually taken down. Now it's up to Status. It's a 1v1, and Youngju stops Sirius in their tracks.
Oh man, I mean, I'd really like to see Old School be very happy with that push, but he looks actually more disappointed with himself out of everything. But again, the backdoor situation is here. All that team fighting, all that distraction. I was really getting worried for Hack about to drop this game right then and there, but it's still not all roses here for Hack, because they're going to have to start putting down minion scout traps. They're going to have to really just try to get as much farm as they can in the next few moments, because there's going to be a massive push from Sirius coming.
Well, everyone's getting up towards those big items. I want to bring attention to Senseplay, who went for an Aegis of his own over getting a Crucible for the team. So he's relying on his team's reflex blocks, or their Aegises, which Dada has, for their own defense. He's all about using that Githian wall, getting onto Old School. He is their engage tool rather than their disengage tool.
It's an interesting idea behind it. It reminds me of when we started seeing Finn with like triple Aegis, right, at the same time. You're really prioritizing your own safety, but if he's going to go into that Aegis, he has to stay on top of Old School, and that's just not happening a lot.
So we're highlighting here the scout traps in front of that wall for you. The Arcane Passage backdoor is always a possibility, and you can see that Hack are aware of that, which is great. It's something you do need to be aware of, and they've set scout traps there to spot Rekt out. Now the Kraken
all the flares.
Is up, all the flares, as you say, all over the place. Not going to spot out too many scouts here. Hack do still have that defensive trap line.
If Hack does not defend this, it's game. Like, they're going to have to try to like race it or get an ace and race or something, but 4 turrets in their way, it's not going to happen. And if there's no presence here from Hack, they are going to be dropping this game. There's no doubt about it.
Well, Hack seem to think that they're not going to, because they're not even pressuring for the Kraken. They're going to give that one up to Sirius. And Sirius look to push towards the Crystal. There's no turrets in their way. They may even look for a backdoor here with the Kraken pushing in as well.
Definitely what I was thinking, you know, a two-pronged attack, right? Which one do you defend against? But, you know, we have this jungle shop. We have infusions. We actually have quite a few fusions across the board. Hack is looking for the gank spot. They're looking for the backdoor. Look at the flare, the positioning. They know that there is going to be some kind of, you know, fishy business going on. Nobody's up at the Kraken. It's just going right past the rest of the minions. There's not going to be any more of them, and Hack, they're just not going to find anything.
Hack do just go up towards the Kraken now. They're going to try and take that down before it pushes in, but here comes Sirius. They're looking for the backdoor. They spotted out by a scout trap, and that actually deters their intentions. They might just push in with the Kraken here, waiting for it to go in. Arcane Passage, here's Rekt, his Status, his Old School, and here is Gangstar Sirius with a basically diabolical backdoor. I couldn't even think of the word, that's how good it was. Gangstar Sirius take the game with the Kraken pushing in as well. and they go 1-0 up over Hack.
The pincer attack is too much to handle. There's only 3 defenders available, right? Is it the big siege weapon coming down the lane, or is it going to be that back door? Either way, they were not able to hold, and Gangstars definitely taking some very flawless fights by the mid game. A little bit sloppy there, kind of, the 7, 8, 9 minute mark, but they finished out in flying form.
That they did. You have to feel if Hack hadn't fallen behind, it would have been a much closer game because their mid-game fight was absolutely superb. We're going to hand it back across towards the analysts to break it down for you guys. Game 2 coming up in just a couple of minutes.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the hype is real. Gangstars Sirius take a game off Hack here. Fuji, I think, underneath that placid facade is smiling inside. He's like, there's my boys. They've performed on the world stage. I mean, what happened? What were the major things that led Sirius to that victory?
I mean, it all started with unfortunate invades coming from Hack. Like, they just didn't work. Hack missed the first 3 region, like the Treant minions, like when they were going in, and they didn't pull out. Like, you have to know if both regions don't go to your team, you lose the invade. But instead of that, they still stay. They still try to potentially fight. They do the same thing again right after they lose another couple of Treant minions. It's so important that you get those for invades to work, and that started to snowball right off the bat for Sirius.
I do think the draft went incredibly in Sirius' favor. They did what we talked about. They got really strong early game picks. They pressured the lane, and they transferred it into the jungle. So they got the Lyra, they went for the Storm Crown that we talked about, and what the Storm Crown does is just ensures that you do win the early game. They got the Samuel, really great sustain, and with the Glaive, the afterburns, Hack just can't play safe because they have to always be worried about it. Draft wasn't incredibly in Sirius' favorite, and they started playing it perfectly. They got the early game advantages that they needed to do, and that's how it snowballed for them.
Well, speaking of that, there was a point where Hack were fighting their way back in, but this is a replay that will show you where eventually Sirius starts to take control. Fuji, what's going on?
Yeah, I mean, right here you just see Status does try to make the play. He almost takes out I Love Youngju, but unfortunately gets caught up in a lot of the stuns. The Forward Barrage, the Frostburn is unable to move. We talk about this. Glaive unable to do anything after the Afterburn, but thank goodness School is there with the Drifting Dark. Probably one of the biggest points of critique when you look at the item builds on Hack at this team fight is they don't have any shield. It's 16.5 minutes in the game versus a 3-item Samuel. They're purely relying on Senseplay to block all of the damage coming out of Old School. It's not going to happen. The Drifting Dark, they weren't timing it. You could tell they felt like they had the edge. Glaive was dying. They just walked straight into all of the AoE damage coming out of Malice and Verdict with the Drifting Dark combo. With no shield, you're just going to get melted.
I think actually one of the biggest points that we talked about when coming in against East Asian teams is they don't prioritize defense, and there is this element where you can look to exploit that. And Gangstars Sirius, I think they did that very well.
I do agree. I mean, they have a double source damage comp with weapon power and CP. Both have high damage with Glaive and Samuel. I mean, Sirius did win this game, but let's be honest, it wasn't a clean game. They got the early game lead, but they started making mistakes. And if you're going for this type of early game composition, you cannot afford to make these mistakes because then you're giving bounties over to your opponent. And we could see Hack almost did come back. They almost came back even in gold, and they almost started winning the team fights, but it didn't quite happen.
So we should have had some videos before we got into the series, but we have one for you now. This is Hack, and they've got some things to say in the next 2-minute video.
일단은 저는 이제 정민규라고 하고요. 지금 현재 20살이고 이제 어떻게 보면 이제 프로게이머이기 전에 저는 대학교를 다니고 있습니다. 이제 아무래도 대학교를 다니다 보니 대학교에서 제가 이제 이런 일을 하고 있다라고 얘기를 하면은 약간 이제 평소랑은 좀 다르게 좀 대우가 많이 달라지는 것 같습니다. 지금 이제 제가 지금 이제 베인글로리 선수로 활동을 하고 있고 또 이제 유튜브로도 활동을 하고 있어서 이제 좀 약간 팬층을 좀 두텁게 하기 위해서 유튜브를 지금 하고 있고 아직까지 그런 거는 없지만 앞으로 이제 약간 뭐 모임이라던가 이런 그런 기회를 가지면 어떨까 싶습니다. 일단은 원래는 그냥 평범한 학생이었는데 이제 갑자기 또 약간 뭔가 주변에서 시선이 좀 달라지는 것 같기도 해서 나름 색다른 기분이 많이 들었습니다. 네, 이제 영주는 VRPL 시즌 1 때 처음 이제 만나게 돼서 팀을 꾸렸고 이제 센스플레이 선수 같은 경우는 이제 VGL 스프링이 끝나고 VIPL부터 저희와 함께 하였습니다. 일단은 영주는 약간 좀 이제 조용조용한 편이고 주로 이제 센스플레이, 그러니까 지금 로머를 맡고 있는 센스플레이 선수가 약간 이제 흐름을 이제 영주를 잡고 이렇게 같이 약간 끌어나가는 그런 성격이라서 저는 의외로 영주랑 이제 센스플레이가 잘 맞다고 생각을 해요. 일단은 3명이 직접 만난 거는 이번이 처음은 아니고 이제 딱 VGL 스프링이 끝난 이후에 그때 당시에 센스플레이 저 영주 이렇게 3명이 같이 있었고 거기서 이제 같이 이제 팀을 꾸려서 다음 리그를 준비를 하자라고 했기 때문에 이번이 처음은 아니에요.
Well, there you have it. Hack really enjoying this tournament so far. We have another video to show you guys, which we obviously would have liked to show you before as well. It's Gangstar's Sirius. Again, an update from them from the day 1 to day 2 stuff. So let's take a look at it now.
I'm Status from Gangstar Sirius. I'm the jungle for Gangstar Sirius, and I come from Sacramento, California. Old School is a bit everywhere. You know, he's loud, he's mischievous. He's just like really fun to be around. You know, he's just like easy to hold a conversation with, and then he's like that kid that you just want to be friends with. Rekt, on the other hand, is a great person to be around and talk to. Like, it's been really great being teammates with Rekt and just like getting to know him better. It's pretty nice being in California. In Sacramento, we have a lot of things to do. Like, I go to amusement parks, I go fishing, hiking, biking, and stuff. Being a professional player definitely impacts me a lot because I do go to college right now, and it's kind of tough to have make time for my practices with my team on top of having all the schoolwork that I do. But I've been making it work pretty well, so I've been keeping pretty consistent, good grades right now in school while still competing at the top of the level in Vainglory. Some of my classmates do know I'm a pro gamer, and then like some people around my school actually do, because I recently joined this college tournament actually for Vainglory. My college actually I found had another team that also played for Vainglory competitive, and they actually did pretty well in the last season of CSL. And it's funny, those guys were surprised that I was, like, once I signed up, that I was actually going to the same school as them, and they wanted to like meet me. It was really nice to just meet people that wanted to see me as a player. It's great to see fans and people that support me and what I do, like as a player, and like when I stream, people come to support, and then like when I'm out there like on stage, I get like people cheering for me, so it's really nice. And then like people would sometimes give me like handshakes and high fives after games to like just pretty much cheer me on. I gotta say my biggest fan is my brother, E36, in-game name, because he's always supported everything that I've done in Vainglory and just in general in life. He's just been really good at like supporting me, and like he's always been there when I need him.
A lot of support for Gangstar's Sirius here, especially in North America, obviously their home turf. They've come out though, they've taken this first game against Hack. I mean, we did talk about how it's going to be potentially even, but I think especially the early game, Gangstar's Sirius made it look easy. That early game pressure coming out from them, they punished the mistakes by Hack, and do they just need to do the same thing again, guys?
I definitely think so. I mean, one of the things we talked about being a potential concern was their draft phase coming into a team like Hack. So going into draft, like, I have to give it, like Iraqi said it right on the head, right? They picked Samuel into Gwen. Like, that's such a nice like way to counter a lot of that early game poke, because you just get so much sustain out of the Samuel. So always been a huge fan of that pick. So it's nice to see Sirius thinking very, very technically about what they want to do during this part of the game.
There comes the Lyra ban. They don't want to see it again. I mean, what I want to see from Hack this game, I want them to play to win. I don't want them to play to not lose, because that's what I thought they did the first game. And against Sirius, I get a team like Sirius, he can't do that. Hack are an incredible team when they play their strengths. So I want to see them play comfortable. I want to see them do the things that they do.
The League Skyban comes out, and this has been Gangstar Sirius' kind of workaround. They say you pick the Kestrel, like, oh, we pick it. They give the Adagio over, which is Hacker's prioritized, but it's giving Kestrel Lance straight over. You mean you've got Rekt, one of the best Lancers in the world. Kestrel immediately locked in here. I mean, that's a pretty insane giveaway if you don't have a plan for it.
So the Flicker coming through. This is kind of Hack's side A draft. We've seen it before to some extent. Now, that being said, we know Sirius they're not the biggest fans of Flicker. It's not something they particularly love to do in their own team comps, and they did struggle a bit with it yesterday with Avalanche. So the one game we did get to see them kind of falter a little bit was just playing around this type of hero. So.
Okay, and then we're going to see, again, the glaive logged in here. I think I would have been potentially alluding to potentially putting Kestrel in the jungle, maybe going CP Gwen or something, just to make sure you have that ability to control the stealth. But they're going to go for something that they feel comfortable with. Status is going to be on one of his comfort. And I think almost everyone's on something that's comfortable here for Gangstar Sirius.
I actually think this draft is much more even than the last game's draft. I think the Flicker is a great counter against Kestrel. I think Hack plays it really well, and with the combination with Adagio, they can make a lot of pressure plays around it. I think they have a much better chance than they did last game. I really want to see them go out there and play really aggressive against Sirius.
Absolutely. Well, I tell you what, I'm going to hand it over to two of the most beautiful men in the building. It's Sona and Forecourt Jester.
Oh, there we go. Thank you very much, Scoundrel, for the third time. Yes. I am Sona, I'm joined by Forecourt, and we are about to get into the second game here between Gangstar Sirius and Hack. Forecourt, glaive pick?
Yep.
It was almost in the lane. I was quite excited that it was going to be in the lane.
That last second swap, we were kind of losing our minds for a little bit here. It was just like, okay. But no, it will be the glaive off there, so we will have old school on that Kestrel. That's kind of where I think he belongs in this comp.
I totally agree. I think the Kestrel, if you're going to get it, you might as well give it to old school. He's one of the best laners, especially in NA, maybe in the world. I mean, I don't really want to judge him in the world.
Druid, I think you can probably say that, yeah.
Yeah, if he plays against Druid, then we can say if he's one of the best laners in the world. But Adagio Flicker Vox is a composition that Hack kind of ran yesterday against TSM.
I want to say that there was definitely an Adagio Vox or Adagio Flicker yesterday. Unfortunately, I didn't get to firsthand watch the TSM loss up against Hack yesterday, but I do know that TSM didn't actually really think that Hack had it in them for that game, and perhaps that was a little bit more hubris. But this time, Gangstar Sirius, they worked super hard to be here. They were the qualifying winners from the Evo 8 Autumn, and they are really just putting in their hours. Raki Zoro just saying they have all the information from the Cerberus loss, and having that support group around them, especially on home soil. That is a rather massive advantage. And game one up, they are one game away from going to semis.
That they are. It's going to be incredible as well, because they'll be only the second team to get into semis after Phoenix Armada earlier today. We've got the second two quarterfinals after this as well. And if Gangstar Sirius do get through, they'll have beaten the #2 team in Korea, and will have to beat the #1 team in Korea, and perhaps the #1 team in the world to get through to those grand finals tomorrow.
I know that there's a lot of brackets out there that are saying it's going to be Gangstars in the finals, but a lot of people also said that Phoenix would be there too, and we know that that's actually an impossibility now. So either way, if it's Korea versus Korea tomorrow or NA versus Korea tomorrow, it's going to be dynamite games, best of 5. It might go all the way to 5. Like, it's so close to call those ones.
Oh, definitely. We do just have to redraft, which is the reason that we're still talking. You're not missing any action in the game. Trust me, I would not want to miss any action in the game, so we'll be into the game. Yeah, we'll be into the game in just a couple of seconds. Let's talk about the Flicker Adagio Vox as a composition. So you first pick the Adagio, you give over the Kestrel, and then you say we're going to round this out with a Flicker who is probably going to be the roamer, you have to expect, and then a Vox who will go into the lane. What are your strengths here as a composition?
Well, I'm pretty sure we have a 0% carry Flicker here at Worlds. So
yes.
All the teams, well, okay.
Sadly.
Like 9/10 of the teams or so, we're saying that we have just this overwhelming pressure that Flicker is really good. Flicker is OP. Flicker is super strong. Like, almost everybody said more or less the same thing.
In fact, Senseplay himself, when we asked him, what do you think of Flicker? He said, OP. That was his entire sentence.
That's all the English that he knows. It's just OP. But, I mean, Druid knows it. Like, Korea knows what's up when it comes to these things. So, when that happened, I did not expect a Vox last pick. I was really expecting some kind of buff comp from I Love Youngju. And they still have a pocket pick that we haven't seen yet.
It's very similar to the Team Secret composition, actually, that they ran against Phoenix Armada. If they picked the Ringo instead of the Vox, it would have been exactly the same comp. We are obviously onto the Halcyon fold. Dado and Old School facing up against the lane. It's up to Gangstar Sirius. They have the advantage here. They're 1-0 up. Even if they lose this game, it's a best of 3. So they still have that opportunity to get into the semi-finals tomorrow.
Unless Hack has some kind of super secret plan with this Adagio Flicker combination to go invading, I would very much expect them to be very much defensive here early on and not go for anything aggressive. Just kind of sit for the babysit, especially with an Iron Guard contract here from Senseplay. Like, get up to that lane. Every time you hit those big,
Take their fronts. And we're actually going to see as well Dada being incredibly safe in the lane. He knows that Gangstar Sirius were looking for something early on. Sensei will Senseplay will spot out Wrecked, but won't actually be able to dodge the Impale as he steps back into it, puts the Binding Light down, and just runs his way away. This is a weakness of Flicker. Into Githyan Wall, you can just get knocked away, especially if the Lance knows you're in the area.
Now, when we had the Red Cannons matchups, the Snow Avalanche matchups, there was a lot of pressure on vision, right? Scout traps, flares, and a lot of denying the whole fact that Flicker has to run at you in order to get that Fairy Dust ready to go, right? That's how he's going to set up for the rest of his team. Lance is really, really good at not allowing that to happen, so I'm curious to see who's going to get the first contraption.
I have to think it's going to be Lance trying to get it. You know, you want that early on, probably go Fountain into Contraption in all honesty. You need the vision into the Flicker. Either that or you can just buy a lot of flares, but that's a lot of gold your entire team has to invest into that to make sure you're never going to get caught out by the Mooncloak.
Now, so far, looking at Gangstar Sirius, you know, with this old school on this Kestrel, I had a very small thought it would be a Crystal Kestrel, but no, we have a double weapon here forming up. So I think that's even more dangerous for Hack to be rushing headlong into Mooncloak or no. They get noticed in any bad spot. One step, misstep here, they are going to be taking a lot of arrows to the face.
So Hack here, you can see them being really defensive, and Gangstar Sirius are playing into what won them the first game, which is that overly aggressive early composition with the double weapon power. However, Bonesaw nerfs between the last championships and these worlds have come into effect. It means that double weapon is not as strong as it used to be and falls off a lot after you get past about the 15-minute mark.
Based upon a lot of the evidence here at Worlds, I'm actually leaning more towards old school. Maybe talk about that in a bit. No, all right, Young Shu's going to be okay. Maybe Senseplay. That's a different idea. All three Hack is coming down.
Yeah, they won't quite be able to catch out Rect and Status, who weren't able to get themselves away. Of course, Rect can try and impale away, and Status has the afterburn up in a couple of seconds as well, so it would have been quite difficult actually to lock them down. And you look at the composition coming out from Hack, where's their hard CC? You've got Binding Light, you've got Wait for It, I guess, which is a silence, and you've got the Verse. If you're going to try and lock someone down, it's an incredibly difficult thing to do with their comp.
There's no hard CC. I mean, even a root, yeah, sure, you might not be able to move out of it, but you can still attack. You can still cast things, right? There's no real stun unless Youngshu gets that burning down and we get that Verse, but that is a very expensive and long cooldown stun in order to really depend a lot upon this. And again, Senseplay is going to have to be the setup with that Fairy Dust. 70% slow when you overdrive that.
I think a big thing about this is Hack saying they want to win the team fights because of their composition. Like, if you pick people with hard CC, you know you can make those catches. You can catch one person out and take them down. This is Hack saying, look, we don't need to lock you down. We'll reposition in fights. We'll position ourselves perfectly at the start of fights. We'll take the exact fights we want to take. And it means that Gangstar Sirius needs to be very aware that always Hack will be looking for 3v3s and they won't be looking for skirmish fights at all.
It's hard to say that Gangstar is just, in our minds, you know, as an NA commentator, it's just hard to say that they didn't get their dream comp at this point.
Yeah.
Like, if they lose this game, I'm going to be rather surprised, but it wasn't because they lost the draft.
No, I think that for them, this draft is exactly what they'd like. I'm not sure it's the best draft into Hack. I think Hack have got a strong draft for themselves as well. I think Flicker, Adagio, and a carry is a very strong combination if you can use it effectively. But we do see a good Githyan Wall, and this is what we were talking about. Hack will always find it difficult to engage, and Status is always there for the re-engage. Tries to get onto Dada, does just knock him away. Won't be able to quite get those afterburns on point yet.
Again, I'm reminded of Game 2 yesterday, Red Cannons versus Hunters. Red Cannons had a Flicker, they love early aggression, and they just couldn't find an angle. Gangstars have almost no angle to exploit.
Definitely, Old School's going to take some damage. Senseplay comes in with a Fairy Dust as well. Status does have the Afterburn, will knock Senseplay back into the Glimmers. 1-for-1 trade thus far. Hack looking for more out of it though. We'll get the slows onto Old School. Resonance bounces doing absolute work. Youngju takes the kill, and Hack go 2-1 up.
I'm actually rather surprised that the 1-for-1 trade actually happened as quick as it did, but Hack, you know, Resonance bounces, no problem. He's still a weapon Vox, but it's still enough. We've seen long distance kills here as well. Rekt is going to try to do his best to defend, but it's only just going to be a little bit of chip damage here on top of the turret. Hack will take a little bit of a lead, but I'm not certain they're out of the woodwork yet.
I have a slight qualm with the builds coming out from Gangstar Sirius. So Status has gone Tension Bow.
Yes, he has.
Yeah, I like it if you're winning the early game. I like it if he's got a couple of kills under his belt. But here, I think Sorrow Blade just gives you more flat weapon power, and you know you're more likely to be fighting in more prolongated team fights because that's how Hack want to play just from their composition.
He has a Sorrow Blade. He's carrying it. That's Sorrow Blade Glaive.
It's true.
Yes, it is.
It's a good skin as well.
But you are right. I mean, typically you do see it a lot earlier on. You see it for this early game burst, but In this case, he might just be looking to get that burst and tank up. He is going to have to go in with Rekt, and that if they have a stronger front line, they're just going to put it all on Old School shoulders, and those are very strong shoulders to put them on.
That they are, especially if he is playing at his peak performance like he was in the last game. Yeongju's got his alternating current now. Senseplay fountained up. He's going to be helping out his team quite a lot, almost at that level 6 as well, about half a level away from that. And I really want to see how Hack utilize that Mooncloak, because there's not a huge amount of vision yet for Gangstar's Sirius. If you can get a couple of early ganks with the Mooncloak and win out fights, you can really deny any scout traps from the enemy team.
Oh, okay, all right, Status, he's just going to reclaim that back into his pocket.
Excuse me, this is mine.
Yeah, pretty much. Senseplay's going to come up into this one, but Old School, I'm not entirely too sure is going to get caught out here. You can't really focus down Rekt. It just has too many tools right there to live all through all that pressure. But here comes Status Bake. This actually could now be a little bit of a return.
Knock into the wall. They are looking for the trade. Wait for it comes out. Old School is just dead, though. Taken off the fold by Hack. Absolutely decimated there. They were not expecting the trade from Yeongju and Dada.
I feel like they're underestimating Dada. I feel like it's just like they're seeing this box and saying, okay, no problem. And they go for the kill. I also feel like Status maybe baited his teammates into that one a little bit.
Status baked. Bait.
Big, yeah, big, yeah. I really gotta just remember that he changed his name.
Yeah, they're gonna take the turret here. Senseplay still has the fairy dust down. Status gonna jump his way away. But yeah, as you say, it felt like an underestimate. I can't say that word. It felt like they underestimated him. Yeah, there we go.
I got your back here. So Senseplay, okay, no, he's going to be okay. And there's not really going to be anything really too dire of consequences. Gangstars are thinking of doing this invade, though.
Yeongju is low on energy, so they perhaps can push forward a little bit. Senseplay has Mooncloak now, though. Old School still trading in very, very effectively with the Sora Blades.
Yeah, and we do got Sword Blades on both sides. And remember I said, we don't really have an angle to exploit. So far, we haven't really seen like the Mooncloak being the end-all, the engage. It's really just kind of Gangstar's positioning errors at this point. We got some minion candies there on Senseplay, but as the gold goes over to Gangstar's, Old School's weapon power continues to grow. It's going to be harder and harder to kind of jump him, especially with that cooldown being reduced on active camo.
One good thing that Gangstar Sirius have been able to do is consistently take objectives. Even if they're not getting turrets, they're taking gold mines away, they're taking treants.
Yep.
And we saw it at the start of the first game as well, where Hack continually tried to get those treants away and just weren't able to secure those larger jungle camps.
I don't think they saw a single one.
No, they did not at all. What we have seen here is though Senseplay is looking by himself a lot of the time to try and get into the jungle of GSS, and they're actually allowing Yeongju to go up for the trade. The Mooncloak comes in, Rekt doesn't realize it, he's in the shop, here's the burst as well. Will use the fountain, but Rekt has been wrecked by Hack as he gets taken down.
Just kind of asleep at the wheel right there. You saw just no reaction time whatsoever for the longest of moments, so we'll have to see how he'll respond, but coming back out in about 5 seconds or so, but this could still be a turret.
That it could, they're looking for it. Second turret of the game here for Hack. They will decide it's not worth their lives at the moment, as Status and Old School were still there to defend. Just talking about being asleep at the wheel, a lot of time you are in shop, you're looking to see what your next item is, and you get caught out in situations like that. It places a large emotional burden on your team.
Absolutely.
And we talked about this a lot on the analyst desk. Gangstar Sirius are a very emotional team. How do you think that's going to affect them coming into the middle portion of this game?
Well, I mean, because they do have a lot of objectives in their pocket, they are actually not behind, but emotionally, you're right. They might feel behind at this point, especially after that debacle right there. So if they have the iron nerves to go through this, I think it's going to be fine. Otherwise, you're just going to start seeing more and more slip-ups, and we've already seen a few sloppy fights from these guys. I don't think they can afford really any others.
No, any more really starts Hack getting that snowball rolling. Senseplay is Mooncloak is a long cooldown to start off with, 90 seconds or so. It takes a long time to come back up. Actually, I think it's 100 seconds at rank 1. So Senseplay now is just trying to get that Will-O-Wisper, positioning himself a bit aggressively. Gets called out by the one-shot on kill. Will just continue to walk in here. Status and Old School still defending this turret. They are candied minions there.
Yeah, and the candy just pushing forward makes them a little bit more tougher. But again, Old School's weapon power keeps going up. They got Glaive right there as well. They're just going to eat right through that, no problem. Senseplay sees what's going on here. He sees Rekt. He's right there into the middle thing, and everything is just so wide.
That was almost perfect for Senseplay. He was in such a good position, and if Old School and Status had started to push towards Yeongju and Dada, he had the perfect flank, but did have the awareness. Old School was able to spot him out, and they force him back once again. Of course, Flicker's Mooncloak and Invisibility are cancelled out by any damage that you take, And actually, we're going to start to see infusions here on Hack, so they're looking for a fight.
Level 9, level 8, we got more candies there from Senseplay as well. They really want to try to put the irons to this turret. And if they bring it down, Gangstars, again, is just going to have to be forced to move back. The line of scrimmage will be moving up. The candies are here for the siege, but Gangstars, it's up to them to make sure that they will survive.
Rex tried to roll in. Here's Status onto Dada, knocks him back into the turret. One shot, one kill, not going to connect. As Gangstar Sirius keep holding on to this turret. Dada actually, before this fight even started, missed a wait for it onto Old School. And Hack are still going for the fight. They still think they're so far ahead that they don't even need that extra ultimate. Rect helping push this turret back, but the turret should fall in just a second. Sense plays low, pops the fountain, gets knocked back. Here's the burst. Dada off towards the back line. Old School on Senseplay. Dada knocked into the wall, but Senseplay somehow is still alive. Eventually taken down. Gangstars lose 2, and here goes Rect as well. It's gonna be an ace for Hack.
I really wonder if Hack just kind of brought a big bait into this one, because Gangstars, they're so careful around Senseplay. They're really trying to get Mooncloak, but they're losing objectives now. Hack is just pushing it, and Vox is 3-0-3. Data and this Vox, this weapon is just really doing a lot of work. Again, Data up there, Rekt, he's up there, but they're left Senseplay into the back, but it doesn't matter. He's tied up 2 members here. Youngju 3-man first really starts bringing him down, and Data, he's just zip zooming around. He takes down 1. Senseplay eventually dies, but he's done his work. He tied up 2 where there was no big fight, and he even brought down the Kestrel to pair, and that eventually led to the ace.
So Senseplay used the Mooncloak there in like the middle of the fight. Neither of his other 2 teammates got invisibility because they were caught out anyway, taking damage.
Yeah.
But he got the invisibility, which delayed Old School for about another 1.5 seconds trying to chase him. We are going to see a bit more of a fight though, as Dada gets jumped on by Status. We'll be able to get underneath the turret. Impale just not quite connecting, and Hack will be able to back away. They get underneath their turrets, they get back away from the fight. Gangstar Sirius are looking to take the gold mine once again.
All right, so they've reclaimed a little bit of positioning here on the fold, but now they are variably down in cash. Even with that immense payout, they're still down about 1,000 gold or so. No signs of contraptions, and remember, like, we did not have infusions there from Gangsters, right? Hack was intentionally looking for those fights, trying to use those buffs. They got the turret. They might have not have gotten the gold mine, but they are still very much in control of the momentum here.
I just want to bring attention to Rekt's build as well. He's going very heavy armor without any shielding for himself, without contraption as well. Only has 1 slot free to put in flares or scout traps, so he has to decide which one of those he wants. I would have much preferred to see something like a Crucible out on him to block the wait for it or to block the verse. It's putting a lot on the rest of your team to use their own reflex blocks, and only Old School actually has one in his inventory.
Well, if Rekt can get an impale on top of Data, it's an easy Atlas. And that's happened in the last fight, but unfortunately, there was no follow-up, right? Senseplay tied up the other 2 members of Gangstars, and it was like a 2v1 and a 2v1 just happening more or less in the same space. If we can clean up, this could be great.
Here goes the fight. Youngju dodges out the impale. Status on the backline, trying to plunge himself in. Here is the burst, though. Old School caught out with the wait for it. Dada trying to get on towards Old School, but it's taken low. Senseplay now the front line for Hack. Youngju takes a couple of glimmers. They've already taken down 1. They're going to take 2, and they're looking for the 3rd. Gangstar Sirius chasing on towards Dada here. Will be able to roll their way towards him. This Vox is not long for the fold. Rekt doesn't hit the impale, though, as Dada Sonic zooms away. Here's the afterburn. Dada will eventually fall, and Gangstar Sirius take the ace.
You got that big sword. You might as well use it there. Rekt takes the kill right out from under status right there. But yes, they cleaned up the fight. Senseplay, not really with his teammates. Yeah, we missed the first impale here. No problem. But Senseplay, Mooncloaks, or at least he thinks about it. There we go. It now kicks in. He gets off to the side. We push off Youngju. Not exactly the burst that they wanted, but down he's already on the retreat. This is now a 2v1 up against Sense into the side with Rekt as that front line. The armor paying off extremely well. Dada not able to really burst through that, and then they just chase down, get the ace, and it's still anybody's game.
That it is. Gangstar Sirius now ahead in the gold as well. They've begun to equalize this one out. They are 3 turrets down. The Kraken is on the fold as well, and Sirius have been in control of those objectives in the jungle time and time again. Perhaps Kraken will be the next on their hit list.
Now, we do got armor here from Data. Amongst all that ready, is going to be looking into that Monaco as soon as he can. But on the flip side, Old School does have at least the first. He could actually, you still could actually see that bone cell you're talking about. But 4 red for for Old School. That is, well, we'll have to see if that pays off. Here's the Mooncloak, but they're not finding Gangstars.
Weren't quite able to catch them out. The flare did come down. Gangstar Sirius aware of where Hack probably are. Definitely aware of it now with the Minion Mine being started up. Here's Sense Play in the front line. Wait for it, comes out. Double silence on the back. Burst used. Old School walks into it. Old School, that's not where you want to be at all. Takes 931 damage straight to his face. Gangstar somehow still alive though.
Whoa.
Active camo stun on 2. Youngju's dead. Here's the one shot, one kill. Senseplay will dodge it. Dada now needs to try and face up in a 2v1. Rekt getting in onto him with the Atlas as well. Gonna try and chase him down. Impale, use Dada. Still in this 1v2. Might try and trade onto Old School. Glimmers. No! What was that, Dada? Eventually full Senseplay escape. There's no ace. And what was that?
That is not how I saw that going.
Senseplay took a turret!
Yeah, Senseplay
What are you doing, Senseplay? You're a roamer! You're not allowed to do this!
Hey, just because he's a little forest animal of some kind doesn't mean he still can't contribute. Yeah, he's gonna die, but it doesn't matter. We got Youngju already back up. Still no ace for Gangstars. They lose out the turret. They did not expect to lose Old School in that 2v1, and that was just absolutely mind-blowing. Data really bringing forth some of those stacks on that breaking point.
We saw a backdoor in the last game. I mean, it wasn't a full backdoor, but it kind of happened.
It's still,
You've got Mooncloak. You've got Mooncloak. We could see a second backdoor in 2 games between these 2 teams.
That is a thought and a half there, my friend.
I think I've only ever seen 2 backdoors in professional play before this. Like, actually at live championships.
I'm a little bit ahead of you on the event count, but we have definitely seen some really crazy stuff here in Vainglory. And that's half the fun of this game, just like watching these big plays, especially now on a world level. Just Hack is not done with this series yet. They are not willing to go quietly into the night, and they're still making plays. The gold is basically just irrelevant. 1,000 between them means it's still anybody's go. If we have a great fight from Gangstars, they can take this, but it's going to be dicey.
Rekt is looking for it, gets onto Senseplay. Those Glimmers are doing a lot of work. Silence on the backline with the wait for it. Rekt going in with the War Treads. Not going to be able to make the connection he wants. And Hack now with the re-engage. Mooncloak, War Treads, Old School, active camo, will keep himself alive. Rekt there to try and save his laner. Old School almost takes out Youngju. The fountain out, Dada's deader, and now Senseplay and Youngju are the targets. Youngju might get back. Senseplay is just going to do what he always does and sneak around. Like a sly little fox will get himself away, but Hack lose Dada.
All of a sudden, Dada, who was at 3-0-3, now he's 4-3-3. He is just getting knocked around, and Old School might have actually hit that plateau where it just doesn't matter anymore. Kestrel can carry this one. We got the tankiness done. We even have that Sora Blade for status, but Rekt and that armor, that double armor, he is shutting down this box very handily.
Senseplay steals this. I will do anything. Senseplay's going to get called out. He doesn't steal it away. Gangstar Sirius take the Kraken. They've got 5 turrets to push through. They're going to start off taking out Senseplay, and now Gangstar Sirius are looking for the TSM special. They're looking for 5 turrets and a crystal. Can they do it?
The last 2 fights, I want to say that Senseplay, if they win this game, he's MVP, but Old School and 2 sets of active camos over 2 sets of fights have now turned this game into the Gangstar show. 5 turrets and a Kraken, no problem. They are just going to push in. We have the Lemming effect here from Hack. They just keep going in one at a time. Senseplay, he had to make that attempt, but now down this defender, they're losing 3 turrets minimum.
This is smart from Hack, though. They back away to their inner turret just to keep a little bit of defensiveness. Senseplay is now alive, and this is where they'll try and make their final stand. Dada, Youngju, and Senseplay facing up against Gangstar Sirius.
The Kestrel damage!
The Kestrel damage is absolutely huge on towards that turret. Look at the crits.
Goodbye,
and
choke.
Look at the hits. That is the choke turret down as you say, forecourt. The Kraken has been left for dust here by Gangstar Sirius, but they've got all they wanted out of that push.
All right, so we've seen comebacks way closer than this. It still actually could go either way, but Gangstars, they've tightened up, they've gotten to their late game. Status might not be the the sharpest tool out there, but Old School, he is just puncturing through steel plate after steel plate with this Kestrel, and 500 damage on turrets means, all right, 1 slip up, it's over. You are done in Worlds.
Especially with Rekt having so much armor as well, can tank those turrets for days. Hacker going for it. They want this backdoor. There is the Will-O-Wisp. Going to use the Mooncloak probably just about now as they go in for the push. They haven't been spotted at all. There's minions here, but they're not going to be spotted by that. They're going in. It's a level 3 Mooncloak. It's an absolutely huge. Where are Sirius? They're backing away. They're going for it. The turret is the target. Wait for it. Comes out. Hack. You take the first crystal turret down. Here's Gangstar Sirius. It's up to Old School. Can they get Dada? The burst is huge. This is going to be the crystal. What was that?
10-second Mooncloak, the first getting a triple stun at the end of all things, and yeah, I didn't actually expect to see that backdoor. You said it, I thought it was a joke, my friend, but holy cow. You're out of breath. I don't really know what else to say about that.
What an absolute stonker of a series. That was beautiful to watch and perfectly timed by them as well. Not spotted out, had that level 3 Mooncloak, were able to just decimate. And gank, that is material that will make you question your emotional integrity right there.
Now it's a game 3, and this is where Gangstars have to stay together. That was a devastating loss, but if they don't bounce back, it could be disastrous.
It definitely could be. Well, will it be a catastrophe for Gangstar Sirius, or will they be able to take down Hack in this best of 3? We're going to hand it back across towards our analyst desk, and we're going to take a breather.
If any of you were questioning whether Vainglory is a spectator esport, I think that game proves that Vainglory has got what it takes to prove all the excitement that you need to make such great games. That was a memorable moment right there. What insane play from Hack, using that flicker, going for the backdoor. I mean, I was just out of breath just cheering for it. Fantastic, fantastic game. Guys, where do we even start? I've seen you've got a big note here in your book, Fuji. Care to explain what you're thinking?
It just says there's like no vision on the top of the map. Like, at all. Like, one scout trap would have foiled that entire thing, but they literally just walked across the entire map all the way over. Gangstar's hanging out in the middle tri-bush on the left side, thinking maybe they were going to come into the jungle. Like, the reaction time was smart by Gangstars. Once they didn't realize there was nothing happening, they went back, but it just wasn't quick enough. You just needed a scout, like, on the top of the map, anywhere.
Yeah, there was actually one scout near the first turret, and they were just barely out of its vision, and they made it across the scout.
Let's look at this again. I mean, this is how they snuck all the way in, and at this point, they were just too late getting back. They realized too late, and they were desperately getting through, but you're never going to get to the fountain as well as the box and the burst as well.
What happened here also, Rekt used his Crucible just a little bit early before the verse adjustment, and it ended up stunning both Old School and Rekt, and that might have been the deciding factor of actually destroying that Vein Crystal.
Crazy backdoor, and it looked like things were going back in Gangstar Sirius' way. I mean, most of the notes that I think everyone had was like, oh, Gangstar Sirius, they're getting it together, their team fights are sort of becoming more cohesive, they're dealing with the flicker, and then Hack delivers this devastating blow, you know, under the belt almost into the backdoor. I mean, how do you deal with that as Gangstar Sirius? How do you come back from what looked like an almost sure victory to 2-0, secure yourself in the semifinals? You get backdoored by a flicker and going into just stealthing into the base. How do you come back from that as Gangstars?
Well, I think like you have to like back up to the game, the part of the game that really actually counted, right? Like we can't discount the backdoor attempt, the flicker Mooncloak, but that is kind of like a Hail Mary pass that Hack does because they know they're now getting outscaled. The Kestrel is getting too strong. They have to do something to win. Gangstars needs to worry more about what was going on in the beginning of their game so they don't get to a point where they're fighting this kind of messy back and forth game. Like, you know, we saw them pick up the Glaive, right? The Glaive worked really well in game 1, but the frequency in which this Glaive was actually pulling off lane ganks, applying the same kind of pressure was pretty low. So Hack was still doing a lot of work on that flicker. No Crucible at 10 minutes from Rekt on the Adagio, no contraption, so vision control, the ability to block the Verse of Judgment just wasn't there for a large portion of the game, and it wasn't until we saw some bad, like, invisible plays coming out of Hack trying to get to certain targets that Gangstars was able to turn around. It kind of harks back to the Avalanche game, right? As soon as Hack made a mistake, one mistake, Sirius capitalizes on it, flips the game on its head, and that's a definite strength for them.
Iraqi, going into draft next phase, it's going to be coming up in about 10 seconds. Is Flicker a ban priority? Do you think that maybe just having been so, you know, cut under by this Flicker pick coming out from Hack, do you just not deal with it? Because they have struggled with dealing with Flicker in the past, Gangstar Sirius.
I think Sirius need to focus on what they're getting more. Picking up the Glaive and not being able to push the early game advantage with it, that was one big factor in that game. And ending up itemizing the tension bow, even though you don't have an early game advantage, was such a big factor in the late game team fights because they didn't have any strengths with the Glaive.
So you said in the last draft phase that it was far more even, and it looked like it came true because, you know, Gangstar Sirius with a slightly even composition, Hack finally managed to find a way in. Here we go. Lyra picked up first by Gangstar Sirius. It feels very deja vu, akin to that first draft phase that we saw.
I wanted Hack to adapt and ban Lyra instead of Adagio. They saw how strong Rekt is on Lyra. They saw how well Sirius do play with it generally. I'm sad to see them let it go to them again.
And looks like it's going to be responded by a Celeste, and they're going to pick up the Lance so that, you know, they just have that on their side. Looks like Gangstar's Sirius are just going to go straight through and pick up the Samuel and Sky, though.
I'm a little surprised, actually. Like, with the Lyra, because of the amount of lane pressure and protection, the heal you get, the Bulwark, a Black Feather pick in the Celeste is something I know that teams have been looking at, Sirius's practice as well. Whether it's weapon or crystal power, it does give you quite a bit of advantage, but they're going for a little bit of the safer, it's the triple poke composition versus the dive, the backline composition.
This is the comp Hack won against us with yesterday. They played very, very confidently because they will apply the lane pressure with the glaive afterburn. I think it's going to be a lot for Sirius to handle. It's going to be dependent on whether Old School is going to get ganked a lot. If he stays safe, if they scale into the mid game, not being behind, they can win the team fighting with their composition. So it's going to be a lot on Old School, how he's going to handle that lane pressure.
Well, hopefully we've given Sona and Forecourt enough time to breathe, because that was an insane second game, but we're going to hand it over to them for the third.
Thank you very much, guys, on the analyst desk. Yes, we have had a couple of seconds to have a breather for ourselves, but we are right back on into the action here. Gangstar Sirius and Hack, a monumental battle between these two teams.
And Samuel, once more here for Old School. I mean, it worked so great game number one. He did so many plays, but now status on the sky. It really does look like Gangstars is just trying to keep everybody at bay.
I totally agree. I think having Dada on this Celeste actually for Hack is a really strong pick because it gives them a little bit more range. It means if they don't want to play aggressive in the early game, they have that advantage of just sieging behind turrets, and then you've got the Lance and the Glaive who can get into the enemy jungle and try and put some pressure down.
Now the Bulwark here from Rekt, of course, that's going to be a very big issue when it comes to a lot of these fights because we have the Glaive to get in nice and close. We got Sense Play, of course, with that Impale. A great Bulwark could dictate a lot of these fights into this one and negate a lot of the burst play that I think Hack is going to have to go through because that's a Lyra, right? Lyra, Samuel, they both have built-in sustain, AoE, you know, we kind of fountains out there, perhaps even a Crucible later on. Like, they have to get in and just burst somebody out from Gangstars because they're not going to win the long haul.
Totally agree with you, and Senseplay's actually going to catch Rekt. Imperial Sigil used, but Hack don't want to chase where they have no vision. And speaking of vision, look at the prioritization here from Hack. Dada's got a Scout Trap, you've got 3 players on Senseplay, you've got a Flare on Youngju as well. They really want that early aggressive vision in the enemy jungle.
Well, they also just want to make sure that nobody's going to be creeping up on them because it's North America, right? Gangstars Sirius. They have the status, one of the most aggressive junglers we have here in North America, and definitely one of the best that we have there as well. And Old School can easily come down. Samuels are scary guys to go up against early on, especially without that vision.
Definitely, and Samuel as well, one of the best poking heroes in the game. Dada's going to have to try and match that here on the Celeste. It's going to be a battle of CS in the lane as well. We talked earlier on the analyst desk about how Druid is able to get so much extra CS. Actually, Rekt dodges out the Impale there. I feel he may have been dead if he was caught out by it because there was a core collapse coming in as well, and Youngju just around the bend.
I was expecting Gangstars to maybe be a little bit jittery here early on, but I feel it's actually Senseplay going to jump in the gun a little bit too much.
Yeah, I think it's just, especially with Lance, you have to try and make the Impale as quickly as you can because otherwise people are always going to try and dodge it out. And once again, actually, we see Rekt building the Stormguard banner here.
I mean, this was the recipe for success in game number 1, and if they know 8 broke, don't fix it, right? So this will delay the Fountain, but that's to the good news here of Hack, right? We only got that Sigil, the Fountain won't come in until maybe 8-9 minutes, and if Hack can, again, get into that burst and get the damage done, if Rekt doesn't have a Bulwark up, like, for example, a rotation up right now would be pretty awesome, but if they can get in there, it's great, and that delayed Fountain will actually be to the detriment of Gangstars.
The difference as well is in game 1 they went for a much more aggressive early game with the Glaive.
They did.
So they always were trying to put pressure into the enemy jungle and get those early kills, and they got themselves about a 3,000 gold lead pretty early on in the game. Here they don't really have that advantage, so I worry slightly that Stormcrown on Rekt isn't actually going to do as much work as it did in the last game because he's not going to have those opportunities to catch people out. In fact, he's getting caught out himself as Youngju jumps in, Impale takes him down, and Hack take Burst Blood.
The timing on that Bulwark, again, microseconds between some of these reactions. He didn't hit the Aegis maybe in game 1, but if you don't hit those Bulwarks in time, Hack will eat you alive. Like, that is the comp that they have set up. It's not only just that engage, it's also the follow-up from Data. The core collapses, we're going to have those Solar Storms later on, and as he gets more and more Crystal, the Helios and the Supernovas, good luck trying to dance around those.
So when Vainglory was really starting out as an esport, we talked about double crowd compositions. You know, double crowd controls, triple crowd controls. We've got a quadruple crowd control coming out of Hack here. You've got the core collapse, as you said. You've got the impale. You've got the Githian wall, and you've got the afterburn. If you get caught out by one of them, you are dead. And Hack are really running a pick composition that can fight in the late game, whereas Gangstar Sirius are running much more of an AoE team fighting composition.
Yeah, they definitely feel like, again, I kind of said a bit earlier, but they want to keep everyone away from them, right?
Yeah.
If they can just have that long range poke, that long range siege, and the babysit here from Rex is fairly massive in lane. It's forcing Senseplay to now stay in the visible spectrum of the area. And Data
he was going to go infrared for a second.
Well, I mean, I don't know what you call bushes other than invisible, but I mean, hey, whatever you say over in the UK.
Hidden, I guess.
Hidden.
We probably call them brushes, actually, some of the time. Anyway, but yes, doesn't really matter because we are here on the world stage in NA, and once again, we're going to see a glaive with a tension bow. Hack picking that up early here.
And again, I think it just reinforces the pick comp that you were talking about and getting that burst down. If they can burst somebody down, it's a 2v3. Gangstars, if they lose Old School into this, I think it's actually much more crushing. If they lose Status, I mean, Status right now is building into the weapon Sky. Very dangerous 1v1, but 1v3, perhaps not quite the demon that Old School can actually live up to be.
Definitely. I think Old School is really one of their carries for the team composition. He's the one who's going to be needing to get that poke down positioning in the fights. We saw it in the first game. He was very aggressive. He was stepping up into the faces of Dada and Youngju and getting those Malice and Verdicts down. He has to do that again here, because if he doesn't, Gangstar Sirius are going to be knocked out.
Well, Gangstars have kind of deviated a little bit from the earlier game plan of early aggression. They've more or less stayed to their side. They're down a kill. Yeah, they did get caught, but in terms of the gold, actually leading just by a tad. It's anybody's game still, really, but this is a noticeable difference from the Gangstars early game.
And Hack perhaps not being as aggressive as they might want to be. Afterburn in onto Old School, death from above on Dada. And this will be the disengage from both the teams. Fountain actually used there by Hack. Rekt, of course, does not have one as he's prioritized the Storm Crown. Dada's almost got 6 here. Everyone's almost got 6 here. As we will wait to see how these teams play out the rest of this fight.
Afterburn's up, Bloodsong is ready to go, Senseplay has his there as well. I don't think Old School actually expected to be the target, but there's still a really good pick potential here.
Huge amounts of it. Youngju can jump back in. Only the reflex block on Status. Root onto Rekt.
Yes.
There is the afterburn as well, but Rekt will run his way away and escape beneath his turret. Old School stepping forward to force Hack away from his Roma.
Core Collapse wasn't up on that.
Yep.
That's a big misstep right there, but you can see just how instantly Hack can engage right there. I mean, they can cross that distance in the blink of an eye and set up for that Celeste easily.
That was cute from Status. Death from above to steal the Triad off towards the backline. He knew that Youngju had to stay away because he was so low on HP. And this is the minute advantages we talk about. If you can take them, you can take the win and you can take your place in the world's top 4. Semi-finals is the spot they're playing for to face up against Phoenix Armada. And both these teams want it with a passion.
Core Collapse just went down there from Data as well, but it's just for the farm. So again, like the setup, the triple comp, the 4 stuns as we were going to call them here, it's not ready to go. So Gangstars, they're going to get off of this one scot-free. Status, yeah, using an ult there for that steal. A lot of players might be like, well, that's a bit waste. It was a 20-second ult. Like, he can just go back, farm. By the time he gets up to lane, it's going to be ready to go, and that does go a long way for making those early game advantages.
And it's not as impactful on a weapon power Sky as it would be on a Crystal as well. It still does work, but it doesn't. You don't need it all of the time. Yeah, still sold the tree, and that's exactly what he wanted to do. Let's have a look across these items. Old School and Dada in the lane have both gone for that Broken Myth, and we actually see a slight deviation on second item. Old School's got himself a little bit of shielding, whereas Dada is going all down the crystal bits.
Well, yeah, Data does not exactly have anything really to worry about in terms of being jumped upon. Like, the best you got is maybe like a Suri Strike, right? Or a Portal. But still, it's not like you're going to be crossing the distance like this Lance, like this Glaive. So he feels very very confident as long as he stays back, use that range. Once he hits level 8, the Helios gain another rank of range there as well. And he feels he doesn't need it. Old School, however, he's being actively targeted. That little bit of mitigation can go a long way.
Definitely can. I'd like to see him get a reflex block relatively soon as well. It looks like he's building towards one now with the Oak Heart.
Definitely recommended.
Yeah, just because if you can block the initial CC, you stop Hack being able to get that chain off, being able to stop them from catching you out too much.
And Rekt's not going to get a Crucible, or if he is, it's going to be like a 12-minute Crucible.
so late when you get that Storm Crown first, and I don't think the Storm Crown's done a huge amount for them either. I'd like to hear what the analysts have to say about it afterwards, but we will have to see how impactful it is as we get later on into the game. It does help you take objectives as well, so gives them that gold mine focus that they have been having in the earlier games, and the Krakens as well. But I think if you're using it for the poke advantage you get out of it, it doesn't really do the job.
Well, the sieging potential here from the lane hasn't really phased Hack. There hasn't been really a big push either way. Are they actually going to give up this gold mine to defend this top? I think they really got him.
Here comes Rek. The turret's going to fall, though. Here's Status as well. Turret almost dead. Dada jumped on by Status. Youngju will get the kill off on towards Rek. And now it's up to Dada to try and dodge around. A great Githian, though. Knocks Status back. He will take the 1-for-1. They do lose 2 kills. They lose the turret as well. They'll get themselves a gold mine. But it looks like Hack are in the advantage.
I'm really not entirely too sure about that decision. Yeah, they started out the gold mine. They noticed the bush, sent up 2, immediately lost out the support. Old School stayed behind. He did get that gold mine, as mentioned, and I got to give it to Status, actually, on that one. A 1-for-1 trade is the best he was going to hope for right there. He did get it, but now the flow of the game is really pushed up against Gangstars.
It definitely is, and I have a worry for them now as well, because Frostburn's being completed on Dada, which allows him to control these teamfights a lot more.
Those Helios.
The Helios do so much work. It's AoE damage, you get AoE slows, and it's all up to Rekt to try and get the engage off for his team now, because otherwise they're never going to get close to that Celeste.
No, and that's, again, just kind of a confidence factor here from Dada. There's very little opportunity that Gangsters are going to be able to jump into that back line outside of Rekt using that portal. And even if they are, Senseplay has the Githian. We have Afterburns on tag, Core Collapses, and Boots.
That's the engage we were talking about. Oblivion lands as well. It's up to Senseplay to try and defend his laner. Will tank up a huge amount of work. Youngju jumps in onto Status. Core Collapse won't connect. Solar Storm doing a lot of work, and they still have a turret to fall back to. The fountain used by Hack. They weren't quite able to get the CC chain down, but they were able to save Dada's life.
Yeah, Boots coming out big right there, and then of course Senseplay, as you saw, I mean, he was taking those hits again and again. It kept his laner now very healthy. He is level 8. Dada can now really become the artillery that they need him to be.
So that overdrive in the Helio gives you a bit of extra range. Those supernovas doing work. Youngju jumps in onto Old School. Fountain used. Impale comes out, and Old School's rooted to the spot. But once again, the boots are the saving grace as Gangstar Sirius managed to stay alive.
Rek throwing out the sigil, Rek throwing out that fountain, Rek just trying to keep Old School alive as long as he can. He does have that reflex, and looking for that Aegis since he has 2 items now here as well. And Old School is basically just on track for his farm. Dada perhaps not expecting that level of damage out of Status.
Now there's no wave here for them though, so they're not going to be able to take this turret too easily, especially with Senseplay there to defend. Senseplay looks like he's building up towards Crucible next. Does land the Impale, maybe the War Treads actually, with that Oak Heart sitting in the inventory now.
I'd expect War Treads in a sense play. That's very thematic for the whole best of 3.
It definitely is, and just allowing your laners to block out the Oblivion and Death from above themselves, it tends to be what we've seen from these East Asian teams. They're very much, look, you look after yourself, and I will be that next line of defense for you. I'm not going to give you more than you can handle. And at the moment, Hack are handling Gangstar Sirius. You have to think, they've taken the turret, they've got some damage down onto that next turret in the lane as well, and they've got a Celeste that is powering her way up to a very beefy carry.
All right, so they haven't actually seen Old School yet. He hasn't come into their vision, but he is holding on to an infusion, and he's actually the only one I can actually see with that right now. It is the 12-minute mark. This is more or less when NA does like to actually get those infusions anytime between 11 and 13, because that will carry over for a very important Kraken spawning. So if you can get a good team fight, get a good Kraken, you take control of the game. Gangstars, though, again, with the loss of that first tower, a lot of the action has been in this middle air towards their base. They have not been able to advance.
This is a weakness we've seen in Hack's gameplay, the non-contestation of Goldmine a lot of the time. Now Hack have realized it as well. They are going to try and put the pressure down onto Gangstar Sirius here, but they just don't get there in time. They don't get the positioning they'd like, and it's going to be another Goldmine to Gangstar Sirius. They actually spread themselves ahead to a 2,000 gold advantage.
I don't think Hack has taken a single one in 3 games.
Can't remember one.
They've definitely not contested. And you're right. Is it a weakness? Not entirely sure I'd go that far, but it's definitely not a preference.
It is a weakness when you don't get anything out of it. So the first gold mine in this game I understand because they got the turret, they got a double kill, it's great for them. This one, what did they get? They pushed the lane a little bit, and all that's going to happen is Old School now rotates up, gets himself some farm underneath the turret, and they don't really mind too much.
I would definitely have to sit down for a conversation with them to get their opinion on it, but they are not getting any monetary value. They're not getting any positioning. You're quite right on that one. Senseplay is just going to run away out of this. not a problem. 2 items there, still cool. He does have that Aegis ready to go. Data, he's going to be looking for his soon enough. If he gets that Eve before any kind of big team fight, that could actually be a really good power spike, and I think he pretty much has the money for it, or he's about to hit that plateau.
Yep, and we do actually see Old School getting his Eve as well here, so that sustain on Samuel, something that he's well known for, can do a lot of work. Here's the engage, Direct jumps in, Status trying to get to the back line, but the Githyan knocks him back. Impale, Solar Storm, Dada's dead though, and here come the rest of Gangstar Sirius chasing onto Youngju, will get the kill on him. That's Storm Crown coming up big for Rex, will be able to chase him out, and it's now up to Senseplay to try and survive for 15 seconds to deny this ace. Status is here though, he's not going to let that Lance survive for long. He'll chase him down, it's another kill, and it's an ace for Gangstar Sirius.
Gangstar is really exploiting the fact that Dada, really relying on those positioning. Coming up from the bottom, you can only run so far top. There's a giant wall right there, right? So he kind of ran out of positioning, and then that's just when Gangstars was able to bring him to town. So they go in with the portal, they have the death from above, maybe not exactly doing what they need to, but again, Dada has nowhere to go right here, right? There's a dead turret in front of him, he can't run left, and he can't run up. So they were able to just collapse, get the damage done, and that was definitely the weakness they needed to exploit there.
And Gangstar Sirius are doing a really good job of allowing Rect and Status to go in and then holding Old School back just a little bit, which means he's not usually in rage for I Love Youngju, who is focusing on keeping Dada alive more than anything else. I feel if Hack went for Old School and just took him out of the fight, 9 times out of 10 they're probably going to win that fight, and they're not able to do that because of the focus. There she is, as you say. The Kraken has spawned. Impale was missed there, actually, towards the side. Just saw the...
Great cinematic,
yeah,
but it doesn't actually land on top of anybody, as you did say. And Hack, all right, have some infusions coming out. Remember, Old School was infused that fight. Yeah. I'm fairly sure that, yeah, still nobody here on Hack. We did just pick one up there from Dada, so that was another factor into that one. Old School hitting like a monster. He's 3 item. We're looking for 3 item there on top of Dada, so we are pretty much even when it comes to that. But Rect, again, he's going to be looking for it.
Going for the engage. Status knocked back, but he waits with the Suri strike. Core collapse comes down. Dada will survive for the time being. Gets himself out alive of the fight. Youngju and Senseplay trying to act as that front line for the team. Will be able to get Hack away, but Dada just about survives. One great thing that I just want to pick up on Status. Waited for the Githyan ward, so he...
Started up, Gangstars with that fight. They might not have gotten a kill, but they got themselves the positioning. And, well, it's up to Hack to motor on over here. They don't have treads. That capture bar is getting real close.
They do have the engage potential with Senseplay and Youngju, though. Here comes Rect, here comes Gangstars. Senseplay's low. They will almost take him out. He does fall, and now Dada's on the retreat. Hack have to get away. It's a 2v3. They just need to live to fight another day. Gangstar Sirius are going to look for that choke point turret, and if they can take it, you have to think that the game is in their grasp.
Rect is soloing Kraken at this point. He's
Storm Crown.
Yeah,
the
Storm Crown, that's exactly right. But laying down the Oblivion, laying down that Death from Above right there, it really constrained where Hack had safe spots to stand, and that is what absolutely destroyed Senseplay. He did not even use the fountain out of that one.
I do just have a pause coming out here. There is a Solar Storm available, and I'm going to say it because if it's a steal, I sound like Nostradamus. So Solar Storm is available for the Kraken steal here, if the Celeste wants to try and take it away.
Well, you called the Mooncloak.
I did call the Mooncloak, but that was about 3 minutes early, so perhaps this game is going to continue for 3 minutes. I'm sure Gangstar Sirius will not want that to happen, and I think Hack will, because it feels that the only way they get back into this game is waiting until they can find that perfect engage that they haven't found yet.
Well, I'm actually just thinking about those treads were down. I'm fairly sure the fountain was not actually available there for Hack. So they went into a choke point area, Oblivion, Death from Above, just 8 Senseplay alive. Dada, had to just motor on out of that one. And Youngju, he was actually in a very prime position as a glaive. Everybody was hugging up against him. He's like, oh, okay, I can just do damage and Bloodsong, but he's not building damage. He's like the secondary tank for the team. So he kind of did his combo, and they just looked at him, and then he motored on as well because nothing happened. But losing out Senseplay like that, absolutely disastrous. Now with the Kraken, very likely to be coming down this lane. It's spelling out doom at this point.
It really is, but it's spelling out victory for Gangstar Sirius, and that would take them into the semi-finals versus Phoenix Armada. I mean, they've looked at points weak in this series, and at points incredibly outstanding. Their performance has kind of ebbed and flowed depending on it feels like their mood to some degree, and depending on how they play their composition. It's the minute mistakes that cost them, like not having scout traps in the lane, like not being able to spot team fights starting at the right times. But this game, they have looked absolutely on point.
Now, I get to do a lot of work there with the Evo 8 NA, so Gangstar Sirius, we've seen them evolve. They went right through the Evo 8 North American qualifiers, became the team that qualified to be here. They are hungry. They are pushing the boundaries as a team. It's definitely one of the strongest combos we've seen out of Gangstars for sure. And that drive, I think, is really fueling them here. Game number 2 was a big mental shock, perhaps, with that backdoor, but I've not seen them quaver, anything. They are just solid this game.
That they are. The early game was slow from both the teams, and you can feel there's a little bit of apprehension starting fights because if you take a bad fight, the other team's good enough just to snowball the game away from you. And now we're starting to see that for Gangstar Sirius. Obviously, their sister team played against Hack yesterday and did go 1-on-1. And I know that they were talking to Gangstar Sirius yesterday and today and saying, look, this is how they beat us. This is how we beat them. This is what their strategy is. This is when they rotate. This is what they do. Having that extra knowledge has definitely bolstered them in this series.
Well, it almost feels weird to say that North America in this one has really been very much on top of the objectives. Gold mine after gold mine. That's something you did bring up as, quote, a weakness here of Hack not contesting those. And, well, weakness or not, it has not done them any good in this entire series. It has really kept Gangstars relevant in gold or ahead in gold when they shouldn't be. And it's just all kind of starting to spell out here. So as soon as this pause is done, we'll have to see what those reactions are. But the 2-tank style and Dada, I'm not entirely too sure that can replace a 2-tank style with a Kestrel. That Celeste is great, but she's getting Zerg down pretty hard.
I feel that the glaive tank is not what you want to, not what you should be doing. You can either build glaive with a tension bow and go aggressive and try and get kills, or you can build glaive with a sorrow blade and then go tanky after that because the sorrow blade gives you enough damage. Maybe sorrow blade breaking point and then tanky. I don't agree with building tension bow and then going tanky because it's kind of saying I want to try and burst you down, but I also want to be a big tank. And as we can see now, he's just not doing anything in the fights.
I am fairly sure he has a Sorrow Blade now.
Does he have one?
The game has now
we
passed that 15
we haven't got it up on our
no,
screen.
We don't,
So.
but I'm pretty sure he does have another damage item. But the fact that he goes tanky after the tension, after a very dull early game, they're not capitalizing on really anything. The comps from Gangstars said, okay, we're not going to be aggressive. We're just going to keep everyone at bay, triple poke, siege, stay to ourselves. And Hack, they kind of actually staying true to their word. They're saying, we don't want to be that early game team. We want to be that late game team. And then they build a tension bow glaive.
Yeah. I want to also just focus on the semi-final matchup for both these teams. So it's against Team Phoenix tomorrow, whoever wins.
Monster, yeah.
That is a huge match. Looking at these two teams from these games, it's very hard to see one of them making inroads against Phoenix. Now, Phoenix have played, they play against Hunters today.
I mean, those are some harsh words.
It's true, though. You can mollycoddle it and say maybe there are opportunities for them, and that's not a lie. They can bring out surprise picks. They can perhaps just on a day play better than Phoenix, but just from strategy and from the way they play the map, Phoenix Armada would not give up the gold mines, which is what kept Sirius in it in the game 2 for a long time and is winning them this game. They would not give up the lane advantage, which is what Hack has had a lot of the time. And because of that, it's kind of like if you combine Sirius and Hack, you make Phoenix Armada. And one of them needs to work out how to do that if they're going to play well in the semifinals tonight.
I get what you're saying. You can't kind of go at the whole with only a few pieces of the puzzle right there. So.
But you can, if you're better at taking gold mine than Phoenix, you can win it out. Now, Gangstar Sirius they have taken the Kraken here, so that was what we were looking for. No Solar Storm Steel.
The glaive doesn't actually have that, sorry, he has the breaking point.
Yeah, breaking point. So actually, I like the breaking point more than the Solar Blade.
Well, it could be more.
Yeah.
It could be more in the long run, but again, he's not really
doing anything. And that's even without armor on old school. Status has armor, but I feel that Youngju is not focusing old school in a lot of these fights. He's trying to keep Status off Dada, and that's what's losing them the fight to some degree. Kraken pushing in here, looking for that choke turret.
Ooh, nice.
Great death from above, line placement there along the turret, and Gangstar Sirius will be able to take that first turret down. It looks like they might resign to just having that one turret fall off the Kraken. Yeah.
It's just been, again, like the mortar situation, right? I mean, that's easily like 15 or so Helios just being eaten up there. So they did break that choke point. And we both agree, that is a very important key to victory. Once you get past that, it really opens up your options here for the Gangstars because they can invade jungle. They can push right up to it. They can really start bottling in Hack at this point.
Dada's gone Atlas, so he knows exactly what he wants to stop happening.
Atlas is an interesting idea, though, because it requires them to successfully jump him.
I think the argument is, if they're on me, I want a way of getting away from it. If they're not on me, I'm going to do enough damage anyway. I don't need anything more than a reflex block and an Atlas to stay safe from range. I just need the Atlas if Status has actually got close enough to me and try and get myself away.
That's the big key, if he's close enough. I'm not entirely too sure Status has really been, hugging him. He's been using the Sirius strikes to get into there, but then he's also dancing around the core collapses that come out, the glaive, the lance, and everything. I'm not entirely too sure that's the right idea.
I can understand that. You would have said full metal jacket instead, just going for a bit of armor. He definitely needs armor.
Yeah,
he definitely
wanted
needs
armor.
He's getting beaten out by Status. Old School isn't actually doing that much to Dada himself.
You put together an Aegis and a full metal jacket, and that's the best defensive 2-item combo you could probably get. Just in pure damage reduction.
Definitely gives you the most stats as well with that shielding and the armor. Gangstar Sirius will be looking towards this next Kraken once again. They get the choke turret, as you said. There's the flare down here, and Hack perhaps trying to stop this one, but not even going to be able to get into their own jungle.
This is the surefire way to build up those advantages, to look for the best position to end the game. You take their jungle, you keep them all bottled up, Kraken comes in, you get it uncontested, you win the game.
But actually we can see Hack getting far enough forward, they can put a bit of vision down for themselves. Senseplay doesn't have any scouts, only got those flares up. Same is true for Rekt.
School got the boots.
They have got the boots there. The Warche's going to go in on towards the backline. Oblivion out. Dada's still alive. Old School in the front line. Dada has been jumped on though, and that is a dead Dada. Youngju's the next target. Hack falling to the winds as Youngju will fall as well. 2 kills to 0 for Gangstar Sirius, and it's all on Senseplay here to try and defend. It's going to be an incredible defense if he manages it. There's the turret targeted by Gangstar Sirius. They've taken it down. They're looking for the second crystal turret. This could be Sirius securing their spot in those semi-finals. They will take the second crystal turret down, and they will turn their eyes to the Vayne Crystal. This is it. Gangstar Sirius are going to the semi-finals.
I would really hope that Rekt would be happy about. There we go. Finally, a smile.
A smile
out of
at
it,
the end from Rekt.
My goodness, Senseplay. We talked a little bit about microseconds of reaction time. He got slept up by the Oblivion, and then he put on the Aegis, and then it was just too late. Dada was dead. Youngju already just down and wounded. And I keep saying, Senseplay, you're gonna be my MVP, but perhaps that was a caster curse at the end of it, because that sleep was just the win right there. Old School, I think, has now taken my heart for MVP on that one.
Well, all of Gangstar Sirius played their hearts out, as did Hack, of course. Commiserations to them, but it will be Gangstar Sirius going through to the semi-finals to face up against Phoenix Armada. And we're going through to our analyst desk to break down that incredible series.
Thank you very much, Sona. What an insane semi-final between Sirius and Hack there. I mean, Sirius pulling out right at the end. Really came back from that backdoor attempt, the win in Game 2. Guys, what were the major talking points? What were the major reasons that Sirius managed to pull that one out of the bag?
Well, I mean, I think we saw some pretty interesting gameplay just between like minute 5 and 9 between Hack and Sirius, where both are being pretty passive. Like, you could tell a lot's on the line. This is Game 3. The losing team goes home. So watching that passivity was a little different. It actually seemed kind of like it put Hack in a weird spot, because they picked up a glaive and they went tension bow, but they were not making the same kind of plays in lane that they've made before. They weren't making the same plays in lane they made against Cerberus the other day with the same kind of glaive idea.
No, I agree. I mean, what these teams have to understand is that when you pick up a glaive and you want to go for the early game aggression, you have to get that advantage in the early game. If you don't get that early game advantage, once you get into the team fights, you're just going to be at a big disadvantage. We saw Hack, like you said, pick up the glaive, go to tension bow. They weren't able to get the kills in the lane, and I think actually the reason why they weren't able to do that is because of the Storm Crown on the Lyra. Again, Sirius got it in the first game, they get it here. I think when Glaive goes up to lane and he sees his laner and support already being pushed back into the turret, you're not able to get those afterburns to pick up someone because you're already being shoved in. And I think that was a big factor to why Glaive wasn't able to abuse his early game strength.
Let's have a quick look at a replay, ladies and gentlemen. It is from this game. I believe this is where Gangstar Sirius had their first decisive fight.
Yeah, I mean, in this replay, essentially all that has to happen is they just need to dive the backline and kill Dada. I mean, you really don't even need to pay much attention to anything else. Glaive gets completely shut down because of the bulwark and the zone control, and because he only has a tension bow, and he's also building towards breaking point, which is not really burst damage at all. He just doesn't really have anything to bring down the enemy with.
I was really interested as why you pick up Celeste once Lyra had been picked up. I mean, if you get Celeste into an arcane passage and gets the Bright Walk down on top of her, she's going to be stuck there for a considerable period of time. And then you've got the Sky following up, you've got the Samuel following up. All right, she gets blown up almost 99 times out of 100.
I mean, that's true. I kind of want to talk about that team fight actually a little bit more because I think that team fight was the deciding factor in that game. And what happened in that team fight, we saw both Status and Old School pick up infusions, and they went up to team fight against Hack. This is the same mistake that happened in the last game, actually. Hack didn't notice the infusions. And if you're playing at this level of competition, you need to notice these infusions. You need to notice the itemization coming from your opponents to be able to win the team fights. Not only that, but actually the positioning that Hack had in lane gave Sirius such a big advantage going into that team fight. Because what you want to have with Hack is composition. You want to have Lance in front, Glaive in front, and Celeste at the back, Kite in back, and Sirius not being able to get on her. But if you're fighting in lane where Sirius can't, like there's a wall behind her, she can't go any further back, they just are able to close the gap on you, they're able to shut down your carry, and from there on you're not going to be able to do anything because your Glaive just doesn't do anything.
Positioning really the key there, and like you said, they kind of boxed Celeste against the wall, and that was that decisive team fight that we saw the replay of. We've actually got Status on stage with Playoff Beard, ready to have an interview about the series. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Excoundrel. I am here with Status after a very intense series. So first up, I have to say, Hack, that flicker was out of control, dude. How did you guys deal with Flicker and ultimately kind of find your way through this series?
I knew that we had a stronger late game because Flicker ends up falling off later into the game. Just in jungle, we had a lot of vision later into the game to just catch them while they're ulting. Basically, we knew we could out-damage them. But the one problem with that was when we didn't have any vision inside a lane, and then they ended up just going around us and backdooring for the win.
Yeah, that was really something there at the end of the series. Now, for Gangstar's organization and the North American side of Gangstar's, Hack beat Gangstar's at VIPL. You were able to get revenge here at Worlds. How does that feel?
Feels pretty good, getting the revenge.
All right, yeah. So I'm curious now. Tell me about Rekt in his play. I have said publicly that I think he's the best Lyra in the world. Talk to me a little bit about Rekt's play in that series.
Rekt was playing really, really good. Like, we can't do anything without Rekt on his A game. Just one thing is probably a little bit more vision if we're going against a Flicker. Other than that, Rekt played insanely well.
Yeah, just one scout trap by the turret there, and the base race is a little bit different story. All right, so the ultimate question, there's been a lot of talk about Phoenix Armada. There's been a lot of talk about TSM. Can Gangstar Sirius win the World Championship?
I wouldn't count us out. I think we're going to be really well prepared against Armada, so it's a possibility that we can win Worlds.
That's going to be an incredible semi-final tomorrow, a best of 5 there. We can't wait for that. All right, so with that, thank you very much, Status. We go to a very short break, and when we come back, we have TSM versus Southeast Asia's Infusion. It's going to be a terrific series. Anywhere.
Yeah, we'll be going to a quick break in just a short moment. We've got to quickly wrap up things on the analyst desk. Even in victory, there is always the criticism for the teammates there. He just said, Rekt,
a little poke.
Yeah, Rekt played a great game, Rekt, but you're the reason the back door went that way. But no, I think, really, obviously, the fantastic teamwork. And you see in the videos for Gangstar Series, they're a really close-knit team. And the addition of, Old School to the Rekt and Status lineup has just been great as well. So, I think they've all been pretty happy with how they performed. And I think going against Phoenix Armada is a big challenge. The question is, gentlemen, can they do it? They beat Hack, the #2 seed in Korea. Can they beat the #1 seed in Korea? At their absolute A game, we've just seen them, almost achieving that absolute A game. Can they take on Phoenix Armada?
I definitely think they have the opportunity to. I mean, they're going to try, right? So it's going to be a definite series to watch. But at the same time, some of these mistakes we saw Hack make, like not prioritizing Goldmine, building Atlas on Celeste, some of these kind of weird mind games that Hack kind of did to themselves, Armada's not going to do the same thing. So whatever preparation Sirius goes into is going to have to be a little bit harder than what Hack did.
Yeah, I mean, I do think if I was in Sirius, like, or just if I was thinking about it from Sirius perspective, Hack is kind of like the mini boss, and then
Phoenix Armada,
are the real
end
boss.
Yeah. Oh, you can see on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, we have got the first semi-final confirmed. It is Korea versus USA. It is Phoenix Armada versus Gangstars Sirius. Can they win? Can they get that best of 5 series, by the way, these semi-finals, and get themselves into the finals? That's the big question. But stick around, guys. We're going to put our abilities on cooldown and recharge our crystals on the Halcyon Fold. We'll be back in just a minute.
Hello and welcome back to the first ever Vainglory World Championship live from the TCL Chinese Theater in Hollywood. I'm Playoff Beard, joined now by Super Evil Megacorp CEO Christian Ed the Shred Segistrelli. How you doing, man?
Good. I mean, how hyped up was that last series? I mean, holy smokes, those plays. Yeah. I know, I'm super hyped up. What an incredible event. What an incredible set of teams. What an incredible set of plays. Incredibly hyped.
Yeah, it's really been something. And we have Southeast Asia coming up next. It's been so interesting just how fast this whole thing has grown. It really wasn't that long ago that we were just a little game, not even called Vainglory yet, out in Singapore beta, and here we are on the world stage. It's got to feel good.
No, it's incredible. Like, since that Singapore beta, literally when there were just a couple of players in one small country, Singapore has actually become a powerhouse of Vainglory just by the community growing organically. And that's what we're seeing around the world. Like, this year has been incredible. Like, our player base just on Android has over tripled since the start of this year, and we've grown fast everywhere. And that's thanks to you guys, the community, to be honest. It's thanks to all of those folks making videos, tweeting about the game, making awesome plays across the board. Thank you guys. We could not have done it without you. And we're just so excited to be part of this all.
Yeah, one of those players in the Singapore beta was Spaghetti, who we'll see in just a few minutes. What a player he is. Now, Super Evil Megacorp made some big announcements on the eve of Worlds, along with the announcement of Detonation Gaming being the latest multi-esport organization to enter the world of Vainglory. Can you just talk for a minute about these announcements, why they're important to everyone here and the players?
Yeah, that's right. Of course, we're most excited about the fact that Update 2.0 is coming in 2 weeks' time, and we couldn't be more excited about that. But in addition to just a super hyped up update, which we can't wait for, we made two big announcements, which are important for the future of the Vainglory community as a whole. We launched a developer API, and we launched the esports franchise program. And both of those two things will make a big difference for the game in 2017.
All right, let's talk about the developer API first. So obviously, third-party sites will be able to get Vainglory statistics and build out all sorts of things, and then players like this will be able to analyze data much better in order to prepare for tournaments like Worlds. Talk to me a little bit about the opportunities you see with the developer API coming in.
Yeah, we're super excited about the API. Our philosophy from the start has been to grow with the community and try to listen to the community and enable the community to do cool things with Vainglory, including now being able to stream direct from device and create content direct from device. But the thing with the API is that finally the community will actually be able to have access to statistics from Vainglory. You can analyze your match history, you look at your win rates, you can look at where you're strong, where you're bad, what your builds were, what types of builds appear to win, all that stuff. We can't wait to see what the community builds with all this stuff, and it's been something we know has been asked for in-game for a long time, and we figure with the API we can get lots of different solutions to it out in the community, and we've already have loads of inquiries of how to build these sites, and please do sign up at developer.vainglorygame.com if you're interested in building these things. We can't wait to see what the community creations will be. We will promote them heavily as they come out.
Very cool. And now the second thing you mentioned is the franchise program for Vainglory Esports. This is no small commitment. You know, can you just talk to a little bit about, you know, what the details of this really are and what it means?
Sure. So the partnership that we've had over the past year with the big esports, multi-esports teams, rather like TSM or Cloud9, Team Secret, and others has been incredible. In addition to all the work that we've done with cool Vainglory first teams like Gangstars, like Hammers, and so on, and Phoenix. So what we wanted to do was to build on that program that we've had this year to create something much more official and ambitious for next year, where truly those teams who are responsible for helping create this amazing competitive ecosystem that we have here today, we can actually partner up with them very closely to really accelerate that growth for next year, to build the audience, to build a competitive framework, to work together on what Vainglory, the competitive scene, should look like next year. We believe in partnership. We struck those partnerships with Twitch a year ago in order to be able to put on events like this, and now we're striking a major partnership with the top teams to ensure that we are building the ecosystem of Vainglory together. So it works really well for the top teams, but it also works well for the grassroots competition around the world. Yes, no, what I was going to add was what is important to understand about the franchise program is that just because you have a franchise doesn't mean that you suddenly somehow automatically get a place in this competition. unlike many other franchise programs, in Vainglory, you've got to earn your top spot. And the dream will always be alive for 3 friends who are awesome at the game, who can qualify all the way up to this, the greatest stage in the world for Vainglory. So, super excited about the franchise program, super excited about also all the teams who are not part of the franchise program, because you know what? We're going to grow this game together. 2017 will be incredible.
Yeah, I'm calling it right now. In 2017, we'll be talking about Team Incipient, that Gabe Bissell, I Love Joseph team. Oh my goodness. All right. So, just real quick, wrapping up on the franchise program, it's a big deal that there's revenue sharing involved, that they're sharing in a lot of the monetization that comes out of Vainglory Esports.
Yeah, that's right. So we are big believers that if we build something together, we should share in the proceeds of what comes out of that we've built together. And we're just so excited about all the help that we've gotten from the big esports teams and the small esports teams in 2016. And in 2017 onwards, we want to make sure that all that good work that we do together will actually be rewarded back to the teams. So excited about helping with merchandise, excited about sharing in sponsorship revenue, ticket sales revenue, all forms of media rights revenue for Vainglory Esports. And we hope that this will together build an incredibly sustainable, happy, rapidly growing ecosystem in 2017 and beyond.
All right, nice. Now, a lot of people here, they want to know what is in store for Vainglory Esports in 2017, just competitive in general. Can I get you to say anything here? Can I get you to make any news?
Well, I don't know about news. We have certainly, just looking at the current growth rate, it looks like we're going to have an awfully large set of large events next year. So we're really excited about that. And also, one thing that I'm personally excited about is that as the number of heroes in Vainglory has grown, we're probably going to have to think about how we're going to evolve, in particular the draft phase of the game, to make it even more interesting to look at how we ban and pick heroes.
Okay, so we'll stay tuned for more information on that. That is a little interesting tidbit right there. Okay, I'm going to put you on the spot before we wrap this up. Who is going to win the first Vainglory World Championship?
Well, I think we have some home team favorites here right now. To be honest, watching Phoenix Armada earlier today, I was looking at that and those double, triple kills going, wow, I would not want to face that. But that said, who knows? I mean, North America may surprise. We certainly have an incredible home crowd here supporting them. So, you know, let's see what happens at NA teams. NA teams, if you do need a super sub roam, Ed the Shred, friend me, invite me, I'll be there.
I saw it looked like you got POA by 1 point.
I got POA by 1 point, so I will be there.
All right, thank you very much, Ed the Shred. Let's send it back to the guys.
Thank you very much. It's so great to see Vainglory grow as a community from the grassroots upwards, and I love that they're continuing that philosophy going forwards. You know, this esports sharing franchise is going to be fantastic. It means you get to see more of this fantastic event coming into next year. I'm Scoundrel. I'm joined by Fuji, and this man who's had a little bit of time to breathe, it is Sona. He's come back onto the desk.
I've actually been upgraded to Sona now, not Budget
You are
Zeekant.
not just Budget Zeekant anymore. Man. You are fully Sona. After that casting performance, I have to give you, you know, full credit to be here. That was absolutely excellent. I honestly, even I was getting excited, and I usually have heard you. I've heard you for 4 years now, and usually I don't get excited at Sona's casting, but after that, I was pretty hyped.
Well, the games were pretty hyped.
Yeah, exactly. The games did us justice. But we've got more games coming your way, and they're probably going to be even better because we've got TSM, the North American champions, going up against the Southeast Asian champions, Infamous Legion. This is going to be another, as to phrase Sona, stonker of a quarterfinal coming your way. So let's first have a little look at the bracket we've got up on your screen. Team Solo Mid versus Infamous Legion. Series 3 is their third quarterfinal of the day, as you said. And after that will be Hammer's Velocity going up against Detonation Gaming. So we have North America versus Southeast Asia, and then Hammer's Velocity for North America going up against the Japanese team, Detonation Gaming, another East Asian representative coming through. So it is going to be a fantastic, fantastic second half to the day here. Can't wait to get involved and hear Fuji's thoughts and Sona's thoughts on these teams going forward. But first of all, let's have a little look at the TSM roster. Lots of you will know them. Lots of you will know TSM, one of the most successful esports brands in the world. This is their Vainglory team. FlashX, Bestchuck NA, Von C, probably that superstar player, the uncontrolled aggression reined in by his team. What are we thinking here? Do they have what it takes to be Infamous Legion?
I definitely think they do. I mean, Infamous Legion showed us they had some strengths, but they also are new to the stage, new to this type of competitive scene. TSM is the veteran team from North America coming onto this stage, having some of the best records, some of the best plays, best comp strategies, best drafts. Like, this is the team a lot of people pegged would go all the way to the end, up against perhaps Phoenix or Armada. But to get there, they do have to get through a highly mechanical and highly analytical team known as Infamous Legion. It's going to still be a pretty good match, I think.
I think it's going to be incredible. In all honesty, I think TSM's main strength is their analysis pre-game and their draft phase, which FlashX has a lot of control over. But speaking to Infamous Legion, they seem like one of the most researched and most intelligent teams coming into drafts. And also you have to remember, TSM have a wealth of VODs and videos and interviews with them that Infamous Legion can tap into and take that resource and use it in the draft phase. I would not be surprised, in all honesty, if Legion at least push TSM to a best of 3, if not take it 2-1.
It's going to be a close series, but the player to watch for TSM is going to be that no fear, just fight Von C signature hero Koshka. We saw him basically running away with games by playing at sometimes a little bit over mark on the aggression, the double Shatterglass builds coming out. I mean, really has to be reined in from time to time, but he is sometimes the reason that TSM get us so ahead in the early game, which when we used to look at TSM back in the day, that is something that's quite weird to say now. TSM getting ahead in the early game is just odd to think about. But now, you know, they are the team that always has the momentum. They always ask the questions of the opposition. And Von C is one of the main cogs in that wheel.
Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of definitive lineup for aggression in TSM. I mean, Von C has never been a passive player, no matter what team he's been on. So as soon as TSM acquired him as a player, they had to think a little bit more about their strategies. What do we do going forward? And I think Von C was so critically important to this TSM lineup because he opens up so many doors of opportunities for draft strategies and picks because you never really know what he's going to play. You don't know what path he's going to build down. So it doesn't do a lot of good for the opponents to study too hard because every competition TSM comes into, there's a new lineup, a new strategy, and a new way of thinking about the meta.
That there is. I think Infamous Legion have the opportunity here, though, to try and play TSM at their own game because they've done the research and because they're sort of more imbued in the meta that we're seeing at Worlds, that sort of 3v3 lane, the early aggression coming out from people. I think TSM have tried to adapt to that a lot more than other teams have, and Infamous Legion will be more comfortable playing into a TSM that goes for the 3v3 lane meta.
Absolutely. Well, TSM had some thoughts on the World Championship so far, so let's have a look at them.
My name is FlashX from Team Soul Mid. I'm from Denver, Colorado. Denver, Colorado is really well known for the Rocky Mountains. It gets very cold there in the winter and there's a lot of snow. Being a pro gamer in Denver was a little weird. Denver's known as a very outdoorsy city with lots of things to do, so the fact that I just kind of stayed inside and focused on my practice was a little bit different than the average Denver lifestyle. I didn't really have any friends or coworkers who treated me different just because I played video games. I actually thought it was really cool, the fact that I wasn't using my college degree at all and I just decided to play video games for a living. My mom has really always supported me. When I first told her that I was going to Korea to compete in a video game tournament, she was a little confused because she may have not known how much I was actually playing. But once I kind of explained it to her and I really just pitched it as a really cool opportunity to go and see a foreign country, she was fully supported and has definitely supported me ever since. I would probably say my biggest fan is my mom. One of my coolest fan experiences was actually right when I had gotten back from Korea in the IPL and TSM had just announced that they were signing our team. I went into a Korean barbecue restaurant and one of the waiters had been a fan of Team Soul Mid for a really long time and he recognized that they had just picked up a Vainglory team. So the fact that Team Soul Mid now has a team house in Las Vegas, I have got to know my teammates a lot more than what I did during the summer season. Honestly, we just get along really well as teammates and as friends outside of that. I think people would be most surprised as to how Chuck is outside of the game. He definitely likes to goof around and have a good time the same way a lot of people see Von C as well.
Wow, Well, there you have it. Could you please welcome to the stage the North American champions, Team Solo Mid! One of the best teams in North America have a real chance of taking the entire competition here. Most East Asian teams do fear them. They did say that in our interviews with them, kind of the only team outside of their own region they said that they were particularly afraid of. And for good reason, TSM have shown incredible fortitude and obviously, you know, to make that clean sweep of the North American tournament, not dropping a single series or even game, I think, was pretty insane.
Yeah, I mean, if you are a team from Korea and you respect the mechanics coming from TSM, the number one thing that you know they have that's almost equivalent to what you're bringing to the stage is coordination, synergy, and thoughtfulness about every single thing that happens. TSM has shown this in the past, and that's why it's no surprise that these teams, especially Phoenix Armada and others, have said TSM is the team to watch outside of our own region.
It would definitely help them as well because of those team fight orientated meta that we have at the moment, being a little bit more patient with your engages, with your positioning, which is exactly what TSM do, allows you the opportunity to make the engages on your own terms.
Absolutely. Well, where would we be without a team to face up against Team Solo Mid? It is going to be Infamous Legion. Let's take a look at their roster now. DefQ, Quater Voice, and obviously Spaghetti there. That superstar laner, one of the very first Vainglory players, as Playoff Beard said. You know, this did start as, you know, a beta in Singapore, and Spaghetti has been here since the very start. It's great to see him now performing on the world stage at this point. Now, we talk about Infamous Legion a lot. They, you know, come from the Southeast Asian region where they completely dominated. I mean, you've got to say that for the most part, these guys have been almost unchallenged. They said recently they've received a little bit more challenge coming up against teams in the recent few months, but they've never really been tested on an international level. And this is their first time that we're really seeing Infamous Legion play up against a variety of teams across the world stage.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good experience for them, right? Like, we looked at the, you know, Red Candace team as well. When you dominate a region and you dominate it so hard without a lot of competition, coming to an international stage can actually be kind of risky for your victory chances because you're going up against a lot of teams that have more competitive at times where they're practicing, they're scrimming, they're preparing for this moment. So now you're on the live world stage. You may be a skilled player, you got the mechanics, you got the analyst down on paper, but when you go on stage and you have to deliver, that's a lot of times where experience can come into effect.
Absolutely. Well, the player to watch here for Infamous Legion is going to be Spaghetti, that superstar laner. You know, they're all very articulate, and these guys from the Infamous Legion, we talked to them in the interview, and we were all super impressed at their intelligence, the way they approached the game, how analytical they were, their theory crafting. You know, we kind of really preyed on the fact that their main strength is their ability to prepare, and they prepare so heavily. I mean, they said to us, we had 1 month to prepare. Like, and we were like, you had 1 month to prepare, that's quite a lot amount of time. They didn't think that 1 month for Worlds was enough. It was insane how much work these guys put in to coming into a tournament like this.
I think part of it as well, you have to respect the fact that they're the youngest team here. Their average age is 16, and they have this maturity and this game sense that you tend to only see from the older players, from the 21, 22, 25-year-olds who have gone through a little bit more of the world and have gone through a few more of these international tournaments. I agree with Buji, though. The worry for them has to be whether they can take what they've written down on the paper and actually put it onto their phones and onto their tablets and be able to put into practice what they know they want to do.
I mean, that is the concern. We saw them go with a composition, I believe it was against Avalanche, where we didn't actually see them come back until the very, very, very end of the game because they drafted a pedal in the composition. It sounded good on paper. It went into the glimmer shots. It went into the Malice and Verdict from the Samuel, the Kestrel, but it was not really working out for them. So they have to be careful when you go into a meta region that all of your analysis doesn't block clarity from changing your picks and or bans to what actually works.
Well, we've got a video for Infamous Legion as well, so let's take a look at that.
I'm Spaghetti from Infamous, and I was born in the Philippines, but I currently reside in Singapore. Quater Voice is probably the strictest member and the mind of the team. Like, he's the main drafter. As for me, I'm the funny guy, I guess, in the team. And DefQ is sort of in between, I guess. Our team, we like to argue with each other. Like, whenever it comes to strategies, we like to discuss what's better, what's not good, stuff like that. Being a competitive gamer in Singapore is not really per se supported by the government because by the age of 18, we have to serve in compulsory national service. So we have to be in the army, and for 2 years. So professional gaming in Singapore is not really a big thing, like compared to Korea. I'm still 15, but Creative Voice and DefQ are 16 years old, so they'll probably have to stop in 2 years. At first, no one knew that I played Vainglory competitively because I didn't really tell anyone until one of my classmates found out the in-game news, and then they saw my face there. When my classmate found out, he was like really annoying, I guess. Like he kept asking me to help him play and stuff like that, which I don't mind. It got very irritating, I guess, because he kept doing it repeatedly. Yeah. From then, I guess Vainglory boomed into our school, and a lot of people started playing Vainglory because of me, I guess. And then in neighboring schools as well. So actually in Singapore, quite a few people play Vainglory in like my level of education, secondary school. So when I found out that others started playing Vainglory, it was kind of a surprise to me because in Singapore, a lot of people play League of Legends, Dota, all those MOBA games. So I didn't expect them to play Vainglory as well. And yeah, we kind of run away from class sometimes to play Vainglory. Yeah, like in the toilets. Yeah. And the good thing is because in Singapore, we have this really fast 4G network. We have very good ping everywhere. So basically anyone can play Vainglory anywhere in Singapore. And about the other schools, when I went to an event outside of school, like an activity, but it's school related, the guy approached me and he's like, "Oh, you're Spaghetti, I play this too." And he's from the nearby school. And people there also play Vainglory. We have a LAN cafe dedicated to Vainglory in Singapore. If you've heard of it, it's called Project Mob. Basically, people come there to play Vainglory. It's like a LAN cafe basically, so we get Wi-Fi, drinks and stuff, aircon, yeah. And then all those guild alliances and stuff, they can rent the place there and they can do a guild meeting, stuff like that.
Well, let's introduce to the stage Infamous Legion from Southeast Asia. Give it up for these guys. One of the very first sets of Vainglory players. And they're going to be going into a very tough match here versus TSM. I mean, it's great to see the community, you know, in the region that really started Vainglory, and they're still, you know, budding as a community now. They're still blossoming, and you can see there, Infamous Legion, one of the very best teams, one of the very best guilds as well. You know, they came from a guild. This is a real, you know, sort of a kind of illustration of how the Vainglory guild system has allowed things to expand into esports, and we have teams coming from guilds all over the globe right now, and Infamous Legion is one of the sort of the very best of those from that Southeast Asian region. It's great to see them. But we should focus on the match. This is the quarterfinal. It is Infamous Legion from Southeast Asia, Singapore, going up against TSM, the North American champions and kind of the poster boy of North American esports in a lot of sense. So it's going to be a really tough best of three for both teams here.
You know, I would say that if TSM really plans to go all the way with this tournament, this is a really important series for them to try to go 2-0 in, because they know how well Gangstars did against Infamous Legion. It was a 2-0. In fact, in the second game, I believe Gangstars didn't even lose a single death over to Legion. So that type of clean play for a team like TSM that feels like they're the best in North America, they have to really prove it here. This is the time they have to play really clean and concise to practice for what's to come.
And with Gangstars beating out Hack earlier on, you know, TSM were only able to 1-1 with Hack. Maybe they would have won 2-1 if it had gone to a best of three, but Gangstars have put down that marker. They've said, look, we think we're the best team in North America. TSM need to live up to that. And on the converse point of that, you know, Infamous Legion, they will feel they have an opportunity here. They're very mature guys. They're very humble as well in the way they talk about themselves, but they are a strong team that have been together since day one, and they have a very real shot of upsetting TSM.
Absolutely. Let's get towards the draft phase then, ladies and gentlemen, because we're going to see probably one of the most anticipated portions of this matchup. The heavy preparation these teams put in really comes into fruition when we look at the draft phase. You know, where are we thinking bans are coming out? Are we going to be seeing a potential ban of Koshka by Infamous Legion against Vonsi?
I mean, it is possible. Like, you know, I would imagine TSM has come into this tournament with a few kind of go-to drafts for the early days. They most likely assume that they need to still try. Like, they can't just roll over on day 1 or day 2, but they have to have some other things as well. So this Koshka pick that they've just been throwing on first side A is something that Infamous Legion should consider, should take a look at, because that type of pressure, especially coming from Von C in the jungle, has just been overwhelming for teams thus far.
I think that the Koshka ban kind of hamstrings Infamous Legion slightly if they do it, because you're giving over either Kestrel or Lyra. I think if you're going to give over one of the two, I prefer to allow the Lyra to go across, but we are going to get into
We're going to get into draft, ladies and gentlemen. The Lyra has been banned by TSM straight away. Now, do you respond with a Kestrel ban? It's going to be Samuel by Infamous Legion, which means Kestrel picked up immediately by FlashX. No surprise there. Very strong hero at this current time. Immediately followed by Adagio and Lance. Wow, this is very quick draft phase coming up.
It is definitely. I mean, the Adagio going over does deny the pairing with Koshka, but TSM is going to get the Arden-Koshka combo, a very classic mix alongside Kestrel in the backline. And Infamous Legion goes for the Catherine, a pick they feel super comfortable and confident on, and one of their priorities.
They've got the Lance as well, though, so this is going to be the first core Lance we see at Worlds.
That's a really interesting point, Son. The first core Lance we're actually going to able to watch at Worlds, most of them in the roaming role. Also, the fact that Infamous Legion coined Catherine as their counter to Kestrel, especially when we talked to them earlier on.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is actually a powerhouse combo we used to see. Infamous is bringing it back in.
Bringing it back in. Well, I'm going to pass it over to our casters, and you guys might have heard of them. It's AJ and Humanist.
Thank you very much, Scoundrel. Man, I cannot wait for this series. It's going to be awesome. I have to wonder about the draft. Obviously, our analysts didn't have as much time as maybe they would like to discuss it. So, Humanist, I want your thoughts. You've given away both Kestrel and the Koshka to Team Solo Mid here. That seems quite bold from Infamous Legion.
It's a bold move. They have a lot of things to deal with that, though. I mean, you look at the Lance, you look at the Catherine, that's a lot of lockdown. And if TSM overcommit, you can always throw out a really nice burst. So we'll look to see if they can accomplish those things. But we are into this match. Team Solo Mid versus Infamous Legion. I can't even wait to see this action.
Everyone's level 1 right now, so it's going to be hard for them to do too much with the cooldowns they have. We've got rotations starting to happen. You can see actually Best Chuck and A tailing behind Spaghetti. That could be the advantage that Infamous Legion need. They're trying to find an opening. Quater Boys hasn't taken damage in so long. Von C, he can't get out of there. That's the first kill to Infamous Legion. Flash X eats the impale. Best Chuck doesn't have enough energy to keep going for more of these glimmer shots. Spaghetti, he's doing such good damage right now. They do find one return kill. Can Flash X get Quater Boys make this a bit more even? It's not going to happen. Infamous Legion take 3 kills to 1 at 1.5 minutes into the game.
Unbelievable here. I mean, we talked about like the juggling of damage yesterday. This is beautiful to watch. Infamous Legion getting in there. And Team Solo Mid thought that they could win this trade, bringing that Kestrel down, but it just wasn't enough. I guess Best Chuck not getting there quite in time, but both of these teams obviously looking to just throw blows early here.
Absolutely, and I gotta give some commendations to Quater Voice there. He juggled vision through that shot bush quite a lot. It stopped Von C from being able to stick on him, and I think that was a big part as to why Infamous Legion had enough time to bring down Spaghetti. Von C wants more right now, though, even with how that earlier fight went. He's trying to steal away some camps with Flash X, but here comes Spaghetti. Von C is very low already. I don't know if he's got enough damage to keep the pressure on. He goes down. We've seen the rotation out of Best Chuck, but it's too little, too late. Flash X caught. Gideon walled against that pit. It could be a kill again going over to Infamous Legion. They find 2 for 0. Team Solo Mid is falling apart right now, Humanist.
But the thing is, this is all their choice. Infamous Legion just reacted to what Team Solo Mid did. It was the proper reaction, but TSM have to quickly rethink this whole strategy because it is not working for them.
It does. I also think Quater Voice has to rethink maybe going so aggressive on such low health. Von C does find the camp. That's definitely going to be easy chase down onto Def Q or Quater. He's got Bouncy Fun coming up pretty soon. 1 more second. He's going to be picking up Def Q. That's the priority target. Von C does clean up a little bit of gold for Team Solo Mid.
Yeah, that was a bold move for them to go over. If they get that mid, they'll be able to snowball on that aggression, but the fact that Von C was able to take that tree and get the regen, he could just go ahead and apply pressure. And if Catherine even tried to stay around a bit longer, that would have been a double kill going the way of Von C. Von C able to get the backs, can't get the mid. Quater Voice gets it.
That's huge. Quater Voice is going to get the heal as a result. He was very low from even just the earlier trade. Now Von C needs to get out of here, and Spaghetti just picked up an item to make that a little bit more difficult. Thankfully, Flash X is going to be backing up Von C a little bit. Quater Voice just stacking his perk there. So we've seen a very explosive beginning to this game, Humanist. Again, discussing the compositions, is this what Team Solo Mid maybe should have anticipated? Should they have anticipated they can't fight the same way they would like to?
I don't think it's really that they can't fight. It's just whoever actually makes that mechanical outplay. They're very, very even when you look in these trades. And what's kind of scary is having this Catherine, it feels like she shouldn't be as strong as the Arden early on in these engagements, having the Koshka backed up by this Arden. But it's working incredibly well for them. Infamous Legion, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, but they were one of these teams that we're talking about stacking up that passive on Catherine and saying that it is incredibly strong, and you have to just throw stun sometimes to stack it up.
You absolutely do. You can see Team Solo Mid trying to make something happen here. Spaghetti has taken a bit of damage right off the bat. He's trying to kite backwards. He's going to have another heal fairly soon, but Vonsi can't jump on top of him to clean up that one. That's going to be the Treant taken down. I'm not sure quite who gotten that. Best Chuck's got a kite Quarter Voice right now, though. Vonsi looking to clean up this kill. They just need the Pouncy Fun. They find the kill. That's the movement speed boost. Vonsi wants more. He's looking for Spaghetti, but the heal just at the last second does get him out of there. Def Q should be able to run away. Vonsi just jumping in for a little love tap there, but Team Solo Mid, they found their footing a little bit here.
Yeah, they played that really nicely. Once again, Vonsi able to get the mid. He's going to get that region, and that's the snowball ability. Once you get that, you just keep going, keep that aggression up, and also you got to give credit to Flash. A very nicely timed Vanguard onto Best Chuck, able to keep him alive through that fight.
Absolutely. So let's return to the Catherine point, because I'm actually surprised that Team Solo Mid let that one go through. This is something Infamous Legion played to great effect on day one. It's something they've talked a lot about, and they play it stylistically quite differently than other regions. Oh, Best Chuck, that's not good. He gets impaled even during the active game, but he finds the stun. Is going to be able to get out of there. That was a little bit dicey. Team Solo Mid do need to be careful about these rotations into the lane. Vonsi wants to go for Spaghetti, though. Yummy Cat and Frenzy on the back line.
Oh, that's Yummy.
Walks down Vonsi, but it's not going to be quick enough. Quater Voice trying to find more. That's the active camo stun. It's a turnaround from Best Chuck. 2 quick kills from Team Solo Mid. They're even Stevens with 5 kills apiece.
I mean, this is literally why Arden is my favorite roam. It is offensive, it is defensive, it'll enable you to dive, enable you to get your Kestrel into a better position. Absolutely flawless play right there.
Oh man, this game is already starting to deliver. I was hoping it was going to be a good one. I knew it was going to be a good one. Infamous Legion, they want to do something here. That was very close to an active camo stun. Best Chuck, he is on fire right now, 4 for 1.
Best Chuck, he has 4 kills right now. That's absolutely insane. Look, I mean, we have 10 kills on the board 6 minutes into this one. Do you think it's going to slow down at all?
I don't think it's going to slow down. I mean, you got Koshka in this match. That's something which wants to really keep the tempo pushed. Also, on the flip side of things, the core Lance, people talk a lot about how he's very potent earlier on. Does kind of fall off, at least in terms of damage later. So I just don't say things slowing down too much. Right now, Vonsi's actually picked up an Aftershock, which is a very different build from the Shatterglass yesterday.
Well, he's going against a pretty tanky Lance there. I think it could work pretty well for him.
Very good point. Best Chuck, look at the siege he's laying down. Quater Voice, we got to talk about this build. We keep trying to get to it, but there's just too much action to. Catherine's, you know, a lot of the time in North America, for example, they're just going to build hyper tanky. Infamous Legion, that's not the way they like to do it.
Yeah, well, I mean, he wants to be mobile. He wants to just get some health up and allow his team to get through this fight. You don't need to build the armor, you need to build health. And as long as you get in there with a nicely timed... Whoa!
Gauntlet perhaps! Flash X jumping in from the flank. Vonsi, he's going to try and get down Quater Voice right now. Does have that Yummy Cat Frenzy to
Rest in
chase the
peace.
kill. Yeah, there's no way out of that one. Quater Voice not even close to tanky enough to deal with that yet. Flash X taking a little bit of poke, but he should be fine.
You know, strategically, Jackson, one of the things that I think Infamous really have going for them, you look later on into the game, that impale is going to land, nothing to follow. But you're going to have this Blast Jammer, you're going to have the First Judgment, and at some point, you're going to have Flash making a really tough decision. Which of these abilities do I Crucible?
Oh, absolutely, and to a certain extent, this is going to rely on the individual members that he's trying to Crucible, having their own reflex blocks to, you know, maybe go for one of them. So long as the communication is there, it should be fine. Quater Voice, again, talking about this Catherine, though, I am interested to see where he goes. Because, see, he's already picked up, you know, some items you might not expect with the contract, with that regeneration as well. I know that he likes to be less tanky, so he reflects more damage, and he likes to go for more cooldown acceleration so that he can do that more frequently, especially against, you know, for example, this Kestrel. So we'll see which direction he goes into. It has meant that his fountain is a little bit late, though.
Yeah, as long as his team is aware of this, and you know, at this level on this stage right now, they are communicating. This is one of the team that communicates, I think, better than almost anyone.
That's just going to be a burst to clear the wave. I think that's actually quite smart here, given the fact that Flash did, at least a second ago, have some minion candies. Def Q going to take some poke as well.
And also knowing that Von C's ult is off cooldown, there's a very good chance that they could dive right under turret and just delete a target. So I think it's really smart. I like the verse coming out of Spaghetti, and it's just one of those plays. You don't see it all the time, but it comes through, it makes sense.
Oh, Deft Q, he is going to get over the wall, forcing Von C to follow with the Yummy Cat Frenzy, but it doesn't even matter. Von C has the damage right now, and his, Infamous Legion, they can't help out.
Von C around the backside?
They're taking so much damage in the lane. Von C wants more yet again. Gauntlet comes down.
Is he going to get more?
Stunned. Spaghetti cannot leave the arena right now. Best Chuck to pick up the kill. It's an ace to Team Solo Mid. 9 kills at 9 minutes.
Team Solo Mid just turning it up right there, and exactly what we were just talking about. You saw why that verse came out to kill that huge minion wave, because they dove it anyway.
And also, Quater Voice, he picked up a fountain when he headed back to the Sanctuary right there. He didn't have it for the fight because he's decided, okay, I want to get maybe some cooldown acceleration and regeneration earlier. That is not going to work against Team Solo Mid's composition. They want to fight you early.
Yeah, they want to fight. Well, he's got an Hourglass now. He's going to be moving forward. Fountain is available, so this will stall out. Maybe a little bit of aggression coming out of TSM. Also, Best Chuck's boots are not going to be available if they get into a skirmish here, but he did pick up that breaking point.
Indeed, he did, and he's already got a Sorrow Blade on top of that, so much damage coming out of this Kestrel. We've seen just how ridiculous it can become with those Glimmer shots, with the basic attacks. Is he going to be able to keep the siege pressure down? It's hard for Infamous Legion to quickly clear waves. Adagio has to use Verse to actually have that AoE effect on the wave. It's going to be quite challenging. Von C looking to get some pressure onto the turret. Quater Voice also taking a lot of poke here. One shot, one kill. Going to connect with Def Q, but Team Solo Mid playing it smart. They're backing away for now with the poke that they already got.
Yeah, in and out. You have Kestrel poking from range. You have Von C abusing this move speed. Right now, they're doing exactly what they need to do. The worst thing they could do is overstep, get within that turret range, and be stunned up. And I hope we don't see that happen with this Kestrel here.
Yeah, I mean, Best Chuck does have to be careful. He's actually becoming quite low on energy right now, and as soon as he let those adrenaline stacks fall off, that was a time to back away. See, Quater Voice can't even move into his own jungle right now. Team Solo Mid is very much adapting like they said they were going to do on Twitter, and like we've seen from some of their games, adapting to this East Asian meta. They're not really allowing Infamous any space here.
No, they're not. And Infamous, though, I think they're doing a pretty good job. They feel that pressure, they've backed off, and even though they did misplay after we saw that verse clearing out in lane and they did get caught with the gauntlet, it felt like they knew what was happening. It was just a slight misplay. So as long as they can kind of tune in that mechanical ability moving into the next couple engagements, I think they'll be just fine.
All right, we got minion candies on both sides. You know that Team Solo Mid, with this advantage, with the adaptations they've made to their play recently, are going to want to find a kill and then probably push a turret. So I like the fact that Quater Voice is countering Flash's minion candies with his own. It has a knock-on effect of actually being very slot ineffective. Like, it takes up a space in your inventory. So that does mean that Quater Voice has, some money right now, but he can't throw it into, like, a little bit of health. He has to wait until he can upgrade it.
Yeah, I think he's doing pretty good right now. He gets the flare gun. That's going to give him some nice HP right there. And I think building into the contraption is going to be really cool for them. The element of surprise is actually so huge for TSM. And having a flare gun means you're always going to have vision, and that's so important when you're dealing with this Kestrel.
Here comes the verse again. I mean, it's a rough situation when you got to use that to clear 2 consecutive waves. Look at Spaghetti isn't in that exact situation. Best Chuck is going to be able to clear their side quite quickly, too, and keep this push going, though.
Yeah, I was just sitting here thinking about items, Jackson. I think War Treads is going to be a really big deal for Infamous Legion. If they can get a nice War Treads coming out, maybe we'll see if he completes it before Contraption or not. But it's going to be a really big deal getting out onto the map, onto one of these targets, and just deleting them out.
All right, another big item completed for Spaghetti. He's actually got a broken myth now and some candies of his own, but here comes the gauntlet. Flash X wants to pick a fight. Von C backing him up, diving onto the back line. Quater Voice does take a lot of damage. Team Solo Mid, they're going to be happy with that, trading the ultimate just for some good chunk damage. Von C, he's going to get taken down, though. The turret doing some serious work. Chuck, he doesn't have the energy for an active camo. He's doing some good damage. The fountain popped very late from Flash. Couldn't save Von C, but is keeping Best Chuck in this. Can he get the damage down? He finds a stun. He picks up the kill. Flash X wants a little bit more. Spaghetti on the run. He should. Oh, the one shot comes through. Von C, Best Chuck and Flash X are doing such good work against Infamous Legion right now.
One shot, one kill coming out right there. Beautifully done. I mean, you see through that engagement, it's all about Best Chuck versus Spaghetti. Who's going to get more damage out here? This gauntlet down, I thought it was a little bit questionable. Maybe not the right target they wanted. But you see, it almost baits Infamous Legion into thinking they could take this fight here. So once they turn this around, Vainglory taking a lot of damage with that Impale. Defu able to get the kill, moves on to Best Chuck. If they were able to take this Kestrel down, the fight absolutely goes their way. But a beautiful job, and once again, Flash with the perfectly timed Vanguard to keep this Kestrel alive, activate that camo, smash him in the face, and one shot, one kill for the triple kill.
It was absolutely beautiful stuff from Team Solo Mid right there. I think we got to bring up another stylistic difference between these teams real quick. Because one thing Infamous Legion talked about, for example, in their video yesterday, is that they really like to build glass cannon on their carries because they feel like positioning equals defense. Now against Koshka, who's just going to jump on your backline and not really allow you to position anyway at all, I'm a bit concerned that maybe that's not the right choice. Spaghetti, look at his items, right? He's got a reflect block. That's it for defense. So he's got to be so careful.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. I think there's strengths and weaknesses to that whole idea of the glass cannon build. It almost baits Vainglory into that mindset, though, of thinking I can jump in and take this target out. And that's the whole idea of having that verse, having that Impale, having that Githian wall, once someone has overextended and punishing them for it.
I mean, I think at this point, though, it's pretty much almost only the Githian wall, right? Because the verse is just being used as a minion clearance tool.
Well, at the moment, yes, but I think as time goes on, we'll see that used, and preferably, I think that's how it should be used.
I would agree with that for sure. Let's take stock of the game, though. Twice the kills on Team Solo Mid. They're 12-6. They've got a very good gold lead, almost 10,000 now, sitting at around 9. Infamous Legion forced all the way back into their base. Let's not forget that they have the capability to come back from these situations. So yesterday, against Snow Avalanche, they did just that.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is the beauty of Vainglory. You can be ahead, but if you make mistakes getting into the late game, if you have a significant net worth lead, that is just bounty waiting to go to the other team. So while you might have advantage, you can't get sloppy for 1 second. I think Team Solo Mid know that very well. Kraken on the map, they're going to be able to take this down here. I don't know if Infamous are going to get over here in time.
Do they need to try and maybe counter this Kraken by actually going for the steal, or should they just defend here? I feel like either one is risky. Look at this, Team Solo Mid, they know what they want to do, just diving onto Quater Voice. I guess you can't contest the Kraken, Humanist.
Well, I think you can contest the Kraken, but a little bit of a misplay there. Infamous Legion making the call to send Catherine in, the rest of the team not going. That's a big problem to have her go down there. Boots were not activated, Fountain was not used. I mean, I think it's not the ideal situation to be using the Fountain right there, but maybe it buys you a little bit of time. It's a tough call.
Personally, I would have just liked to see some more cohesion. I think if they had gone together or if they'd stayed back together, their chances were much increased to do something. Maybe the thinking is that Quater Voice is actually not worth that much money right now, so if he goes in and dies without using his Fountain, his respawn timer is quick enough.
It's kind of like a squirrel running in front of a car, and they don't realize, do they need to keep going or run back the other way? You just needed to commit on that.
All right, well, the Kraken's pushing into base, committing to that Vein Crystal right now for Team Solo Mid. They do have a lot of damage here, a lot of poke with Best Chuck on that Kestrel. Are they going to be able to go for this one? That's the gauntlet. They're making the call to try and end things right here, right now. Look at the damage from those glimmer shots. One shot, gonna connect to Spaghetti, takes him to half immediately. I think, Humanist, this might just be all over right now. Kraken still fairly healthy. The Fountain popped. Vainglory does go down, but Best Chuck is doing so much damage just to the members of the Infamous Legion. Spaghetti can't kite backwards. Defu gets crit. That's a 700 glimmer shot. It's gonna be GG. Team Solo Mid pick up the first game over Southeast Asia's Infamous Legion.
Well, I mean, it was a beautiful, beautiful game there. Of course, Team Solo Mid getting the victory. I think it was a bold move to give the Koshka and the Kestrel over, and obviously this is a team that really enjoys playing with these heroes. I can't even wait to see what happens next.
The home crowd is all fired up for Team Solo Mid, but are they going to have the same success in Game 2 and perhaps Game 3? Let's find out what our analysts think with Xscoundrel and the boys.
Xscoundrel and the boys. Again, thanks for that, AJ. I'm sure these guys love being referred to.
I love being a boy.
The boys.
Anyway, that was a pretty decisive game from TSM. I mean, they looked pretty strong from the get-go. Infamous Legion, they had some good early pacing with the aggression. They seemed to be going toe-to-toe for the first 5 to 6 minutes, and then suddenly Vainglory, TSM ramp it up, and they sort of cruise all the way to victory. Fuji, breakdown, and what was the most important points of this match?
Well, so like in the very beginning, we have to start different in Vainglory than perhaps other MOBA esports is that kills don't really grant you anything early other than the opportunity to do more. And what we saw was even though Infamous Legion picked up a lot of kills early game, they weren't stealing away any farm camps. They weren't really pushing any pressure, getting turret damage down. After all of those early kills, Von C still hit level 6 first. They were still able to run up to the lane, gank Adagio, get a kill on him, apply tons of pressure. At level 6, Lance was only level 4. I mean, if you're going to do that kind of forward pressure in the jungle and you're going to take those kills, you can't just high-five each other and say, we did it, boys, we made it. You have to actually invade. You have to put down some forward vision. You have to contest the Koshka. You cannot let her outscale you.
I think part of it as well just is the composition coming out from Infamous Legion. Like the triple roam can work out well if you're able to get it scaling up to a position where you have the ability to tank up in the team fights. But Quartervoice was their dedicated roam, you could say. And he was nowhere near tanky enough to actually survive in the majority of team fights. And he was actually the one putting a lot of aggression onto the backline as well.
We've got a little replay coming up for you guys around 4 minutes. I think this is where TSM started to fight back here. They get that complete ace early on.
Yeah, I mean, this is where you can see Von C being at level 5, Death Q is only level 3, just hitting 4. The level disadvantages are going to allow for so much damage to come out. Arden coming in and saving Kestrel there from killing herself by accident, but it's just complete control. Death Q does all he can, takes back the...
Wasn't quite a complete ace. I thought it was another replay, but
single kill.
everyone was waiting for more kills.
In the heart.
I was like, I got it wrong.
In the heart, it was an ace. But you know, Quartervoice has been delaying Fountain 2, going for some other items, and I think that works sometimes. But against TSM with the Koshka, they want to fight early and often. I don't think the Fountain delay actually works in this scenario because you don't get to choose not to fight.
Yeah. TSM are always going to take the engage they want. They showed it there. They were doing exactly what they wanted to do. And Infamous Legion was split to 3 different directions at the end of the fight. You can't be doing that against a team that's as coordinated as TSM.
I think when you come to change your game strategy for this particular game set, if you want to pace TSM on their aggression, I think the key point that you brought up is actually you need things that can help you in that situation, and Fountain is one of those things. We know that Quartervoice has got a large opinion on the fact that going defenses on Catherine can sometimes be an issue. He prefers early cooldown reduction to get rotations of his skills coming up more often. And while that might be useful if you are the aggressive team that is always on the front foot and always dictating the pace of play, if you're getting locked into engages with TSM over and over again, and you can expect that with Von C on Kosha, he's going to be pushing the boundary. I think you're right. Fountain needs to be coming down earlier.
Yeah, and they're also extending their gold lead by doing something really smart. Like we saw TSM completely control the last, the full 3 jungle rotations from Infamous Legion, starting at minute 8 to minute 12. And because it was Von C infused at level 9. As soon as he got level 9, he infused. They just hung out around the turret, kept them from being able to rotate outside of the lane, and just continued to take their jungle over and over again.
This is interesting. We saw this from Sirius as well. Early infusions to dictate a very specific portion of the game to then accelerate that into some sort of tangible lead that can secure the game for them following. So it's it's something that North American teams seem to be doing, these early infusions coming out. I mean, obviously, especially in team fight situations. But speaking of that, we've got drafts coming down, and that will result in team fights later in the game. Lyra and Kestrel taken off the board. So this is a game where we're not going to see Lyra or Kestrel, and it means it's going to open up draft a little bit more.
I think if you're Infamous Legion here, you go away from that triple roam, you go to something a little bit more conventional. Lance first pick makes a lot of sense. Adagio is strong as well if you want to go for it, but maybe even the Flicker if you really have a strategy. I think you can first pick your roam here and you don't give too much away, and then TSM have to give you at least 1 carry so you can start to counter pick slightly.
Yeah, I mean, we do see Adagio come through, so this means that TSM cannot get a Koshka Adagio comp on B side if Legion does decide to go for something else. We don't know exactly where the Adagio is going to end up inside of Legion's comp. This is actually the longest we've seen TSM take, I think, to draft anything. So thinking a little bit more in this B side draft than normal, but end up going with the Koshka anyway. Maybe they were just itching their nose or something.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, because that's basically TSM's ethos when it comes to Koshka, especially early on in the draft phase. They trust Von C to be able to make that work in any given situation, and now Infamous Legion have got to respond in the draft here. Fuji, where are they going to go?
Well, the one thing I'd like to point out is Koshka Lance being capable of picking up at the same time is not something we've seen yet, so this is actually a little bit of a new variation of the draft. It feels good, and I have Githian Wall on the other side. I saw the Gwyn hover, which I actually was not against. I mean, we can see Skedaddle get you instantly out of the Koshka ultimate. It seems like it could be a potential pickup, but Legion wasn't really feeling it in the moment, going with Sky. bit risky. Koshka, especially the new Koshka into Sky with Lance, that's going to have to be a lot of outplay potential.
I think their main worry with Gwen probably was they were thinking of running it CP, and that would take them into quite a late game, and they don't really want to play that against TSM. TSM are actually going to lock in the Gwen here as their final pick, so they've decided to take it away.
Fuji loves this, the ability to scale up from something that, you know, you have to Koshka with the early aggression, and regardless of where you want to go with Gwen and your build path, you know, you always have that buffer of the Koshka. I know you always talk about when you pick a late game team, it's nice to have someone that buffers you up, so you have that late game carry mixed with an early game carry. TSM seems to have made it work here.
Yeah, and the best part is like TSM can actually change their mind about a CP or a weapon build after the game starts, so there's still a lot to be uncovered.
Exactly. We're going to pass it over to AJ and Humanist. Take it away, boys.
Thank you very much, guys. I am really looking forward to this game 2. Game 1 was very explosive. Team Solomid, of course, doing something extremely aggressive. That time around, Infamous Legion almost being able to deal with that early on. Look at this, straight out of the bat, Best Chuck actually bought a minion candy heading into the lane, so already some interesting adaptions from typical play out of these regions.
Yeah, it's really nice to see how these things are evolving, and one of the things, if he pops this right away, it's going to help him just secure this lane, get that early clear, and it makes a very easy early rotation.
Absolutely. So Best Chuck, we'll see if he can really make use of this, or if maybe Team Solomid as a team can really make use of this one. At the moment, the flare coming out, you can see FlashX and Von C doing what they've been doing the last couple of games, trying to go for some kind of an aggressive invade. They just get the fronts for now, though.
Yeah, I like that Infamous Legion don't even try to contest that. They know that they don't stack up the same way with that early fighting power, so they go ahead and just avoid that. They give away those fronts. Yeah, it's a little bit of gold going to Team Solomid, but if you die, that's the snowball that's going to go against you.
Absolutely. I think you definitely want to be quite conservative against this Koshka Gwen composition that can be very explosive and really get off the ground quite quickly. There's a root, though, speaking of getting off the ground. FlashX helping Team Solomid pick up an early kill.
Well, that was about as easy as it gets right there. Honestly, I'm very afraid for this Sky. I think DefQ is going to have an extremely hard game. As you look at what Sky wants to do, she wants to abuse her mobility as one of the most mobile heroes in the game, but you're going up against a Gwen with Buckshot, the Von C Koshka. This is going to be incredibly difficult.
It's also conditional mobility, so unlike when you're in the jungle and you come into a skirmish and you basically just always have your lock-on onto someone, if you're in the lane, it might be onto a minion, and if your opponents just wait for you to kill that minion and then jump in, you can't reaction Surrey Strike to get away, right? It's a timing that Team Solomid can abuse.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's quite predictable up in this lane. I think that's a really good point, Jackson. And it's going to be tough as time goes on. I think even in the jungle, even with lock-on, waiting for the perfect Surrey Strike, you're still going to have a lot of trouble getting away from this team.
And we've talked about this quite a lot in our region's Evil 8. Lance early on can be the bane of one of these Sky players. If you land those impales, it's very difficult for them to do too much. Voice actually taking a lot of damage here. He's going to be able to back away. Team Solomid continuing to be quite aggressive as Von C moves into the backs as well.
Von C being sneaky.
He might find Spaghetti here. Does he have the damage 1 versus 1 to take him down? Pouncing Fun to kick things off. Twirly Death as well. Von C does find a few basics. But Spaghetti actually with the buff, doing a little bit more there.
Yeah, and Spaghetti's going to move around. He doesn't want to let the mid go over.
Oh, it does go over to Von C, though, and with that heal, they're definitely going to feel confident about fighting. Voice over the wall is going to intercept that rotation out of Best Chuck with DefQ coming down as well.
Nice,
Best Chuck needs to duck behind the minions. If he wants to get out here, one more basic attack finds it. FlashX and Von C, they want to make this an even trade, though. They get Spaghetti, so it is going to be the jungler traded away for the laner.
Yeah, the Spaghetti was delicious there. Team Solomid take that down, and now it's a 2-1 kill advantage going the way of Team Solomid, and I think this is what they'll be able to do over and over again, and we'll watch Flash. I think one of the things also Flash was talked about in the past is like, with this roam lance, like you really have to be landing your abilities. It's even more so than that core lance.
Von C not getting the treant this time, so he does need to book it out of there. He's quite low right now. Voice, not a lance, doesn't have that hard CC of the impale stun, so he's not going to be able to keep the chase going for now. Infamous Legion successfully defend their backs.
Yeah, it's a really very important thing that they've just done right here. Let's see if they can do that. Von C hasn't really hit a power spike right now. His boots are going to be on cooldown for a little bit of time. So we'll see if Infamous Legion able to go ahead and stall this out for a little bit.
What direction would you like to see Von C going in itemization-wise this game, Humanist? We've seen Shatterglass, we've seen Double Shatterglass, we've seen Aftershock. There's a lot of different paths for Koshka right now.
It's really tough. I think he would be pretty well suited to actually get into an Aftershock early in this game, but it doesn't look like that's the route he's going.
All right, we'll see which he decides to commit to. Maybe just going for that additional crystal bit for some early burst. There's a lot of different options. Team Solomid, the 2-for-1 right now, are up a decent amount in gold considering how few kills and how little of the game has transpired just now. Vonsi is going to be taking a camp for free. Spaghetti not even trying to contest that tree, and Vonsi looking for another one. Doesn't have the pouncy fun to lock it down, though. Things quite passive compared to last game.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're passive and simultaneously aggressive. It's almost like they're dodging the aggression just very well, and it makes it feel like that passive style of game, but I think you got to give a lot of credit to Infamous Legion in that regard.
So talk to me about Vonsi taking the minion miner right there, although hang on a second, he's going to be taking away one of the backs and finding some damage in here as well. Quater Voice is backing him up, but we got the rotation out of Best Chuck and Flash. They've got a Fountain Spaghetti immediately getting taken out. Can DefQ get out of here? That's going to be Yummy Cat and Frenzy. Vonsi sacrifices himself for a second kill. Perhaps they can leverage this, maybe get some push down in the lane, maybe find the gold miner.
Well, I think the idea there is that you don't have the strongest jungle, right? And so it means if your laner is pinned up into his lane because that lane is constantly pushed in, then he can't make that rotation. If he's making the rotation, he's not getting the CS right there. And if he's not getting that, he's not getting that item progression.
Yeah, that's definitely an interesting point. I like the fact that Vonsi's going for that minion miner early on, though, because it's certainly not something you rarely see taking your opponent's minion miner. It gives them an avenue back, right? It says, all right, we've taken this minion miner, but if you just come down, when you eventually force us out, or if you get good vision, you have 150 gold easily, and you're able to stay on the same track as us. Or perhaps, you know, some people, if they're behind in lane, like to have their lane shoved against them so they can farm more safely. Vonsi, though, is going to be pressuring some more.
Well, maybe Vonsi just wanting a buddy in the jungle with him since Flash was hanging out in the lane so much. He's like, all right, you're not coming? Well, I'll just take the mini-mine.
That's perhaps a case. It does give some vision, so Vonsi might be using that to gauge when and where he can invade and how much he can get away with. DefQ does need to be careful as well here in the lane as Team Solo Mid force down this turret.
Things are going to get really tough, I think, through the next couple minutes here for Infamous Legion. If one of these key targets is locked down with a Yummy Cat and a Frenzy, everything falls apart.
Well, Best Chuck right now does need to be careful as well as the forward barrage deals some good damage onto him. Basic attacks from DefQ as well. Force the Fountain out. Vonsi coming in from the flank wants some action. Yummy Cat and Frenzy on DefQ finds the kill, but Best Chuck falls to Quater Voice. It's going to be the one-for-one trade so far. Spaghetti's still full health. That should be Team Solo Mid backing away.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and put the retreat into full effect here. And it's pretty important that they're able to get that return kill. I'm actually surprised that Quater Voice was able to do so. Best Chuck, I guess, hanging around just a little bit too long there. And the damage that's starting to come out, you have to respect.
Vonsi, speaking of damage, does now have a Shatter Glass and is trying to leverage that by going for some damage against the players here. Oh, knockback stops the Gauntlet from trapping in Vonsi. He picks up the camp. That's the Treant regeneration on top of him. With Best Chuck nearby, Infamous Legion can't do too much.
Well, I guess, you know, Flash, as a major Arden player, would know how annoying Lance is into that.
Aces high, coming across the wall. Quater Voice getting locked down. A Giphian wall against the ruins of the turret. Finds the kill for Team Solo Mid. They're 6-3, 3,000 gold in the lead right now.
You know, I think one of the things that we have to think of is DefQ. He does not want to build defense on this guy. The glass cannon strategies you talked about before, but he is going to be blown up by this win if he's in range for basic attacks. And it is going to just get tougher and tougher as time goes on. I'm really curious to see if he actually sticks with that whole strategy they were talking about.
Well, this is his last chance to change it up, potentially, because if Infamous Legion lose here, they're out of the World Championship, and Team Solo Mid advance second North American team to the semifinals. So if DefQ wants to maybe try getting some defense, now's the time to do it. Same for Spaghetti.
Yeah, I think the only saving grace for him if he doesn't get that defense, and the reason that I didn't think the burst was as good of an idea is just because you have the Vanguard and you do have the Adagio on your team. So if you don't take him down with that burst build, then everything falls apart, right? Because it's just a nice Vanguard into heal and you're suddenly right back in fighting shape.
All right, Team Solo Mid, they're 4,000 gold in the lead right now. They're situated around the gold miner, posturing to maybe go pressure the jungle a little bit more. This Treant has only been taken, I believe, once or twice by Infamous Legion. They're basically playing from just a further position back on the map.
Yeah, it's really tough, but this is exactly what TSM did in the first game right there. Vonsi! No mercy right here. He takes it away. Just bad manners taking away that camp right there. Doesn't feel good to be Infamous Legion right now.
No, it really doesn't. They need to rally themselves and push back because, as I said, this is their last opportunity. Goldmine are going to be the next target for Team Solo Mid. They're picking up every objective across the map that they possibly can. Note that Infamous Legion hasn't even attempted to take their minion miner back. Again, I think they like the fact that the minions are pushing a little bit more aggressively from Team Solo Mid's side. They would rather farm more safely on their side of the map.
Yeah, it goes both ways, definitely. Like the idea with TSM putting pressure early on in the lane meant that the laner couldn't rotate down. But if you don't go ahead and take one of those mini miners away, it's constantly going to be pushed into the lane. And oftentimes when a team is actually down, you'll look at the CS numbers and be like, wow, how does this laner have the same amount of farm? It's not really the case here, but it could add up that way.
It absolutely could. And I think one nice thing that TSM is doing is that whenever there is kind of a wave that Infamous Legion would like to take, that's when they sort of show up near the lane, maybe just below it in the jungle, and make it difficult for DefQ or Spaghetti to feel safe about going up there and trying to farm it all. So that's going to be one treant going the way of Infamous Legion. They're not entirely out of it yet.
Yeah, I'm also curious to see what direction Quartervoice goes for his next major item. We see Vainglory moving in aggressively. Are they going to get Spaghetti?
Spaghetti doesn't find the reflex block for that. Githian wall goes down without Yumcat Frenzy even being used. Quartervoice can't find the gauntlet. Vainglory wants a little bit more. 404 damage just from Pouncy Fun. Infamous Legion is collapsing right now. It's a third turret for Team Solo Mid. They've got victory in their sights.
I was going to say crumbling, collapsing. It's all working here for Team Solo Mid. Infamous Legion, it feels like there's almost nothing they can do right now. And one of the major problems is you've picked up this weapon, Sky, and if she has a decent early game, that's great, but really you need a breaking point a lot of times to come online, and she gets incredibly strong later into the game, and you have to have a lot of fear when she does come online, but at this rate, she never will.
I've got to agree with you, and I like the fact that they are focusing that farm onto DefQ, not Spaghetti. I mean, you could make an argument for Spaghetti carrying a little bit harder, a little bit earlier, so perhaps if they made the call to swap farm focus onto him early, that could have been the right one. But as it stands, they've waited too long, and it's really on DefQ to bring Infamous Legion back into this.
Well, let's see if they can make this stand. One good fight could bring Infamous right back into this game. Spaghetti kind of in a bad place, but a Vanguard from his buddy will get it back into the safety of his base.
Look at the itemization. So we've now just got that breaking point you were talking about, Humanist onto DefQ, but Spaghetti actually has no fully completed items, right? Like, he's sitting on tier 2s across the board. He's just not relevant in fights right now.
Yeah, he's not relevant in fights. And even going back to DefQ having the breaking point, while I said that's a big pickup, and it is, it's also important to have your boots ready to activate and picking up an infusion. And I think when you have all of that come together, you can say, all right, team, I'm ready to fight. But right now, they're about a minute away from that.
And on the flip side, of course, Bestchuck does have his boots active available, Tyrant's Monocle on top of the same items as DefQ, so he's in a much better position, and with Flash X running point guard and Vainglory being a nuisance on the back line, Team Solo Mid actually feels comfortable maybe going for some turrets in the base right now. Aces High just barely missing DefQ by a hair. Vainglory jumping back onto the turret, burst coming out, does land the damage on the Bestchuck, but the turret still goes away of Team Solo Mid. Even without a Kraken, they're being so aggressive right now. Infamous force the fountain. Perhaps sometime soon is a good opportunity to maybe jump in, just make the Hail Mary play. They've got to do something.
Yeah, I feel that them jumping in would be the wrong play, though. I really would like to see them abuse the aggression of TSM there, and I would have actually liked to see that Gauntlet come down, combo it up with the Verse in that last fight there, but it didn't happen, so we'll see moving forward if they can do that. DefQ, his boots are almost ready to come up here. He's getting closer to that infusion, and I wonder if that's why Team Solo Mid, knowing the power of the Sky is about to hit a huge power spike, why they turn up the aggression so hard.
Yeah, that could absolutely be the case. I mean, Team Solo Mid, obviously, they're massively ahead right now. They're about 8,000 gold in the lead with many more kills. They're about to get another gold mine or two.
Immense gold.
How would you like them to lock this in? Just go again towards the base, use some minion candies, and force one more turret?
Well, they can do that. I would honestly like to see them just do the cheeky, annoying play of hiding in one of these bushes, maybe where Infamous Legion won't expect them. You could do that either by, you know, having this... Oh, that's going to be the Gauntlet.
Yeah, Gauntlet used very defensively there. Quartervoice worried about the push coming out of Team Solo Mid. Vainglory does take a lot of damage, but Bestchuck untouched on the back line. He's looking to find some damage onto the turret right now. It's down to half. Vainglory jumping in. They're just going to force it.
Is this
they
over?
Might look for the Vein Crystal right now. Humanist, that's one kill going on to Quartervoice. Bestchuck is not being harassed at all. Spaghetti and DefQ trying desperately.
They got to take this one down.
He's so close. The Vein Crystal could go down. Flash X doesn't have
Can Flash do it?
Can he do
Can
it?
Flash do it?
Can't find it. Team Solo Mid. Wow, that was so close to a win. But Infamous Legion hold on. I mean, they have to hold on, Humanist.
I want to close up on that health bar right there. That was freakishly close. TSM almost closing it out and moving forward here. Infamous Legion holding on by a thread. They just need one good fight to go their way.
You know, before that fight, I would have said that they needed 2 wrecks. It's a bounties question.
Right.
The gold lead was so big for Team Solo Mid that actually Infamous Legion picking up 3 kills is so much money in their pocket. I mean, look at Spaghetti. He's had nothing all game. Now he's sitting on, you know, over 1,300. Vainglory caught out as well. Could be in a bad position. He's taken very low very quickly. Fountain comes across quite late. He's still got to run, but he might just go for the base and end this one. Something we got to keep our eyes on. Flash X is stunning people up. Best Chuck just trying to stop the backs right now as Vainglory keeps the pressure on the base.
He's going for it.
Q might be able to pick up Best Chuck. He does. He needs to run towards the base. Vainglory.
They got to get back.
Right now.
They've got to get back.
The Vein Crystal. I don't think they're going to be able to take Spaghetti. He's on his way back in. Vainglory, does he have the damage? Humanist, 1 or 2 more attacks.
Can he do it, Spaghetti?
Oh, Spaghetti stops the Yummy Catnip Frenzy in its tracks. Team Solo Mid. That could be the second fight, right?
I love pasta. I love copy pasta, and I now love spaghetti.
Oh man. You gotta wonder if maybe there's some mom spaghetti going on right now. Kraken has spawned. Infamous Legion in the position to take it. Things could be turning here. They really could.
Things are turning. Things have begun to turn. I think with that first defense right there, you see the net worth gap closing right here. If this Kraken goes the way of Infamous Legion and they fight well, they can get a lot done.
Best Chuck, why would you not use Buckshot to scout that tri-bush?
Best Chuck's down
immediately. Terrible misplay coming in from the carry of Team Solo Mid. Does reset the Kraken, but I don't really feel like Vainglory has the ability to, over an extended fight, do something here. Infamous Legion needs to be careful, though. If they commit to the Kraken, then the push comes in from Team Solo Mid, so it's almost impossible to make a decision right now in such a high-pressure situation. They are just going to back off the Kraken and maybe look towards the lane turret. Vainglory knows that DefQ doesn't have energy, but his weapon power is high.
There's a large wave marching down the lane here. They're going to have to deal with that. DefQ is sitting low on energy. They can't allow him to get caught.
Actually, Vainglory could be the one caught out here, baited in perhaps. Flash X doesn't even use Crucible to give him the shield. He knows he can't do enough. The fountain was there, but it was very, very late. Best Chuck has regrouped with Team Solo Mid's Flash now. But Infamous Legion, they're just getting iteratively, like, very small incremental advantages.
You asked earlier about what would be a way to come back in this game. My thought was catching someone by surprise out of a bush. And Infamous Legion did not have to catch him out of the bush. Vainglory blindly walked into it himself.
As Best Chuck did before. I mean, what's happening with the communication right now on Team Solo Mid is definitely something to be concerned about. Voice picked up a Shattered Glass on the Ardent. Now that's also quite interesting to me. Talk to me a little bit about why you might do that here instead of a very defensively oriented item or a support item.
All right, well, CP Arden, it's a thing we don't talk about a lot here, but definitely it does add some damage. You see these guys walking through the gauntlet wall continuously. It is going to give them a lot of damage while you can reflex and get through there, especially with Skedaddle. Best Chuck's going to eat a lot of damage.
All right, you can see TSM looking like they might want to threaten going for the base again. Vainglory eats the gauntlet, Best Chuck too, but 3 people get Giphy and walled. Spaghetti trying to find the burst. It gets blocked, the stun isn't there. Vainglory jumping on top of it. DefQ needs to find the damage. He's over the wall. It's good positioning. He picks up Vainglory. He doesn't have enough to burn through Flash X though. That gives Best Chuck a lot of ability to maybe move in. He's got constant slows coming out of the buckshots. Skedaddle to try and get himself a little bit closer. Flash X coming around the other side. Def, he can't get out of it. He can't do it! It's the ace! Team Solo Mid are the second North American team to make it to semifinals at the Vainglory World Championship.
Well, unbelievable, and I really don't agree with the Shatterglass going on to the Arden here. I think he would have been better suited getting his team some War Treads or something like that. In this case, they needed some mobility, but Team Solo Mid, they claimed that victory. It was impressively done. They made some mistakes at the end of the game, but hey, they get that win. They're moving forward.
You got to worry a little bit about discipline, perhaps, moving into semifinals, but Team Solo Mid certainly showing they're a very strong team. They match Gangstars, of course, with the 2-0 over Infamous. Infamous, unfortunately, going to be going home. Southeast Asia couldn't make it further than the quarterfinals this time.
Well, I was really impressed with this team. I hope they don't hang their head after this. They made it quite far into this tournament. It's really impressive play, and I bet we'll see them in the future.
Absolutely. Well, speaking to some other people we're going to see quite soon, we got the analyst desk coming up to break down that series.
Oh, yeah, I was just singing to myself. There we go. Anyway, thank you for handing over to us, Jackson. It's been a wonderful series so far. TSM dominant as we expected, but they did face some trouble with Infamous Legion. They obviously, had to really push themselves. And anyway, we were talking about specifically about what TSM potentially have to rein in when facing against better opponents, and that was you specifically writing down Vonsi. Like, he needs to be reined in ever so slightly. There was some mistakes that were creeping in. That build path, it's good for some things, but incredibly bad for others.
Yeah, I mean, like this game really wasn't about what Infamous was doing as much as it was about what TSM wasn't doing. Like, you create this gigantic lead. You try to close the game before Kraken, which is not, like, generally the only way you get to do this is if you pick up an ace or something, because it is difficult to take down those last two turrets and push the Vein Crystal because the regen is so close at the base. It's easy for them to kind of rinse, repeat, and come out. They tried to push it with the minion candy, but they got picked off. If more damage was focused on the crystal instead of trying to defend or attack the other enemies, they would have closed it there. But then after that, we just had a lot of messy plays, face checks and bushes, trying to backdoor, not able to stop them. So I think TSM was having a little fun with it, but you can see just how quickly that kind of fun will get you, shut down.
Definitely, and you can't give away any small advantage to the bigger teams. And no offense to Infamous Legion, but they're not at the level of Phoenix Armada or of Hack as well. You have to calculate exactly how far you can push it and then back away immediately. And I think TSM on that crystal push that started them sort of snowballing the game away from them should have just said, we'll take both the crystal turrets and then we'll back away. We've got a huge advantage there. We're so far ahead. They're about 10,000 gold in the lead at the time. I'll keep that 10,000 gold in my back pocket and then I'll come back and item ahead of my opponents.
Absolutely. We've got a replay here, guys, just to show you one of these sort of end pushes for TSM. This is that fight around the Vein Crystal turret.
Yeah, man, in this team fight, we actually see a pretty nice chance to take down the Arden pretty quickly, but Bestchuck does get stunned by the Gauntlet, which keeps Arden alive a little longer than he probably should have been. Vonsi is pretty low. When the fountain comes out,
the Vein Crystal. Vonsi there should be on the Crystal. He shouldn't be trying to yummy cap it in. Use your empowered auto attacks and take down the Crystal, because that's what wins you the game. You don't get wins because you've got kills.
It's just so tempting to be like, we just want a team fight. We want to pad the KDA a little bit, just try to be the more dominant team, showcase that. But the dominant team walks away with a clean victory. I think for Infamous, though, like kind of my last point is just that they need to really pay attention to the meta, the mix-up, the builds that work. I like the idea that they try to be inventive, but a lot of these builds they're pulling out, a lot of these kind of unique, quirky things just aren't strong enough to take it to the next level.
Absolutely. I think one of the things that I'm majorly looking at here is TSM's approach to the game. If they approach this game the way they did against Infamous Legion, against something like Phoenix Armada, they are going to get in nice terms, dumpstered. I mean, Phoenix Armada will literally, take them away and throw them to the side. TSM need to really shore things in a little bit. They need to make sure that they are absolutely on key, making sure that they rein Vonsi in, they're making sure they're making sensible game decisions towards the end of the game. But their early game, I'm thinking, is looking pretty good right now. I think for the most part, their early game's looking fantastic. And that is incredibly important against high-level East Asian teams to make sure that you shore up the early game. And TSM are one of the top teams I've seen respond to it in a way that is going to give them the platform to potentially take the world title here.
Yeah, I mean, they have to get through Gangstar Sirius first.
It's a big task for them as well. Sirius, in my opinion, looked like the stronger of the two teams today.
Yeah, I mean, Armada is really going to have to, if Armada gets through Sirius and we see TSM, there's a lot of things that can happen in the semifinals. So I think if TSM ends up in the finals against Sirius, it's going to be a challenge. If they end up in the finals against Armada, it's going to be a challenge. So many good games on the way.
I think, I agree. I think TSM have looked fantastic. It's just that mid-end, late-game, end-game decision-making that's coming through. And I know, in my heart, I know that they go up against the team that they feel that they're actually going to struggle with is going to be reined in. But speaking of TSM, we've got Playoff Beard on stage with Flash X ready for an interview.
All right, thank you very much, Scoundrel. I am here with TSM's captain. It's a nice impale there at the end to finish that up.
Yeah, it was a really good series. Infamous was definitely a challenging team, but we're glad that we advanced.
Now, yesterday the story was Vonsi, but today Bestchuck and A played completely out of his mind, bringing his very best on the biggest stage. What do you want to say about your teammate?
Yeah, he played incredibly. I think yesterday the biggest challenge was just not knowing what teams were going to be bringing to the table and how good they were. But now that we know that this is literally the best teams in the world, we've stepped up our game a little bit, and I think that we all played really well.
All right, now TSM is a team that's known for keeping their cards very close to the vest before big events. In the Evil 8 second split, you were playing very different heroes than what you're showing here. I don't think I saw one Koshka. Talk to me a little bit about your thought process bringing very different comps to Worlds.
Yeah, we're definitely pretty careful with what we show before a major tournament. We always want to make sure that we use strategies that teams aren't necessarily prepared for, and Koshka is obviously incredibly strong right now. So we're glad that it's been successful for us this far.
That makes me happy, but I don't want Zken to nerf Koshka, so don't talk about it too much. All right. So, we've gotten through a decent part of this tournament so far. You've gotten to watch a lot of other teams play, get a little bit of better sense of what's happening, what other teams are going to run. Any
Really just the fact that we didn't really have any observations of any other teams coming into Worlds. 1.24 was brand new for this tournament, so a lot of teams had a lot of secret comps and drafts that they were able to bring in the tournament. But we've really just observed that teams are much better mechanically all across the entire globe than maybe what we originally anticipated.
All right, now, up until this moment at Worlds, most of the time TSM has gone in as the heavy favorites. And while still definitely considered one of the favorites in this tournament, there's been so much talk about Phoenix Armada, and their performance here so far has really lived up to that. How does it feel to be in a slightly different scenario where not everyone is picking your team to come out on top?
It's definitely different. Phoenix Armada is an absolutely incredibly talented team, and hopefully we make it all the way to be able to face them in the finals.
What's going to happen if you do meet them in the finals?
It's going to be a hell of a series.
That's all you're going to tell me? All right, let's hear it for Flash X, captain of TSM. Thank you very much, sir. We'll throw it back up to the desk.
And with that fantastic interview from Flash X, we round out another quarterfinal here on day 2 of the Vainglory World Championships. We're going to have a look at the bracket just so we can get a visual representation of the final match that we've got to come. Because once we have this final match, once that final best of 3 comes through, all semi-final teams will be locked into for tomorrow, where we will crown Vainglory's best team in the world. We are 1 day away from that. And right now, North America has a chance to make it to an all-American final here, with 2 North American teams having made it all the way to the semi-finals already. Just 1 Korean representative up there in the form of Phoenix Armada, and we could have, if things go Hammer Velocity's way, another North American, guaranteed 1 American team in the final. That's going to be pretty crazy, guys.
Yeah, the region has to feel pretty proud of themselves. They always kind of tout themselves as the best region and say we really think we have what it takes. Now in the world stage, they're proving so far, 2 in the semifinals, that they are one of the best regions, if not potentially the best.
Oh, definitely, and I think you have to be very proud of that as a North American region. I mean, Europe, both of us are from the European region. We're both from the European meta. We thought that we had the ability to beat out some of the early game aggression coming out from NA. NA thought they were going to take it, and NA are the ones that their bark has been as big as their bite.
Exactly. I'll be the first to admit that the European teams haven't lived up to what we thought they could do. And that's fine. Europe just needs to go back and say we need to go back to the drawing board, essentially. But North America, they've really proved themselves as one of the best regions in the world, if not potentially the best region in the world, yet to be decided.
I think, actually, in all honesty, I think you can say they're the best region in the world at the moment. For the caliber of team at a high level, the amount of teams at a high level, they are consistently in, they've got 3 teams through to the quarterfinals. They've got at least 2 teams in the semis. I don't see any other region with 2 teams in the semifinals.
I mean, they did have the 3 teams already turning up to us in the first place, which is great. But I agree with you. I think North America probably one of the best regions in the world. Probably, if not, like you said, the best region in the world. Now, we're going to be going to a short break, ladies and gentlemen. But before we go, remember to get involved on Twitter with the hashtag VaingloryWorlds. Tweet at anybody that's involved, casters, anybody you know that's here, just any of your thoughts on that hashtag. It's great for us to hear your thoughts, your predictions, how you've been enjoying the broadcast. I know that all of us try and respond where possible, so please do get involved. We really enjoy hearing how you've experienced Vainglory Worlds, who you're rooting for, and, if you're disappointed, if you're happy, what region you're from, and who you're supporting now, because all of it matters. You matter, the fans, the community. That is what Vainglory is about. We'll be back in a short while. We're just going to go get some potions from the shop. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Vainglory Live World Championships. I'm Scoundrel. I'm joined by Fuji and Sona here on the analyst desk, and we have got one more explosive quarterfinal coming your way. Before I start, though, make sure you've downloaded the new Twitch app on iOS and Android. You get some great stickers for iMessage. Haha, hashtag sellout. Anyway, we're going to move on forwards. This is going to be an amazing quarterfinal here. We'll get the schedule up hopefully on your screen pretty soon so we can just see what's going to be running through. We've got one more best of three. It is between Velocity Hammers, or Hammers Velocity, and Detonation. So that is going to be Hammers Velocity representing North America, and obviously Detonation representing Japan, a very vibrant Vainglory scene. You know, me and Sona actually cast one of the Japanese Vainglory tournaments, the Rage tournament. Actually, I think Detonation ended up coming second in that. They were beaten out at the very final, but it's a huge scene with fantastic players, fantastic community, and obviously loads of affiliated, resources with that as well. Great cosplayers and that kind of thing.
One kind of cool point is that Velocity actually went over to
the
Rage tournament
we were casting it,
as an exhibition match. So if any
They
team
lost.
has a little bit of a intimate experience with the Japanese esports and the just the Rage, the whole turnout, the whole spiel, it's the Hammers Esports organization.
Absolutely, and we actually were watching them, and like Sona said, they did actually come out on the losing end of that show match. But it just shows how.
You never know. It could be a sign of things to come.
Well, no, but this is the important point to make, because they went over there for a show match and it was live, and they played against some very high level Japanese Vainglory players, and they lost. And this is Hammers Velocity. They were a previous North American Live Championship champion. And they ended up losing in Japan. And it shows you how strong the region, the Japanese region are. Now we're going to go into our first team to look at, which is Hammers Velocity. This is the overview. If you don't know them already, Aloha, Veins, and obviously Zio, that superstar player in the lane. I mean, these guys are kind of old hat right now. They've been around quite a long time. Maybe not in completely this iteration, but very, very strong team.
Yeah, I mean, we see these guys constantly showing up when it matters on the live stage. And even though they haven't particularly had the best seasonal performance leading up to this Worlds event, they dominated in their groups, going 4-0. So they are showing strength. Yes, the D group was not the strongest group. So today is their true test. And that's what we're going to have to look at moving forward.
That we are. I think Velocity, they always have this sort of LAN fever where they come onto a live stage and they just absolutely dominate. And it's what we saw from them yesterday.
They absolutely hammer it, you could say.
Hey.
I'm gonna just see myself out.
Oh, wow.
But no, I think the most important thing to note is what Fuji said there about the group. It's that Hammers Velocity dominated, and although it was an easy group, they dominated. They didn't actually struggle at any point. So, it's showing that they are a strong team. We just haven't seen them compete against someone that potentially could get on their level, and we need to see how they perform when they're potentially not getting ahead in the early game.
I mean, that's important. Well, go ahead.
No, that's the thing. If they've never been tested before on this stage, when they come up against Detonation, we know they're going to be put to the hammer or put to the test, and I worry that they won't be ready for it. I worry that they're thinking they're just going to be able to 2-0 everyone, get to Phoenix Armada, and that's where their first true test will come.
Well, we've got the player to watch here, and it's not going to be Zio, surprise. It's going to be Aloha this time round, the Rome player. And obviously, he's been around quite a long time, and he's played with Zio quite frequently too. I mean, these guys have got great synergy, going forward. The team probably has, the closest relationship, I would say, out of most other teams. And Zio is a little bit akin to old school. These younger players sometimes are prone to maybe not playing with the emotional stability that you would expect. But Zio actually is quite mature for his age. I mean, I've always been impressed with how Zio's sort of conducted himself in a live stage. And, he's in a really, really big game right now. They're going up against Detonation Esports, who have been growing in confidence, I would say, as the tournament has gone on. And now this is, like you said, their first big test.
Yeah, it really is. But I think when we look at Aloha coming into this, one of the biggest reasons why he's the player to watch is specifically because he did not have that many competitive games leading up to Worlds. We mentioned it yesterday. Only 7 online competitive recorded events. Sure, he's been practicing with the team, but you have to wonder, does that shake him at all? Does he still have the nerves of steel necessary? For this team, they've been together now for over a year before they were picked up by the Hammers Esports organization. So they've got a good track history together. The number one thing they say is their strength is that they're close friends, they're confidants in one another, they don't tilt each other, they just help each other achieve goals. They did it yesterday. Today's another day, though, a much harder opponent.
Well, let's have a little look at a video, just seeing how Hammers Velocity are feeling going into this day.
I'm Zio, and I live in Reno, Nevada. So Vains is like super troll, like he would always trick you and troll you like with small like little things, and like we played a lot of games at the Hammer's house, and like Vains like was so like trolly. And Aloha's like he like messes around a lot, like he's pretty cool. If you're like you're always laughing with him, like you will never like if I'm with him I'll never feel sad because there's no reason to. He's always funny, and I don't know, he's just like always cool. The people that know me are pretty supportive. My most supportive friend is Neon and Trogdor. They've both been with me in the beginning, and they always helped me out when, like, none of this like would have happened without them, and they're really important to how successful Hammer's Velocity is, because like we were all like great friends, and like look at us, like we're like I feel like the only team that's still together. The fans that cheer us on, they always come and meet me, like talk to me, and most of them I honestly already know. Like we have a great time, we've played games before, and like there's like one big thing that some fans did was in summer season. You would always hear like this one group of people just keep chanting Hammer Time, and it really helped us on stage because like going into that tournament, I like personally myself, like it was like I didn't know if we were gonna do well, and hearing them chant, you know, like makes you feel better, and it gives you motivation and energy. What makes the Vainglory community special in my eyes is the fact that I can come on Discord and talk to someone and like have a fun time, just troll, die in lane, or steal people's farm, or like if I want to be like, I would text one of my friends, hey, let's go snipe someone in queue, and like just doing that, knowing people like, and just laughing, having a great time, like that makes a community special. And compared to all the other communities I've been in, it's just full of like negative comments. And this community definitely like has something special. And I think it's just the fact that everyone's close friends.
Great to see Zia there talking about the Vainglory community, probably the most important aspect of Vainglory, you know, really built up from the community, and it's fantastic to see. But we have got Play of Beard on stage right now, I believe with Sui Generous, to talk about their upcoming match.
Thank you very much, Scoundrel. I am here with Sui Generous, the coach of Hammer's Velocity. So the graphics, they're trying to move Aloha back to Rome. How do you feel about that, being the coach?
Yeah, I think that's a surprise strategy we're going to use in this match.
I don't think it is. I think Vains wants to play. All right, so to be perfectly honest with you, we've kind of seen this before where Velocity, they don't necessarily play their best during the regular season. They end up under the radar. They come to the seasonal championship, some big live event, and everyone's forgotten about them, and then they pay for it. Is that the story that's going to happen, play out again?
Yes, I believe so. They've never practiced so hard together as a team. They've been together at the Hammer's house for over a week, training more than they ever have before. And I feel like a team with their potential, they're very underrated, and you'll see them excel. I think they're the best team when it comes to team fights, especially in the late game. And I think they're very prepared from a band draft perspective against every team that they're going to be facing.
Now, Detonation Gaming, just the latest in now a long line of professional multi-esports organizations coming into Vainglory. This one from that vibrant Japanese esports scene that Vainglory has. You know, as a member of, you know, one of the homegrown orgs who's really brought Hammer's esports up from just the ground up to being as big as it is now, can you just talk about what it's like to see Vainglory esports expand this way?
I'm super excited to see such a great org from Japan enter. That shows the popularity and the potential of Vainglory in Japan and other Asian countries. And as homegrown org, along with Gangstars and Phoenix, we welcome the competition. You know, we want to topple these top orgs and show that, you know, home orgs are the orgs that are going to take it away.
All right, so with that, you know, obviously you want to win this match, but how far can this team go in this tournament?
They're going to take it all the way. So my bracket predictions, I've been 100% correct with every single pick, and Velocity will be the champions of Vainglory Worlds.
All right, well, you heard it from them, a little bit of bulletin board material. With that, let's welcome from North America, it's Hammer's Velocity. All right, as they take their seats, a lot more to break down before this match gets underway. Let's throw it back to Scoundrel and Fuji.
And maybe Sona as well. He's right at the end there. No, it's great to see, Sweet Generous obviously really behind his team. Great coaching ability there. He used to obviously play professionally as well, so he's got that experience behind him. But they're going to be playing up against one of the best teams coming into the world stage. It is Detonation Gaming from the Japanese scene. And honestly, these guys have been growing in confidence and growing in performance as this tournament has gone on. I mean, they had been touted as one of the best teams in the world. Really, coming into this scene, they were one of the best teams. They were really, a lot of people saying, actually, I think they could potentially beat Phoenix Armada. The group stage kind of shut a lot of people down on that respect. I mean, Phoenix Armada did beat them 2-0, but we then saw Detonation Gaming get better and better as the group stages went on. They obviously struggled a bit versus Team Secret, regained their confidence, adapted, like you said, on the fly. They managed to adapt to that composition that Team Secret brought to the table. And now you're looking at a sort of maybe a settled Detonation Gaming who could be real contenders to go all the way. And they've got to get through Hammer's Velocity first, but it's a real threat.
Yeah, I mean, we have to be pretty careful about looking at this team and thinking that they struggled in groups. I mean, the composition they lost to was the one that also almost beat Phoenix Armada. There was some build concerns. There were some decision concerns that are really easy to fix, and it's really easy to look back on that tape and be like, oh, if we would have just done this, this would have been a completely different story. When they moved to the best of 3 against Team Secret, they did take it definitely 2-0, so there was a lot more to this team. One little mistake should not make it to where you don't study them, you don't treat them like the powerhouse that they are.
Absolutely. The player to watch for Detonation Gaming is Tatuki217. Fantastic player here, and obviously going to be going up against Aloha in the jungle from Hammer's Velocity, so he's got a real, I guess, sort of a challenge on his hands, taking on one of the best junglers from NA.
Yeah, I mean, Tatsuki is known for the same kind of pressure styles that we see coming out of East Asia. Similar to Mango, not necessarily always the same hero pool selection, but the same type of pressure and focus. I actually feel like the uphill battle is going to be more on the side of Aloha, not Tatsuki, just due to the nature of Aloha needing a little more time on the stage, not necessarily knowing this team very well. So it seems like most of the players that come from like South Korea, from Japan, are just so natural when they get up there. You don't really see the nerves. You don't really see the kind of shakiness that does come out of some other teams. But I believe in the first 3 to 4 minutes, we'll know exactly how confident these teams are.
Okay, well, we've got a video for Detonation Gaming. Let's take a look how they're feeling.
日本から来ましたピースロイヤルと申します。滋賀プレフェクチャー。日本の中では田舎です。で、大きな湖があります。なったばっかりなのであまり詳しくはわからないです。最初は名前が決めれなくてっていう理由だったんですけど、途中からそのゲスト、僕イコールゲストっていう風に知られていって、その世界大会とか見た時にここにちょっとゲストネームで出たいなと思って今までゲストでやってきました。割と全員控えめな性格で喧嘩なく仲良くできてます。頻繁に会うたつきとは頻繁に会う仲で一番仲がいいです。オンラインの知り合いしかいないんですけど、よく通話とかしていて、個人的というか普通に仲がいいです。
Well, we're going to do a repeat of the video there. Please welcome Detonation Gaming from Japan, the contenders against Hammer's Velocity. Obviously, these guys, some of the best in the world, going to be giving a real challenge to Hammer's Velocity here. In fact, most people might even argue that Hammer's Velocity are the ones with the challenge on their hands. And now we're going to be moving towards this draft phase. Fuji, anything exciting we're expecting to see?
You know, Velocity is kind of one of these teams that does prepare pre-made comps. The Hammers organization is kind of known for this. They like to do special drafts, special situation counters. They're not necessarily stuck to the meta. So I'm pretty excited to see what Velocity has to do. I'm not sure, maybe what do you think Detonation's planning on?
I don't think Detonation will have anything too surprising. I think they're probably going to stick around their normal meta, which is very lane-orientated with a strong jungler. I would really like to see actually Velocity bring out the secret strategy that we saw from yesterday with the Flicker, Adagio, and then Hyper Carry, if it's a Ringo or a Vox or anything along those lines, because it did work into Detonation Gaming. And I think Velocity are on a high, and they are playing well enough to actually impact Detonation with that composition.
Now, actually, Fuji, I think you talked about this specifically, that it worked against Detonation Gaming, but Detonation Gaming also didn't build any armor. So had they prioritized a little bit of defense, then maybe they might have been able to sort of counteract that in the later stages of the game, but they didn't. And that's why Team Secret got this potential win over them early on, because there was just no armor built on any of the carries, and so they were able to deliver this hyper carry Ringo to the back lines, and then Kavalafar was able to 2 or 3 shot those back lines from Detonation Gaming. I think they probably learned their lesson, though.
I mean, they might have. I mean, we have to think that when they went into the game, they weren't really thinking Team Secret would be that strong. So you see mistakes being made. Peace Royale giving over free kills, but I don't think they're going to do that today. And we'll figure out once again when this draft comes together what their priorities are.
Well, we're into the draft phase, ladies and gentlemen. The final quarterfinal of the day. Hammers Velocity from North America going up against Detonation Gaming from Japan. Lance and Kester off the board means Lyra is immediately locked in here for Hammers Velocity.
That's right, when Lyra locked in, we do have the potential poke comp coming out of Velocity. Could go to Veins, could be on Zeo in the lane. We haven't seen them do it too much, but we do know Lyra opens up so many options. Detonation Gaming answers with another poke hero of their own with the Gwen.
Having the Arden as well gives them the ability to have a very aggressive early jungler, something like a Koshka Arden. That composition is incredibly powerful. Velocity might actually even be looking to take the Koshka away themselves just to deny that from Detonation Gaming.
Interesting that they take the Gwen so early on in this phase. They have that adaptability now with Gwen. If you go into a double range, maybe you can go in on the CP route because it might be more viable there. We'll see what Detonation Gaming do with their final pick. Fuji, where do you think they're going to round this out with?
Well, it depends on whether they feel like the weapon power or the crystal power path is going to benefit them. Like when you're rounding out a team comp, you really have to decide if you're going to go poke or you're going to go some kind of kite and reposition strategy with Arden. It looks like with the Samuel coming on board, they're going to be more poke oriented. They're going to be able to get out of the Koshka ult pretty easy with Skedaddle. Samuel's probably going to be the primary focus for Aloha, so the bulwark is not against Koshka. There is no Lance, so Koshka has a lot of free room to go around.
My worry for Detonation is they don't really have any strong engage. With the Gauntlet being their main engage tool, and the Oblivion, you've always got the Bright Bulwark that you can just put in front of that, and I feel Velocity probably have this game in the back.
Well, there we go. Strong words from our analysts. We're going to hand over to 2 wonderful people on the caster desk. It's going to be Humanist and Shinyi.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen, for breaking that all down. I'm sure this is going to be a phenomenal matchup. I'm here with Xingyi. This is going to be fireworks. We have progressed into this tournament, and right now, Hammers, Detonation Gaming, it's all on the line.
Yeah, there's going to be such a good matchup between the two teams, and what we've been seeing from Detonation Gaming is that they've placed a little bit more emphasis on the late game, and I think we should be expecting a relatively passive start, even though they have this Arden that enables a little bit more of an early engage here. But Hammers Velocity, they're doing this thing that we've been seeing so much of from the North American teams, is this super aggressive early game composition.
Yeah, super early aggressive composition. Once again, the minion candy is coming out to secure that lane, and it's going to be Veins moving down, looking to do a little research. Aloha is right behind him, and looking maybe to find Tatuki out if they could. But it's going to be Detonation Gaming heading up to lane, and this will be the front camps going the way of Hammers Velocity. A little extra money in their bank.
Yeah, we're seeing Detonation Gaming, they're rotating up to the lane, and again, this is pretty standard coming out from them, is that they like to be in the lane. It's all about the lane when it comes to these Asian teams, and this is something that's very similar to Armada and Hack, is that they just always constantly go up to the lane. They don't like to be in the jungle at all.
I mean, do you like that playstyle? What does it give a team?
I think what it gives a team is that in the jungle there's a little bit more maneuverability. You don't really know. There's a lot more directions that you have to anticipate where the enemy team's coming from. In the lane, it's a little bit more structured. You can control the narrative of fights a little bit more easily.
No, that makes sense. I think that's a great analysis right there. Well, up in the lane, we do have Veins, one of the greatest heroes, Lyra, in the lane to apply some of that pressure, and he's going to just be getting some basics off onto this Gwen where he can. He's letting Viviquiz get a lot of damage off as well. As Sigil, he's back into a safe position. Shouldn't be going down, eats a lot of damage, but buys time for his laner to get down to the shop and get right back up here.
Yeah, they've taken a lot of damage there onto Vanes, and it's actually interesting that we're seeing Destination Gaming, we're seeing Satuki on a Samuel and Viviquiz on this Arden, and those are heroes that, I think this is the first time I've seen Viviquiz play someone that's not a Lance, and I think that may be slightly of his comfort zone because he is so good on that Lance, just constantly pushing them away, and his peel is absolutely incredible for his team.
Yeah, I think he is incredible on that Lance as well, but I'm sure he'll get a lot of work done on this Arden, and the potential for combos going into the late game will be quite devastating. Aloha, he has a level advantage here as he moves up into the lane. They're looking for someone maybe rotating up into that right mustache bush. Doesn't look like anyone wants to just face check that. Aloha and team moving down. Peace Ral, he's in a bad place right here. This is going to be Gwen going down. First blood for Hammer's Velocity.
That was a very nice trap set in the Hammer's Velocity, but we're actually in a bit of a tenuous position here as it's a 2v3 situation.
Yeah, Aloha moves in deep, gets some damage off, but he gets a lot of damage from Detonation as well. Zio did not want to chase in. He had some farm up in that lane. He's going to get up there, continuously just get these lane minions down. Minion candies coming out constantly.
It's needed. You need to be able to apply the pressure, especially with this composition. And actually, one thing I was going to say is that Koshka, when we've been seeing TSM playing her, she's constantly beaten in the enemy jungle. This time, I think we're seeing a bit more of a passive approach coming out from Aloha. I'm not sure that's necessarily the best idea.
All right, well, that's the Drifting Dark, the Malice and Verdict. Vane's taking a lot of damage. One more shot, he would have gone down. He can thank that potion. And Zio just hanging back. Aloha rotates from the backside, doesn't get anything done, takes a lot of damage, but look at this, has a Lyra, doesn't even care.
Well, they're just putting so much damage onto Vanes, constantly forcing him back. And the thing is with a Lyra in the early game, her heal coming out is incredible, sustaining the team constantly. And I think we've hardly seen Zio leave the lane. He's got a lot of gold sticks in there, but hang on a second.
Yeah, this is danger zone right here. Tatuki trying to kite backwards in that Drifting Dark. And the basic from Vanes gets the kill! You have to respect the damage coming out of this Lyra early in the game. I saw when Tatuki's boots were on cooldown, things could get quite dangerous for him right there. I did not think he would die.
I did not think so too, but that just last Malice and Verdict just caught him. Well, not the Malice, he got caught by the, yeah. I've got to say, this is what we're kind of seeing from Aloha, is that they are beginning to be a little bit more aggressive right now. And they're picking their fights very, very carefully, just catching Destination Gaming out of position. So they've picked up 2 kills very early on. But this is a situation we've seen lots of times before, in that Destination Gaming look like they're struggling a little bit in the early game, but then by the time it gets to the late game, their heroes have ramped up a lot, especially that Gwen.
And you mentioned earlier on, you do feel that the late game advantage goes to Detonation?
Absolutely. I mean, yesterday in their games against Team Secret, I think in the majority of the games, were the ones getting the gold advantage and the kill advantage early on. But Destination Gaming, they're very defensive early game players. Like, they're very strong, they constantly go up to the lane, and even though Hammer's Velocity are going to be trying to put some pressure down, Destination Gaming are trying their best to prevent that. But that damage onto Aloha.
A lot of damage coming out. Aloha looking to try and find a target. Hammers have split up. They've regrouped. Zio! Super Strike, he's down! They've traded 1 for 1. Aloha maybe going down next. He's got enough damage. It's actually a double kill for the Gwen. Peace Royale on the run. Vanes can't get in range for the basic attack. And it's going to be Viviquiz flexing on this Lyra. Self Vanguards, 1 shot, 2 shots. Maybe he needs a little vision. Vane's trying to get him onto that scout trap. Viviquiz isn't having any of that business. Says, I've been down that road before, and I'm just going to back out of here.
That was a close chase there for Vanes. And I think that part of the issue with that fight was, at the start of the Hammer's Velocity were all clumped up, and actually worked really well in their favor in that Vanes, it was very easy for him to heal all 3 of them up. But it was very bad because we saw the Drifting Dark coming out from Samuel, so it did a lot of damage very, very early on, but they regained from that very quickly.
They really did. I think it's easy to underestimate the damage that can come out of Samuel when he's in that Drifting Dark, and not only the damage itself, but that area of effect damage if you're grouped up. And Oblivion's going to come out. It's off the mark. Zio and he activates those boots pretty quickly to get himself into a safer position. But having that Oblivion on cooldown, that could be a big deal here.
It is going to be a big deal because it's so powerful in its abilities to control the crowd. And actually, if you look at the Destination Gaming, they do have quite a lot in their hands with the Gauntlet, with Oblivion, and with the Aces High there. Hammer's Velocity, they also have similar moves. Oh, there goes the Yummy Catnip Frenzy.
Yummy Catnip Frenzy in there. Tatuki's locked down. He should be chopped down. Yes, he is. Both teams holding on to a fountain. I'm surprised Viviquiz didn't let it loose there. It means that no more aggression should come out onto this turret, but the jungle should be going the way of Aloha. He's waiting for that back camp to spawn, as his big brother God's Eye has taught him.
Yeah, the Koshka's doing a lot. She is able to jump in straight away. And also, I guess, if you look at it, Destination Gaming, their positioning, they are also staying very close together, so she is able to do a lot of damage with her Twirly Death. And I do think that Yummy Catnip Frenzy did catch them out because it wasn't blocked.
Yeah, it wasn't blocked, and there's, I mean, you felt Viviquiz thought, well, Israel, or Tatuki, you're just going to die there, so I'm going to save all of my abilities and wait for the next fight. We'll see if that pays off for him here. He does have the gauntlet now on this Arden. See Hammers making the move up into the lane, waiting for that flare to time out. Nicely done. Baines has Portal as well. The mobility on Hammers is actually insane.
It is a lot, and I think it's very difficult for them to try and get some damage down. I think Gwen's got the best chance because it's very easy for the members of Velocity to avoid the attacks coming out from Tatuki there.
Definitely will be. Aloha on the backs. He's going to get one of them. He's going to get two of them. It's just Vains and Zeo making the rotation together. They got to be careful as they face check in here. Oh. Gauntlet's down. Oblivion's going to land as well. Buying time. This is a 2v3. Viviquiz in the front line. Zeo is down. And this could be an arcane passage used very defensively. Vains will not die, but they have lost their laner. That was a nice reaction from Detonation to realize we can just pull the trigger and go.
That was a lot of crowd control that they just threw at Zeo there. I think there was Gauntlet, there was also the Oblivion, and then the Aces High, and they chained it really well because all three members of Destination Gaming made sure not to attack Zeo immediately, so he was asleep for as long as possible.
I absolutely love it. Whenever you have an Arden, a lot of times people say, well, you drop a Gauntlet, it's easy to reflex and get through it. Tatuki, he's in a bad place. Tatuki is down. The point with the Arden and Gauntlet, though, is you may be able to reflex through it, but if you have something else to follow up, like the Aces High or an Oblivion, you cannot dodge all of these abilities.
I think there was a very narrow window of time there where he could have used a reflex block to get out of Gauntlet, but he doesn't have that, and I think that teamfight was a great example of how important reflex blocks are going to be in this game.
Yeah, I agree with you. One of the things we've talked about in the past, though, the Skye definitely needs to get her item progression going offensively so she can have an effect in this game. And we'll see if that's going to come out here. It's actually going to be the back going the way of Detonation Gaming, so denying that regeneration away from Hammer's Velocity, quite a big deal.
It is very much a big deal. Tatuki is beginning to lose out on farm because we are constantly seeing Aloha going in. But one thing that is important is that even though we're seeing these constant invasions coming out from him, there's not much vision being placed in their jungle. So Destination Gaming, in a way, still have control over their jungle.
Yeah, it's really nice. And one of the things I'm keeping my eyes on here, Shingy, as we're getting into this game, this gold mine is full. So if one of these teams takes a decent team fight around here, they're going to get extra money on top of it. Looks like it's going to happen right now. Arcane Passage forward, the Bright Bulwark is down, but the Drifting Dark, the Malice, the Verdict, Zeo is getting eaten alive right now. It's a full retreat. Gauntlet gets on two! That's the Aces High. Rest in peace, Aloha. Vains, will he be able to get out of here with the Self-Fountain? Vains, one more shot, he'd go down. Viviquiz wants it, flares the bush. The Verdict gets it. Detonation Gaming with the ace. I did not see that coming.
Neither did I. Well, I did. Getting away. That was a beautiful fight coming out from Destination Gaming again. And it all comes into Zeo. If we're about to see here, this is the moment when Hammer's Velocity start engaging on with the Arcane Passage. But Zeo gets caught by the Oblivion, and that gives Destination Gaming a fantastic opportunity to throw everything they have at him. And this Gauntlet is absolutely beautiful. So beautiful, stunning both members.
I'm sure about 10,000 Craigasms just came out in Twitch chat right there off that Gauntlet. It's beautiful. I absolutely love to see a Gauntlet drop right on top of a team like that. Of course, Hammer's Velocity, it didn't feel too good to them. Zeo eating a little more damage already. We couldn't even get a replay down before Zeo had to back out of the lane again.
The precision on that Gauntlet was absolutely beautiful, but off the back of that ace, they've managed to take the gold mine. They've also managed to take the turret, and that gives them a nice 3k gold lead there, but it looks like we're about to see another fight breaking out, potentially.
Yeah, well, it looked like Velocity may have sensed that they could get in there and find something, but it slips away, so they just go ahead and reposition. One of the things I think that seems to be a problem for them is they're grouping up together and they're letting this Malice and Verdict just splash and hit everybody. It's blowing the whole team up. But that's kind of a problem because, I mean, you have this Imperial Sigil from Lyra, so they all want to hop onto it to get the heal. They want to fight within the Bright Bulwark. I think the Samuel really does well here.
Absolutely, and I think if anyone was watching the Gangster Sirius match, that was what we saw with Samuel. He does so much damage with this Drifting Dark. You don't want to stay in that area. And with that Frostburn there, it makes it even more difficult for them to get out, even for such a high mobility composition.
Yeah, the Frostburn, I think, actually a really great choice, and Broken Myth has been picked up right now. Velocity, they're going to move in. The Arcane Passage forward. The Bright Bulwark's down. Peace Royale taking a lot of damage here. That's the Fountain now. Can this Gwen stay alive? Tatuki trying to get Malice and Verdict damage on. He's in the Drifting Dark. Aloha wants the Samuel. Doesn't know if he's going to be able to get it. That's going to be the Gauntlet down. Can they find any more basic attacks coming out to Tuki. He's trying to get out of here. Tuki's down. Velocity are doing it. That's the reverse ace right back at you.
Oh, that was insane. The thing was Peace Royale, he got caught out, and they really took advantage of it. We saw the Yomi Kenta frenzy coming down on it, and it's very curious to see that as a Gwen, you've got that skedaddle. You can avoid it, but that wasn't blocked at all. And they just focused on him, and we're about to see it again in this fight. Peace Royale is caught in the middle fight. He takes a lot of damage. The fountain's just not enough, and the whole time Zio is building up the breaking point stacks, and he does ultimately fall down. Actually, this is a really good moment for Detonation Gaming because they get caught in the gauntlet, they're taking a lot of damage, but the sigil, the healing that provides is so much, and this is the moment where they pick up that ace, and the whole game is just changing so fast.
Oh, it's just back and forth. Both of these teams are out for blood. They are going for the jugular. There's no mercy shown here. Right now, Velocity flexing in the lane, applying pressure. And one of the things with this Lyra, you can trade, take a couple shots back and forth, and you just heal right back up with the sigil. Suddenly you have an advantage here. And it looks like maybe we're going to see gold mine pick up.
Yeah, absolutely. I think with the gold as it stands, it's very, very close between the two teams, and I don't think we're going to see any contest coming out from this, from Detonation Gaming, which I think is a very sensible move, because the thing with the jungle, fighting in the jungle, is with such a high mobility comp, it makes it very difficult to anticipate what they're doing, and that's why they're trying to stay in the lane. And the fights so far in the jungle, they've been kind of back and forth, and I don't think that's an area where Detonation Gaming want to be fighting.
No, it's not, and especially with Zio starting to really come into his own. He's got that breaking point, the infusion, the lucky strike. He's going to start critting people, and this is going to be a lot of damage coming out. It's 2 minion mines picked up now for Velocity. 13.5 minutes into this game, very even in net worth. The kills just a slight lead the way of Velocity. This game could really go either way.
I think we could be able to see if all 3 infusions have been popped on Detonation Gaming. Oh, there goes Gauntlet.
There's the Gauntlet. They are separated right now. The Oblivion is blocked off right now. Death from Above's not going to land. The Malice and Verdict doing pretty good work, but Koshka finds the kill onto Gwen. And now Zio looking for Tatsuki. He Sirius strikes forward. Zio gets it. It's actually Aloha grabbing the kill, but Velocity in pole position right now after the ace and taking a 2-for-0 in this fight right now. It looks like they'll be able to get this turret and whatever they want out of this map as well.
There's been a resurgence from Hammer's Velocity, and they're winning the fight so easily now, and they're just focusing on Peace Royale every single time. And I guess part of the reason is Peace Royale, he does have the breaking point, and he doesn't seem to be able to block these Yummy Canada Frenzy with his skedaddle. And I think that's going to be a bit of an issue as we go into the laser game.
It's more than an issue. You have to be able to deal with that. I mean, the skedaddle is such a great ability, and not only that, it's just the idea, if you're locked down, you know that Zio, once he sees that, is going to absolutely dump all of his damage right on your face. Let's see if Detonation Gaming can learn from that and react a little bit better as we move forward into this game. We're about 20 seconds from Kraken spawning on this map right now, so a big fight here in the next couple seconds could spell a Kraken captured and a lot more turrets getting taken down. Things are getting tense.
Yeah, Detonation Gaming, they're just playing it very safe. They're going up to the lane, taking their minion mine back every single time. And you can definitely sense that there is going to be a big team fight soon, especially now that the minion candy has been put on the minions. So potentially we're going to be seeing Hammer's Velocity going for the Kraken.
Yeah, let's see if they want to. They've started to poke on it. Detonation Gaming have to know that this is happening right now. They want to stop this minion wave. And let's see if they get up there to contest that, or they take it as an easy 500 gold for themselves. Sometimes you can let that go over if you feel that you can clear through that Kraken, and it's just money in the bank for your team. Detonation Gaming going to move forward. Nice. Scout traps are down. They know it's happening. You do not want to take a bad fight right now. The Kraken has been unleashed. Hammer's Velocity feeling really good about this. You have Infusion on Zio, Aloha infused as well. Vanes has got his own. This team is in the perfect place right now.
And they have a really good ability to push, especially with that Lyra there. Even if Aloha does jump into the turret, take some damage, Vanes is there to heal him right back up every single time. And I think that's becoming a bit of an issue, is the sustainability coming out from Velocity.
Yeah, and as I'm looking at these two roams, you do have War Treads Fountain on VB Quiz, but Vanes has managed to complete the Crucible as well, just a little bit further ahead, and it's doing so much for his team. On top of that Sigil, the healing, the survivability that he brings to the table. You see Zio just throwing that forward barrage, trying to get a little bit of damage, maybe stack some breaking point up here, but choke point turret getting hammered on by this Kraken right now. Detonation Gaming throwing about every other shot out towards Hammers. They don't want to let them collapse down, but this Kraken is moving into the base now. Detonation Gaming gonna have to start making some serious plays right here. Aloha jumps forward. The Kraken's actually getting pretty low. I don't think they have to go, but they do! Peace Royale, is he gonna be able to live? Zio wants him in the fountain, can't get him! This Beast Royale, he's going to be healing right back up. This Kraken should be going down. I cannot believe that nobody died right there.
I cannot believe it. Peace Royale was intent on getting Zeo. And I think part of the issue was we saw the gauntlet coming down and Peace Royale actually got caught. He took a lot of damage, and I think part of the reason is if we're looking at this weapon, Sky, she's got a lot of mobility because of her heroic perk with the target lock. And if Peace Royale gets a hit, she's able to back away very, very quickly. So Destination Gaming, they aren't able to pursue with engages. And I think also you have to think about how well Hammer's Velocity are blocking everything that Destination Gaming is throwing at them.
Oh, it's unbelievable. I mean, the plays that these guys are making, the work that they've done to get here, not to mention the stress that they're going through right now, being on the stage and performing as good as they have the entire year. This is just wonderful to watch right now. Detonation Gaming can definitely win this game if they put together a couple fights, but right now, Velocity definitely have an advantage here. And you talked about earlier scaling into the late game. Was there a timer that you were looking for that Detonation had to get past?
They actually usually did really well by 15 minutes, but part of the reason I'm thinking is when we did see Detonation Gaming playing against the Lyra, they also had a Lance as well, and what the Lance was really good at was splitting the whole opponent team so that they weren't able to get healed by the Imperial Sigil. With this Ardent, they aren't able to do that as well, and I think that's part of the cause of why the late game might not be doing so well.
Well, it does make sense. We'll see. Maybe they can split them up getting into these fights. I mean, one of the things, though, also, when you draft an Ardent into a Lyra, that Arcane Passage allows you right through that gauntlet wall. And if your team is in very clear communication, you can use that to your benefit. Mini Miner is going to be secured up once again. It's not a significant net worth lead, but it is a net worth lead going the way of Velocity right now. They have all the tools they need. Let's see if they can put together a fight. Is anybody going to be caught by surprise here? Detonation really not taking any chances.
They've been remarkably passive this time. Every single time we're seeing Velocity going through an objective, like a gold mine, like a Kraken, they've always taken a back foot, but this time it actually looks like they realize what the stakes are, and there might be a contest for this Kraken.
Oh, there's going to be a contest here. Arcane Passage, the right bulwark's not really on the mark. Gauntlet goes down. He's through the wall. Zeo, he got through it with the reflex, but it's going to be Aloha down, Zeo down. Oh no, it is a disaster for Hammer's Velocity. Detonation Gaming take the fight. They'll be able to get whatever they decide here as the clear objective. They can push turret, they can go for Kraken. I mean, I thought Zeo was going to be able to get in there and get the kill, but it just absolutely backfired.
It did, because we saw the gauntlet coming out from Viviquiz, and they were going for Peace Royale, but he managed to block it and move out of the gauntlet, so it stunned Aloha and Zeo. And the Crucible have been used, the Aegises have been used, so this leaves them in a fantastic room to take the Kraken, even though Lyra is doing her very best to try and prevent this from happening.
Well, Vanes, he's trying to buy a little bit of time for his team, but realizes that's really not the play. Cannot afford to go down here. So this is going to be Kraken captured up by Detonation Gaming, who only a couple moments ago were pinned into their base with nowhere to go. And they're holding this. Very nice job. They're going to go ahead and get that regeneration up right here, right now. Let's see if they get some fresh infusions. Well, they're already infused up. They are ready to go. Any items picked up? Just a couple flares coming out here. Viviquiz making sure his team knows exactly where hammers are. And this is going to be Detonation moving forward with this Kraken. If they take a good fight, it could definitely go their way. Hammers, are you being sneaky, boys?
I think they are.
Waiting in this bush. This is one of my favorite things to do in all of Vainglory. A surprise out of one of these bushes right here. And it looks like it's going to be Zeo going to lane. Aloha and Vanes are going to wait back, maybe looking to spring this trap. Aloha around the backside. Zeo, he's taking a lot of damage, but Aloha's in there with Vanes. Gauntlet's going to be down. They're trapped inside that gauntlet right now. Aces High's off the mark. Tatuki, the Malice, the Verdict coming forward. They're going to be able to take the Gwen down. Aloha! He's stuck up on the edge of the gauntlet. They get Vanes as well. They get two. Zeo, can he 2v1? He can definitely do it. Zeo, he gets the crit. He finds the kill. Kraken still marching down the lane. Viviquiz going to try and buy time right here. He's going to go toe-to-toe with a Zeo. No! What are you thinking, man? This is a stacked up Skyler. I mean, that was way too much damage. He had the breaking point stacks. I don't know about that.
I don't know why Viviquiz stayed on for so long there. So this is the moment, which is a very aggressive flank coming out from Aloha and Vanes, and we do see Aloha blocking that Oblivion very nicely. And this is a really nice defensive gauntlet we see coming out from Destination Gaming, which allows Peace Royale to do a lot of damage, but the mistake was when he stepped back into the gauntlet. And they pick up the kill there onto Aloha. The Zeo has just so many breaking points, stacks 17 going on to 18. And I've got to say, this is a mistake coming from Viviquist staying there for so long. He had his Vanguard, also didn't use it to slow down Zeo and get to safety.
I thought he was going to Vanguard and just dip into the other bush and buy a little bit of time there, but maybe, you know, it's a bit of a misplay. Sometimes the nerves can get advantage of you. Sometimes you just don't actually land the ability like you want to. Maybe we'll find out later when we talk to these teams, but honestly, what a fight coming out there. I love the sneakiness out of Hammer's Velocity.
Sneaky, because Viviquist threw out the flare, and I don't think anyone expected them to come out from behind. But I think they're going for the sneaky approach again. They have the minion mine.
Look at Detonation, they're like, okay, and it's not happening in our bush. We'll put a scout trap there for sure.
Yeah, well, Velocity, they're very, very good with aggressive.
Oh, I love this team.
They're so good.
I don't, not only for Zeo just saying, you know what, my team trolls me, and I couldn't have that, I couldn't have any better friends. They troll me better than anyone, and they're sneakier than any other team I've seen here at Worlds. This is just wonderful and fun to watch right now. A high-powered Velocity team. They're going to be popping off the scout trap. Detonation knows where they are rotating from here. Detonation holding solid as a unit. Looks like they have all abilities, all items ready to use.
What? I think that Crucible was a misclick.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he meant to flare that out.
Yeah. Well, that's going to be available for 37 seconds.
And I'm pretty sure that's not the first time that's ever happened.
It's not.
Yeah, because I do it all the time. But right now, I mean, that does mean that Detonation, they have to back off. They have to wait for that to come up. It's only 20 seconds or so before they can move forward. But as I was saying, they do have most of those items and abilities ready to use. They're moving as a unit right now. Zeo is going to try to clear that. He takes a lot of damage, Zeo. I don't know if that's the one you want.
Oh, that gauntlet.
Very defensive gauntlet. You can see that Viviquist thought that they were going to go for that aggression. They're going to move forward. He's in that Drifting Dark. War Tread's out of Veins. Aloha's back in. Zeo's low. The Fountain comes out. They're still alive. They didn't take him down. They get him now. Oh, no, they got the Koshka too. Veins is going to get melted. Triple kill. The ace. Detonation Gaming are doing it in these fights where it feels like maybe it's not going to go their way. They just absolutely find the damage.
These teams are so evenly matched, and that was actually really clever coming out from Detonation Gaming at the start. So that was a very defensive gauntlet there. Didn't quite hit the mark, but Zeo's already taken a lot of damage. The Sigil.
That Frostburn.
Frostburn go absolutely, but Zeo's taking so much damage, and they're just completely focused on Zeo and Aloha. But they're not even going for the Kraken, they're just going straight for the last two turrets.
Oh, are they going to split this right here and end this game right now? It's going to be one turret dropping, the second one's going. They have a lot of damage right here. Game one to Detonation Gaming right here. I thought it was going to Velocity.
Same, absolutely. Velocity were just very in control for the majority of that game. And it was just so back and forth with every single team fight. You know, one moment you'd be like, oh, it's Detonation Gaming, they're doing so well. And then Velocity with Ace. Ace is just flying everywhere, not just from Gwen.
Ace is high, Ace is low, Ace is for everybody. Well, let's see maybe if there's an Ace up the sleeve for Velocity in the next game. But to break it down, let's go ahead and throw it back to the analyst desk.
Well, if you need any more confirmation that Detonation Gaming are a team to be reckoned with, they take the first game from the Spring Live Championship. Final, you know, winners, Hammer's Velocity. So, I mean, that's an amazing start for them. Hammer's Velocity are going to have to start to wind things in, though, try and find that winning pattern that they had so much dominance with in that first period of the game.
Yeah, I mean, we saw them constantly being able to dive the back line, go for the Gwen, and be able to take her out early game, but you have to swap up the strategy because once the game goes on long enough, if you dive too far, like Zeo did in the one-team fight, you just get annihilated. You can't survive long enough. You're not far enough ahead anymore. So you have to poke around the outside. You have to do a little bit of kiting. And you have to make sure you time the Drifting Dark active coming out of Samuel. We saw in that last push, they just didn't do that. The Drifting Dark was perfect. It was perfectly placed. They had so much damage, so much slow. They were not able to get away to the shop in time. So really good back-and-forth team fight. Probably one of the closest games we've seen all Worlds.
I just want to bring attention as well to Aloha's itemization. He decided to go for an Atlas into a Gwen, which is not something we that commonly see. I think even though it's weapon power Gwen, I think a Metal Jacket is always going to be a bit more effective for you, especially on the Koshka who's jumping into that backline, who really just needs the straight-up tankiness against a Gwen, rather than the ability to
Skedaddle's always going to get you into a position where actually Atlas Polders might not even be that effective. So, you know, again, I kind of agree that Full Metal Jacket generally tends to be better in some situations there.
For sure. I mean, you could even argue Koshka could have gone, and you know, Aegis and Crucible, right? I mean, imagine all the things you have to try to block out from Detonation there. We have Ardent Gauntlets, we've got Oblivion coming down, we have Aces High. Like, only so many things can be blocked, and a lot of times Koshka would jump in and accidentally run into a stun or use Ultimate and get blocked by the Ardent Gauntlet, which Samuel ran out. out during the one team fight.
We've got a team fight here to show you guys around 23 minutes, so a later game team fight. You can see Zio already on the back foot as it starts.
So a big thing about this is actually Detonation used their major fight tool right at the start of it. You put the gauntlet down, you're not really getting much out of this. And Velocity think they can take the fight, but immediately they just don't position correctly. Zio gets caught out. He's right in the middle of that Drifting Dark and the Oblivion that you were talking about. And because Aloha tries to jump onto the back line, he's nowhere near the rest of his team. It's very easy for Detonation just to clean up the rest of the fight.
I think one of the major parts of that fight that we need to pay attention to is the way that Hammer's Velocity backed off once they saw the gauntlet. Drifting Dark was positioned perfectly. Samuel was just laying waste with his Malice and Verdict. And then they still tried to take the fight after all of that initiative had been gained by Detonation Gaming. You know, Hammer's Velocity turned around and jumped in with the Koshka. You know, they'd already taken about half the health worth in pain, and they were able to capitalize.
I think there was something really specific to point out. In North America, the meta for Samuel play never has you upgrading your Drifting Dark all the way, but they did. So could have been Velocity thought Drifting Dark was going to time out and was not going to arrive at the shop destination. So when they turned around to fight, they were still in it. The attacks were still empowered coming from Samuel. This is not something that a lot of NA teams are used to playing against.
It's an interesting difference in the way we see Samuel Drifting Darks used. A lot of American teams would often use it as kiting backwards, that poke kite type play that you have Samuel with. When you see it from the Eastern Asian teams, especially that illustrated there, it is an aggressive tool. They use it to run and chase down their opponents, and they did that right there.
Part of that as well is that usually you don't upgrade the Drifting Dark or don't overdrive it because it's going to go too quickly
faster,
for you to actually stay in it. But the War Treads were used on Arden at exactly the right moment to keep that Samuel in the Drifting Dark, and the poke kept hitting onto Zio, who wasn't able to reposition.
And it just reinforces their sort of use in combination and using it as an engaged tool, because what Samuel is just so powerful at is when he has the range advantage, it doesn't matter where that range is coming from, whether he is kiting backwards or the enemy team is running away, Samuel is always going to excel in a situation where he has that range advantage using the Drifting Dark. We're already into the draft phase of the next game, however. That was quick. Nice quick turnaround here. And can Detonation Gaming on A side capitalize and take this series? Kestrel is up. Kestrel could get picked, and it does get locked in here as the first pick for Detonation Gaming.
Can't say I love giving Kestrel over to Detonation Gaming. They have shown incredible prowess on this hero like many teams have, but it is one of their primary picks throughout every tournament game they play.
It does allow Velocity to take the Adagio Koshka combination, which can work out incredibly effectively. I worry a little bit for Aloha. It felt like he was getting a bit too overexcited in some of the fights and going too deep without the rest of his team being there. And because you've got the Kestrel on Detonation, it's very easy to get away from that Koshka with the active camera when you need to.
Vivi Quiz has gone for the Arden once more. Now, where are we going to round this out with Detonation Gaming? Fuji, what would you like to see?
I mean, I feel like the Arden already kind of takes away a particular strategy I would have liked to look at. With Lyra off the board, you cannot combine the Rhyme Lyra we talked about into this composition with the Adagio and the Koshka. They do go for the Gwen, though, so interesting. We don't actually know where the Kestrel is going to end up, most likely on Tatsuki in the jungle, because that's where he likes to do most of his pressure from. Whatever Velocity does here is going to set the tone for where this Gwen ends up, whether it's Weapon or Crystal.
I think you really need a lot of range here from Velocity. Celeste would have been my pick. They've gone for the Sky instead for a little bit more repositioning in the team fights.
So, Fuji, with double range, Adagio,
I would
Sky.
absolutely put the CP on Gwen because you have Kestrel for the early game, and if they're trying to go after the Gwen and try to push her back, you just drop the camo, you keep kiting. So much poke potential.
Absolutely, and it's in lane on Peace Royale, so you have that ability to farm up a Storm, get towards late game CP Gwen. Let's hand it over, however, to Xinyi and Humanist.
Thank you very much. Once again, the guys up at the analyst desk breaking it down for us, and Xinyi getting into this next matchup. I don't know if my heart can handle this. Both teams come out swinging here.
This could be it. This could be it for Velocity. Every single other NA team has made it through to the semifinals.
Oh, you had to call them out compared to the other NA teams. Well, NA doing very well, as you said. Let's see if Velocity can keep their hopes alive here in game number 2. It'll be the players making their way out onto the map, and once again, early minion candies.
I think that's something that works really well. It's something that you need to be able to do to just apply some of the pressure onto the lane. It's double minion candies as well. So part of the reason why some people use a minion candy in lane very early on is allow the lane to push up, so it allows the laner to rotate down to the jungle to help out in any potential skirmishes. But this way, you're not going to see that happen because both of them are using them at the same time. But with Velocity, you're expecting these early fights because I don't think Detonation Gaming should be able to win these unless Velocity make a massive misplay early on. So I think they recognize that they're going up to the lane.
Yeah, they do not want to make that misplay here, and it's going to be Zio rotating down to the shop. So he will have that first advantage as he picks up his boots here. And I think that's actually pretty important for him as he's up in that lane, up against the Gwen, to be able to have a little bit extra mobility.
It's definitely going to be super important. And one thing I want to be seeing coming out from Detonation Gaming is getting that early vision down. And I think Viviquiz, his vision later on was really, really strong with the scout traps, with the flares. But at the beginning, it was weak. Velocity are the ones that are constantly putting down mines, and he didn't really have any.
Well, speaking of the scout traps, Aloha, he is on the backs of his opponents, and he drops his own scout trap over there. So it's a really nice play. It's giving him a little bit of extra knowledge exactly where Detonation is rotating. And this is something we've heard Fuji talk about before. Like, you don't always have to just let your roamer put this vision down across the map. A lot of times, if you just carry it yourself, you can get something down that maybe your roamer wouldn't have the ability to do.
Hang on. Oh, no.
Hang on right here. Zio and crew are moving in. Tatuki taking a lot of damage. Level 2 Kestrel, really not much you can do. The Vanguard buys enough time for Tatuki to get into a safe position. Glimmer shots over the wall, not going to land. This is going to be Hammers rotating out of the jungle here. And no first blood just yet.
Not just yet. I've got to say, one thing that I was really impressed by with Viviquiz last time was how they adjusted how he adjusted his playstyle, because at the start he was using his gauntlets very offensively to start those engages, but as we went into the late game, he was holding on to it, using in the middle of the team fights to allow his teammates to escape, and I think that was really clever, and I would like to see that again, because their offensive engages, the moment he got them, were great.
Oh, hello, Aloha, and goodbye. Tatuki is going to use those boots to get back in a safe position. Vanguard over the wall. This is Detonation Gaming taking a lot of damage. Hammer's Velocity want to find a kill here, but just cannot quite do it. Tatuki probably saying calculated there, but it dropped down about 15 health right there.
They're just not quite picking up the kill every single time. I think this is the second time that Tatuki almost went down, but just not enough. But I think nonetheless, Aloha's doing a great job in terms of jungle aggression. He's really starving Tasuki out, who's on 4 CS, and Aloha's sitting there at a really good score of 15. That's 3 times, or almost 4 times.
Now, I want to ask you about something. This is, I personally disagree with this. I'd like to see a Weapon Kestrel with a CP Gwen. Do you think what they're doing here with the CP Kestrel is the right call?
The thing about CP Kestrel is, I think she's really great if you're going to ranged heroes and there's no dive potential coming out from the opposing team. But with this Koshka there, she's not going to be able to use her active camo to escape. So what we're seeing Detonation Gaming is a lot of very poke-heavy comp. They're going to have to rely on poking their opponents down before committing to a team fight.
Right, well, let's see if they can actually make a rotation and find something here. Aloha's just like set up a camp and living in the jungle right now of Detonation Gaming. There's almost nothing they can do barring moving as a unit, all 3 of them. Scout Trap down on the Tri-Bush will reveal the movements coming out of Detonation Gaming, so Aloha really should not be getting caught out here. And it looks like, once again, it's a free steal of this whole jungle rotation.
It's denying Tatuki from so much. If you look at Koshka, she's investing into a lot of defense, which I think is a really good idea, because right now she needs the boots to give that extra mobility when she is sealing those camps. Oh, hang on, Detonation Gaming looking for some damage onto the turret, I think.
Yeah, I mean, they moved up here. They're looking for it. They don't find it, so it's just quick back from them. They're going to be moving down to the shop. Now, I see Aloha on the map taking a very similar trajectory down to the shop. They don't know exactly where he is, and it's... No, they actually are going to be trying to make a play here. Viviquiz, he's in a pretty bad place. Activates those boots, trying to get away. Not quite sure which direction he wants to go. Zio has his own boots. Target locked on. The forward barrage is there. That's going to be the self-vanguard on Viviquiz. Zio taking a lot of damage, but this should be the Arden going down. Zio, are you going to be able to get the kill? Yes, he does. That's the pushing right there. And it's going to be now Hammer's Velocity also securing up this mini miner as they did before.
Well, that's going to be first blood going towards Hammer's Velocity, and the gold actually is still very close. It's 900 gold, and the way that Hammer's Velocity have been playing, you'd expect it to be so much more than that. And Zio and Peace Royal, their farm is very similar, and Tatuki and Aloha, I think that's where the main difference lies, because since we last commentated on it, Tatuki's only got 7 and it was 4 last time.
Yeah, and I mean, sometimes though, you don't necessarily have to have the same amount of farm depending on the matchup. Is this a matchup where you think it's actually pretty bad for the Kestrel?
Yeah, I think if Kestrel doesn't get the gold that she needs, it's going to be very, very difficult for her to ramp scale up in the later game, because right now she's not outputting any damage, and the Crystal Kestrel, there's a lot of... Oh, not going to get caught there. Oh, actually she is! Or not.
Nope, not going to be caught out there. Active Camo actually is such a great tool. If you see the opponent coming, they don't have knowledge of where you're hiding, you can definitely get away. And so Tatuki doing a good job playing a little bit more safely. And they're going to hang out in this lane as a group, not be caught by surprise, and I think it's a smart play by them. It looks like Tatuki actually is going to activate those boots and try to get into his opponent's jungle. Zio taking a lot of damage right here. Death from Above is down, zoning him out, but Zio is down. Let's see if Detonation want to look for more. Tying this up 1-1 here. 6 minutes into this game. Aloha, little twirly death poke on the BB Quiz, and he's going to back himself up. Goldminer wants some of this action as well.
Yeah, but they only pick up 1 kill there, which I actually think is really good trade-off for Detonation Gaming. It allows Peace Royal to pick up a little bit more farm. He's sitting out a little bit more. And I think the next step for Detonation Gaming is that they should be going Destination Gaming, they should be going for objectives now to give them that gold. And if they take the first turret, it allows them to have a little bit more jungle control, and that helps Tatuki a little bit more. And I think they need to do that a bit earlier, because if they leave that turret too late, then that might be too late for Destination Gaming as a whole.
Now, it looks like they're going to be too late to get down and contest this gold mine. So it's going to be a decent gold payout going the way of Velocity. A little bit of a net worth lead building for this team right now, but we haven't had any of those like major clashes, those major engagements yet, and it feels like they may be brewing as these teams starting to have all of their ultimates coming online.
Oh, we just saw the one-shot, 1 kill there. I'm waiting for Aloha's yummy kind of frenzy, because he's been using that really well. And as a Koshka, the moment you get that, it's a great opportunity. He's got that shatter glass that's doing so much damage if he's able to jump in. But Destination Gaming, they're just backing away every single time, and that's a very safe way of playing for them.
Yeah, I think they've done a great job not to be caught out right here. And the thing is, Aloha actually has to really choose the proper target and not overextend against this composition. Peace Royal making the rotation down, get a Vanguard from his buddy. They are getting flanked from all sides right now. Aloha taking the majority of the damage. Gauntlet's down. This is going to be a dead kitty. And right there, Aloha just overstepping himself and getting punished for it. Now has Zio gone too far? He does not have boots to get out of this one either. A nice Sirius strike to reposition. Zio's just going to try to trade 1 for 1 as he is definitely going to die here. But it doesn't look like he's going to be able to get a kill. It's going to be Zio going down. 2 kills the way of Detonation Gaming.
Yeah, Baines, there was just nothing they can do. And I think at first Velocity, they did have the early game advantage. But what Destination Gaming are doing is that they're playing very carefully. And at the start of that, we saw Peace Royale and Tatuki switching places. So Tatuki was getting some of the farm from the lane.
Right.
And Peace Royale went down with Viviquiz, and they were able to take on the Koshka.
It's a really nice rotation. And you saw what Hammers wanted to do. They were trying to flank and just pin them in from both sides. But Aloha took too much damage before Zio could get into position. So really tough for them. But I do understand the call they're trying to make there. But 8.5 minutes into this game, 3-1 advantage the way of Detonation Gaming. They are 1 game away from moving forward and knocking Velocity out of this tournament. Oh, the stress on this team right now, I can't even imagine.
Yeah, I can imagine for either of those teams, it's such just an immense burden just knowing that. And Zio's taking a lot of damage there. Woo! It's not gonna hit.
I think he felt the wind rush past him and that one shot nearly catching. And it's going to be Tatuki and crew applying pressure. I like what's using Viviquiz's positioning on that left side. He knows that Baines and Aloha are rotating around the backside. Aloha, he's going to jump in, takes a lot of damage. Viviquiz on the front line. The ace side lands. They're landing a lot of that Glimmer Shot damage onto the whole team. Death from Above is landing. Aloha's right back in. They need to get the Fountain out. And it's going to be Aloha going down. I really thought Aloha was going to be able to live through that and maybe take a kill. But it does not go the way of Velocity. 4-1 now for Detonation Gaming. Peace Royale. Very low. Zio looking like maybe he wanted to go for that kill, but holds back.
Oh, Viviquiz, what are you doing?
Viviquiz! Baiting out a Versa Judgment, potentially?
Why? His teammates are nowhere near close by. It just doesn't seem to be the right move to make right now, because we're seeing Baines and Zio, they're moving into the jungle again. Yeah. They're taking more farm away from Tatuki. And I just think at this stage, when there's not that many deaths going anyway, every single death counts.
It definitely does. And you can see where potentially maybe he wanted the Arden to, well, that's going to be Aloha finding the kill in the lane there. And it looks like he didn't even have to use the ultimate there. Very easy for him to find that kill if he does get on target. And Tuki and Viviquiz are going to look to try and defend this turret. Do not want it to go down with Aloha on very low health. I'm not sure that they want to dive in just yet. They are holding the Fountain. They do have the Adagio. Let's see, are they trying to bait this out right here? That's going to be the Fountain coming out as they eat a couple turret shots. And honestly, I gotta say, that's a bit of a missed opportunity. One shot is gonna land on the Veins, doesn't find the kill. But right now, Velocity are battered and bruised, and they're gonna have to think about how they're rotating.
They're taking a lot of damage from the poke coming from Tatuki, and what's actually really scary to think is that he only has that energy battery. He's running out very, very quickly, so he's not able to use his Glimmer Shots as much as he would like. The moment he picks up more more energy regeneration, it's going to make it even more difficult for Hammer's velocity.
It really will. And with this Frostburn, the Buckshot Bonanza, all of these things combined, it's actually going to be really hard. Once Velocity decide to try and engage, I feel like they almost have to all in on one of these targets.
They absolutely have to. There's just so much there, and I think the main target for them is going to be Aloha, because Aloha's the one jumping in. Hang on, Vanes is getting so low.
Yeah, well, they know that there's no... actually, the verse is up right now. I didn't misspeak on that one. Viviquiz is going to activate those boots, try to get back into a safer position. Tatuki, the death from above's landing right here. They want to follow. Zio has a lot of damage. The fountain comes out, but that's going to be Detonation losing their Kestrel. Now Aloha wants more. He's going to jump in. Are they going to dive under the tier 2 turret? They get the Gwen. Are they going to get Viviquiz? He does want into position, but he's going to go down. That's the ace for Hammer's Velocity. Very nice play.
What a great ace. So Destination Gaming were the ones that started off the advantage in terms of the damage they were outputting. And I think the mistakes that they made was Tatuki trying to get a bit of damage down. He stayed a little bit long to try and land that Glimmer Shot, and I think we're about to see that here. So Vanes, this is the start of the fight, taking a lot of damage. The Gauntlet gets thrown down, but he's able to escape. And the ace side does miss. And I think this is going to be the key moment we're about to see here, is when Tatuki pauses, gets stunned by the death from above, and as a Crystal Kestrel, you need to be in the back line, but she wasn't. He gets a yummy Catnip Frenzy as well. And I think this is a moment where everything kind of just falls apart for Destination Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, it's a team game, though, and that's the beauty of this, right? You can have one person make a mistake, everything falls apart. You have to act as a unit here, and Velocity taking a little bit better fight there.
And they get the turrets as well, so they're getting that small gold lead. I think it was very, very close before, but now they've drawn a nice 2k gold lead.
Yeah, and they were able to get that gold miner during the replay there as well.
Yeah, and we got Zio, he's got that breaking point now, which I think is going to be really scary.
Oh, it's scary. It's scary. We've talked about this before. You get that Sour Blade, the breaking point, and you want a couple other things. You want to have your boots active so you get into a fight, you know that you can reposition or get yourself out of a dangerous situation. And if you have an infusion, things are really starting to come together. Zio's in a great place. Aloha, he jumps forward, trying to find a target. He's in and out, abusing the move speed of that Koshka, making Playoff Beard proud here. Look at this Buckshot Bonanza coming out with the Glimmer Shots. One shot, one block from Vanes. Nicely played right there, because honestly, if that connected on Zio, that was going to be a dead sky.
Yeah, Zio took so much damage just from the Glimmer Shots and the Buckshot, as you were saying. The Velocity, they're actually doing a really good job of positioning when Tatuki is poking, because the splash damage coming out from the Crystal Kestrel is a lot. So by standing a little bit further apart, they're avoiding a majority of the damage coming out from Tatuki.
Right. See, they can continue to do so. Once again, Velocity taking that mid away, taking as much away from Detonation Gaming as they possibly can. Small net worth lead going their way. They're up 1 kill right now. We're about 14 minutes into this game. As we get into this, significant mid portion of the game, Kraken's going to be coming out here pretty soon. These fights are ever more important right now. You cannot afford to make any mistakes, have any bad positioning, as Velocity want to keep Detonation pinned in. They want to choke them out. Get this jungle, constantly just take it away from Detonation. Detonation just hanging out as a group. They move into the bush, the flares are out. It's a vision game right now. Element of surprise is almost everything in these fights. A lot of flares coming out once again. They know that Scout's up there, but Detonation, a very interesting position. They've chose to put themselves where Velocity can rotate from behind. They know.
Oh my god!
Okay. Tatuki is going to rotate backwards. Can they turn this around? They've baited Velocity into this. This is going to work out for them. Beast Royale's down. Velocity have the victory in this fight. Tatuki's down. Viviquiz, he's not even moving. That's the ace for Velocity. They baited themselves.
That was so good coming out from Velocity, and I've got to say, at the very start of the fight, when we had the active camouflage there by Tatuki, and they just walked straight into it.
I thought this was going to be
triple. That was so much damage coming out for them. But the thing is, with this Crystal Kestrel, she has to wait for her 4 Glimmer Shots. So she's just standing there, not doing anything. Peace Royale's taking so much damage, and that's the main issue. They don't have the Crucible, they just get completely stunned up. Oh, that was a quick turnaround there.
Absolutely, and this is one of the things, every single time you watch Velocity, when they are in the nice form, the practiced up form that we know of this team, they can take down almost anybody, and it's a play like that right there. I mean, when it seems like everything's going to go against you, well, you have 3 people walk into an active camo and you turn it around like that, it's just phenomenal.
I mean, we could all see it coming. You could just see them step onto it, and you're like, oh no, that's going to hurt, and it did. But it's coming down to that Crystal Kestrel again. Crystal Kestrel, it's very difficult to play because you have to be able to burst things down very quickly, and if you can't, it makes it so difficult, especially when you're going against a weapons guy who's got a breaking point, who's looking for those sustained team fights.
right now. It's going to be Velocity on this Kraken. Flare came out from Detonation Gaming. They revealed off those scout traps right now. Xingyi, how about these items? Do you think everybody has what they need to get in here for a fight?
I think that by what I was wanting to say is that are we going to say one shot, one kill, which comes too early.
Of course, when you do have these global abilities, you like to throw them out and potentially steal that Kraken off. It's not going to happen here, though. If they don't get in there, this is going to be going the way of Velocity. They can't lose the Kraken and the fight. Koshka able to secure that. Aloha doing a good job to make sure that goes away. But look at this damage that it's already taking so quickly. Detonation Gaming cannot afford to be caught here. Have a Kraken marching down the lane and losing a hero. They're doing a good job getting a lot of damage down. But Velocity also do not want a free Kraken to go the way of Detonation. So when will they decide to make their move here? Oh, look around the backside. This is Team Sneaky right here. It's Aloha, but it's the flare out, so it's not a total surprise. Aloha, he's going to go on to Peace Royal. Peace Royal turns around. That's the verse coming out, only landing on the Viviquiz. Viviquiz's Gauntlet, not the best one I've ever seen, but the stun actually out on Aloha. Nice active camo activation there. Zio, he's trying to find one of these targets. Breaking point starting to stack up. That's the fountain out. Are they going to find one? Yes, they get Peace Royal. Oh, Hammer's Velocity are in a great place right now. If they play safely, they can end this game right now. We need some godlike plays to come out from Detonation Gaming if they're going to stay in this. They have Zio down right now. Can they get this? The Kraken very low. The last Bane Crystal turret's gone down. Aloha's going to get that heal up from Vanes. Vanes circling around. Yummy Catnip Frenzy right onto Satsuki. They're turning around back and forth right now. They cannot do it. It is Roamer on Roamer right now. And it looks like Vanes is just going to turn and tuck tail and get out of here. Peace Royal, he's up though.
He blocks the buckshot.
Well, yeah, blocked the buckshot, but looks like he's going to go down right here. Adagio's not the most mobile of heroes in the game. And this is going to be the ace. This is going to be the ace for Detonation Gaming. He stuck around just a little too long. I mean, you understand why they make that call to try and end the game there. Sometimes it backfires.
They absolutely could have, because the only person out was a Crystal Caster, and they knew if we just wait for those 4 Glimmer shots, then she can't do much damage. And you know, with the one shot, one kill, it's so difficult to try and aim it at a Koshka. But the active camouflage and then the stun on top of the Koshka was just too much. And it was a really clever use of the Aegis at the right moment so that Peace Royale didn't die.
Really nice plays on both sides. Guys, we are 18.5 minutes into this one right here. I think the first one went about 25 minutes or so.
Yeah, it was a long game.
It was a pretty long game there, but right now this is back and forth, but definitely Velocity in the lead right here. It's going to be Peace Rail back to base, and look at the scouts. You can actually see on the map, they have essentially like a scout trap right on the Vane Crystal of Detonation.
I mean, Hammer's Velocity, they have 2 scout traps right in the base, and Detonation Gaming have absolutely no idea, so they know exactly when the whole team is moving out.
Right, well, Hammer's Velocity, they're going to be clearing out the scout traps of Detonation Gaming as they move through the jungle here. Vane's flaring as many bushes as possible. They cannot be caught by surprise. I think also, you know, you look back to the last series, that's the weakness for TSM is walking through some bushes and getting caught out here. Nobody can afford to do so. A nice block as the gauntlet comes down. Zio able to get himself out of that one. Aloha looking to maybe sneak around the backside here. I don't know if Detonation know exactly what's happening.
I think they do.
Well, he decides not to go for it, so it's going to be quite all right here. But they are going to grab up this mini mine. Kraken has spawned here, so Velocity, as long as they just play safely, they are in a great position. If they get this Kraken, it's pretty much GG.
Exactly, and I think one key thing to point out is that Viviquiz still does not have that Crucible. The number of times they have been caught and forced to disengage by that Verse of Judgment is just too high.
Right now, Velocity, they go ahead and just flex right here down this choke point. They do not want to let Detonation have a free fight. This is going to be so important for both of these teams. This fight right now for Detonation could bring them right back into a lead position. Teams poking on Kraken. They're flaring back and forth in these bushes. Every Vainglory player knows this little ring around the rosy that happens when you get into the late game and people start rotating around this Kraken through these bushes. You're just flaring it out, dropping scout traps right here. And these teams showing exactly how to do so. Detonation not getting caught. Hammer's not taking anything too aggressive. They're setting up in one of these sneaky little bushes once again. There's that flare. Nice job coming out of VVQ. That's going to be the gauntlet down. Lands onto Aloha. Vane's taking good damage, but the Verse is going to come out. It stuns Viviquiz, but Tutuki's on the backside. Peace Royale's getting lit up. Peace Royale's dead. This is going to be Velocity taking the fight right here. Loa taking a lot of damage, but Tatuki should be going down. Then this should be Velocity taking the game right here. Barring a miracle, Tatuki, he can't even teleport. Well, he's going to get a kill, but that's it.
That's it.
Velocity, they take game 2. They're going to tie it up 1-1 here. And we're going to our third game.
Oh, this is going to be a good one. Both of these games so far have been absolutely intense. And that's the only way to describe it. You know, there's no clear way to call at the very start who is going to win that game.
I mean, honestly, there's no way to call who's going to win this game. There's almost no way to call who's going to win this fight from moment to moment. These teams are trading back and forth. I think very evenly matched squads right here.
It's so evenly matched. But I think for that one, I think the Crystal Kestrel just did not hit the mark. If you look at the Glimmer shots in the team fights, if they went on a little bit longer, she wasn't able to do too much, and they just focused on Peace Royale the moment they knew the 4 Glimmer shots were down.
I mean, they made it work, right? They made it work for a long time throughout that game right there. But do you think, and we talked about it earlier, and we'll have our analysts break it down here pretty quick, but before we throw it to them, do you think flipping around that weapon in CP may be the right thing to do?
I think it could have worked really well because I think Weapon Kestrel is just a bit more reliable. You have a little bit more escape. And he did have some really nice uses of the Axe for Camel, but I think in the team fights, because of the composition that Hammer's Velocity were going for, the Weapon Kestrel would have been the better choice there.
All right, well, that's the analysis from Xingyi. Let's throw it over to the analyst desk right now and have him break it down for us.
Thanks, Humanist and Xingyi. I think we're all in accordance that the swap over of the weapon power and the crystal power variations probably would have been the better option to run with, but they chose to go down the crystal power Kestrel route. Let's try and avoid that one as much as possible. It's kind of the elephant in the room.
It's not the elephant in the room. That's why they lost the game.
Okay.
That's what you have to talk about. It's the reason they lost the game.
But I think there's also some other areas that I want to touch on. I think specifically the way that Peace Royale approached his team fight positioning against a full Metal Jacket Sky. He ran in expecting to burst Sky out every time, never found that opportunity because that full Metal Jacket on Zio was just making it impossible for him to go down to just this sort of 3-item weapon power Gwen coming out.
Well, I mean, you can't run in and burst someone down when they have the Metal Jacket and they have heals coming from the Adagio. And the other reason why they have Metal Jacket is because your Crystal Power Kestrel isn't doing any damage.
Yeah.
So, like, and when team fights are breaking out, the damage is also, like, the entire time those Glimmer shots are on reset, members are dying on your team as well, so it's just like, it may be the elephant in the room. It's 100% the reason why they lost
I
this game.
absolutely agree, but I think there was other reasons that they had that potentially could have worked in sort of helping them maybe find some opportunity to win. I mean, I think you're right. I don't think anyone here is sort of pandering to the fact that wasn't the reason that they lost.
It's definitely something that, like, to consider, because this is maybe the 5th time in the Worlds tournament so far where itemizations actually cost a team. And when you get to the further stages of the tournament, you really have to lock that in because itemization is 100% in your control. It is one of the few things that you control as a player without anything else happening.
I mean, let's have a look at the itemization here. I mean, you've got those 3 items on the Crystal Power Kestrel Sona. I mean, run us through. I mean, why is it that Crystal Power Kestrel is picked up in the first place, and then why is it just that it didn't work?
So as a hero, of course, you can have Weapon and Crystal Power Kestrel. I think the reason you usually pick the Crystal Power is if there's a member in your active camo and you stun them, you do a massive burst of damage. So it's great at bursting people down, and you can keep your active camo up very often, which means that if there's someone who wants to jump on you from the enemy team as well, you can be invisible. So you're staying away from the Koshka.
So let's get into the Detonation Gaming's mindset. Are they saying that this is Koshka, anti-Koshka build that they think they're running by running Weapon Power Kestrel? Crystal Power Kestrel?
Well, it'd have to be, I would hope not, because Koshka is really good into Crystal Power Kestrel because once her glimmers are down, you just dance around her. You use her speed to dodge her skill shots. Her auto attacks don't really do any damage. And that time that she glimmer shots are off, you can either kill her or you just switch to the other carry while you know she can't do anything in return.
Exactly, and you only have 4 Glimmer shots. That's the real point about Crystal Power Kestrel. You have 4 opportunities to get your damage down. If you don't, you have to stand there. And there was a perfect fight about midway through that game where you saw they got the first active camo stun onto 3 members, hit a couple more Glimmer shots, and then she was just standing there for the rest of the fight while Peace Royale died, and the team collapses around you.
We've got a replay of a team fight. I think it was the game-ending team fight here between Hammer's Velocity and Detonation Gaming. What's going on here?
Well, this is the primary example. 1, 2, 3, 4 comes out. Now there's no damage coming out of Kestrel. They just immediately turn onto the Gwen, which is exactly what Velocity needs to do. They tell each other, guys, we're just going to dodge this out, make sure we flare a lot, we avoid all of the camouflage traps, and then as soon as the 4th Glimmer shot comes out, Velocity literally is a 3-man team, turns onto Gwen, deletes her, and then just goes back to the rest of the team.
The other thing as well is if you're going to play burst, you can't play it into that much sustain. If you're not going to kill someone straight away, the sustain's just going to beat you. Like if that was a weapon power Kestrel there, she hits 18, 19 breaking point stacks in that fight because of the positioning, you kill anyone. Like no one can beat a weapon power Kestrel in that situation.
I think you're probably right. And I think even if you're going
I'm right.
If you're going for a poke-orientated Crystal Power build, like, Gwen would have been better. In Gwen's poke on her Buckshot Bonanza Crystal Power route, and if you got 20-odd minutes into the game, is insane. I mean, yeah, I think everyone's in agreement. I just think there's, if we were talking about just that for a good 10 minutes, everyone would have got bored. We're into the next draft phase, by the way. The final game of today, you know, come rain or shine, this will be our final game. Will it be Hammer's Velocity from North America, or will it be Detonation Gaming representing Japan going through into that semi-final?
You know, Detonation Gaming has now made 2 itemization mistakes in critical games during this tournament. If they don't do this, I actually think they have the better chance of winning. They seem to have really good team fights, really good synchronization. They're going with a draft that allows them to continue doing this. Lance with frontline, being able to block for Sky on the back line. Sky's a bit of a risky pick into the Lyra, but there could be something else they're holding on to for their final pick to help deal with that.
Although it may be risky, I think Detonation's positioning in teamfights has generally been better than Hammer's Velocity ability to disengage. The only times really in that last game we saw them getting caught out was when Peace Royale.
Scarf gets locked in for the first time at the World Championships. In a critical game, Hammer's Velocity brings Scarf into the picture.
I'm trying to think of what heroes we haven't seen picked. I think it's just Rona and
Baron.
Baron hasn't been picked, and Alpha. I don't
Jewel,
know.
there's a few.
Jewel, yeah, I think that's 4 or 5, but it's still a very high pick percentage. And the Scarf, incredibly safe, of course, on that backline, does a huge amount of crystal power damage. Along with the Glaive for the early game shore up, Hammer's Velocity team looks to have good spikes throughout the entire game.
Yeah, it's very true. I mean, Scarf and Lyra, that's a lot of poke potential. Lyra's going to help Scarf get to the mid game, to the late game, regardless of what Detonation Gaming decides to lock in here. Velocity feels pretty comfortable with this draft.
I'm looking at what Detonation Gaming have brought here, and I'm not seeing anything that's going to kill Scarf outright.
Yeah, I mean, this seems kind of like Detonation's caught off guard as this draft closes out.
I think the argument, if you're Detonation with the Arden pick here, is you Arden the Lance, you get the Impale onto the Scarf, get the Wall, and then the Sky can follow up. Or
It's such a specific combo to work with,
It definitely
right?
is. It definitely is. And they have been surprised by the Scarf.
Yeah, I think they have been surprised by the Scarf. I think we've potentially been surprised by the Scarf. I don't think anyone expected to see too much of that particular hero on the stage. But handing it over for the final time tonight is going to be Humanist and Shinyi.
Once again, team, for breaking that down for us. And with everything on the line, Shingy, they're going to bring out a Scarf we haven't seen played at all this tournament.
Yeah, Scarf is extremely powerful, and he's one of those heroes I think is a sleeper hero, and he does really well, and I think a lot of teams just don't respect that. But also Detonation Gaming, they're playing this Lance Arden combination. I don't think I've ever seen anyone, Tatuki play anyone but CP heroes.
Well, I think this is going to be pretty interesting to say the least. Everything on the line for both of these teams. It is win or you will be sitting watching tomorrow. And I can't even wait to see what happens. You know what, actually, Shingy, I got to say right here. I actually asked a couple of these players specifically about Scarf. I said, are we going to see any Scarf? Is it viable? And the answer across the board was no. But with everything so important here, they pick it up. Peace Royale, afterburn backwards. All he has is a forward barrage. Maybe he gets another basic off. That potion isn't enough to keep him alive. He does stay alive.
So close. It was a really nice attempt coming out from Velocity with the afterburn. And when you've got a hero like a Glaive there and a Lyra, you need to be pulling off these aggressive lane ganks.
Tatuki with a 2-man impale, the Githian wall. He's getting nice damage down. They're all clumped up right there. I feel like he could have got another poke down, but he doesn't want to do so, and that's quite all right. It's going to be Hammer's Velocity making the rotation down to the jump. They're going to hit this shop up. Zio grabs 2 pairs of boots right off the bat. Pretty interesting and maybe a bit of a mistap.
Yeah, because he can't act. Yeah, probably a mishap there.
I mean, that happens though.
It happens.
He's never tapped so fast in his life. Sometimes it's going to happen in this game. But that's what you got to watch for. That's how fast he's going to be tapping when he gets into these fights here.
I think one thing we're going to have to watch out for with this composition that Detonation Gaming are playing is this Lance Arden combination. And they're a very cohesive team. And we're seeing Tatuki just playing very, very well. So one thing I want to see is this Gauntlet and the Githian Wall stunning members of Hammer's Velocity into that Gauntlet. Because I think Detonation Gaming is a team that's capable of doing that.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, that's one of my favorite combos. If you pick up a Lance, I love to pair it with the Arden for the natural Vanguards into the basics, the impales, everything that comes with it. Aloha taking a lot of damage. That's going to be the sigil down. Tatuki's in a bad place, and this is going to be a dead Lance right here. First blood going the way of Velocity.
I think it's important to note that this is a change from the playstyle that we're normally seeing in Destination Gaming. I've never seen Tatuki be this aggressive early on, and I think part of the reason is he is playing this Lance. It's a little bit more stronger and a little bit more tanky, but when you don't know where the other members of that Velocity are, you're just going to get flanked like they did.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, also having Vanes there dropping a sigil and boosting his team into position. Aloha eating some pretty good damage, but he's going to afterburn over the wall. Let's see if they're going to look to contest this mid here. Picking this up would allow them to continue applying pressure to Detonation. If Detonation get this, it'll be great for them. And let's see, that was Zio able to snag that. So Zio's going to smile, head right back up into the lane, happy.
Well, Velocity, they're moving so well as a team right now. I think the rotations are on point coming up from Velocity. They're coming in every single time, just into the jungle, forcing Tatuki and Viviquiz to take a step back. And this is kind of what I said in the very first game, is that we want to be seeing Hammer's Velocity making a move towards the jungle, placing a little bit more emphasis on it. Because right now, so far, we've been seeing so much happening in the lane. And that's just playing right into Destination Gaming's hands.
You know, as I'm watching these player cams as well, we're watching the game, you know, I see a lot of communication coming out of Velocity, and I really like to see that. One of the worst things you can do in this moment is just get silent and lose that team synergy that you had going before. They need to be in communication. They need to know what item is available, what abilities are available at all times to them. Detonation Gaming, they're going to be clumped up as 3 here. You see Velocity making the rotation. So Detonation Gaming a little bit more well prepared for this one. They are going to get the mid. Aloha has to use boots to go ahead and get out of here. So very nice job. I mean, we saw that last rotation right there where it went the other way.
Yeah, both teams had very nice rotations. All 3 members kind of met up in the jungle, and that, I think Velocity recognized that this might not be a matchup that they want to face, so they were able to back away. And as it stands, it's very, very even. If you look at the farm, even though Aloha has been going into Destination's jungle very regularly, Tatuki is actually ahead in terms of CS.
Well, it's actually quite surprising there. And I mean, as we talked about these compositionally, and thinking you have a Scarf on one team, it definitely scales into the late game there. Do you give the advantage over to Velocity in the late game there? I mean, personally, I think it's not like too one-sided.
I think both of the teams are going for similar approaches, and I would say Velocity's approach is probably a little bit better. I think the Scarf is a very strong backline hero, and Vanes and Aloha, their job is to peel away from him. You've got the Bulwark that negates a lot of the mobility coming out from Peace Royale and Tatuki.
All right, well, Tatuki once again able to secure up his mid. That's not going to go the way of Velocity. Either Zio or Aloha will snag that. They do get the fronts, so they're getting a little bit extra out of the map right now, but still just a little bit behind the network.
Just a little bit. It's only 100 gold. It's basically even.
Yeah, that was a little bit.
A little bit, yeah.
Well, it's going to be the Impale landing onto Zio, getting walled backwards. 1 basic, 2, the sigil's down. Afterburn backwards, Tatuki taking a lot of damage. What is his team? Does the team want to help him out at any moment? That would be cool. I'm sure he'd be happy for that. There's the body block. Enough. That's the Vanguard. Tatuki.
Oh, beautiful.
Tatuki. Can you get himself out of here? Yes, he does. That was a little too close for comfort.
That was very beautiful coming out from Detonation Gaming. And I think there's a slight lack of communication coming out from Destination Gaming because Tatuki, he managed to land the Impale on the Githian wall onto Scarf, and they would have been able to pick up the kill had Viviquiz had the Vanguard available to slow down Scarf, but they didn't. So what we saw was Tatuki was out of position, Velocity were able to focus on him very quickly, and I was very fortunate that Destination Gaming were able to back away from that fight with no deaths.
Danger zone. I mean, I definitely thought that Lance was going to go down, so a bit of a miracle he's able to get out. Nice plays, nice body block by that Arden as well. And, you know, we have one of our casters talks about Frostburn quite a bit. What about in this game? Do you like it here as the first item on the Sky?
I can see why they're going for it, especially with Aloha there. It's to try and slow down Aloha as he tries to get close to Peace Royale. But I don't think it's necessarily the best pick. I would have preferred to see that Shasta Glass coming out because you've got this Lyra who can heal her team up. You want to be bursting every single member of Hammer's Velocity down.
All right, well, that makes sense. It's definitely an argument that I can get behind right there. Tatuki rolling forward, not going to find anybody. And there's a scout trap in that bush as well. Hasn't been cleared out yet. Detonation Gaming, just as a group, they go ahead and clear that lane wave out. They're going to rotate down to the jungle. Yeah, they are going to rotate as 2 down to that jungle shop as Lance goes back to his own jungle. And this is going to be Hammer's Velocity moving as 3. Detonation not going to be getting caught here. They were just slightly ahead in that shop rotation. It looks like they should be getting their mid as well. Aloha steals it! Okay. Aloha sneaking in there. Very nice for them. Once again, it just getting the regeneration off of that camp is such a big deal. I think a lot of people underestimate. Just simply getting that allows you to continue to apply pressure. Lyra able to secure the gold mine, so Velocity do get the gold mine that they started there, although Detonation were contesting it. So pretty good job back and forth there. A small net worth lead starting to build for Velocity.
Yeah, it's very small though, 700 gold, 800 gold now going towards Hammer's Velocity. I think one thing we have to consider is as we see more of these team fights breaking out, Destination Gaming, they need to get on top of that Scarf, but with a Glaive there, with a Lyra who can throw up that Bulwark and the Arcane Passage as well, it's going to make it very difficult for them. And Scarf, he is classically known as that late game hero because he is able to poke away. He does so much damage with every single Spitfire and Goop.
He really does, and having the Lyra, the Glaive in the front, I mean, that's such an incredible distraction for your team. I also really do like the Lyra with the Scarf in particular. It's just, you have so much AoE damage coming out. If you can control your opponent with the Bright Bulwark, it makes it really hard to get out of there. Not only that, to boost the Scarf with a Sigil, it can work wonders.
Definitely agree with you, because if Scarf starts channeling his Dragon's Breath, you want to be able to throw down a Sigil and just keep him going, because Destination Gaming will try and see that as an opportunity to focus on that Scarf. But I think we're getting to the point where Velocity, they're really beginning to come into their own, because that Lance Arden combination, as good as it does rely on Tsuki landing those impales, which she's not landing right now.
Yeah, he's not landing them, and whoa! Okay, death from above, a Surrey Fort. Peace Royale's gonna be stunned up there.
To get Zio.
And they reposition. That's gonna be a very nice gauntlet, actually. Zio's able to reflex and get out of there, but I like where he did throw that gauntlet down. I was surprised before that engage actually happened, that Tatsuki didn't pull the trigger and just go for Veins, because he was very far forward. I feel like an impale into some damage would have been enough to find the kill there. And seeing that they didn't go for that makes me feel like they are just not ready to fight.
I don't think they are, and this is when I'm questioning this Lance pick. I think Lance jungle is very strong, but not for this team. Because Tatsuki, I've seen him play Petal, Celeste, and Asamio. They're ranged heroes who's very comfortable in the backline poking away. Whereas this Lance, you're forcing yourself to be aggressive and be in the front line. And I gotta say, if you compare Vivi Quiz's and Tatsuki's Lance, I would say Vivi Quiz's Lance is better.
Really?
Yeah, but he lands those impales every single time. His Lance is incredibly strong as that Roam Lance.
Well, I mean, I think he did play it to a pretty high level. Although, to be fair, the Lance is essentially a ranged hero with the range that he has there on that poke, but let's see how it's going to play out here. And Tatsuki hasn't completed that tier 3 damage item yet. He's going to move down to the shop. A lot of gold on him right there. That's going to be Sour Blade completed. Heavy Steel picked up, and they're going to move back right up into the lane. I mean, everything coming together for both of these teams.
It definitely is, and I think he's going to be going for, it looks like he might be going for that Breaking Point Sour Blade build, which I actually prefer the double Sour Blade, where you just get a lot of damage coming out from every single skill that you use. But, Tatsuki, he's kind of acting as a second roam right now, very front-lining, just kind of tanking for Peace Royal there.
Yeah, I feel like they're almost waiting simply just for the Scarf, and I don't know if I like that.
I agree, it's allowing Zio to get a lot of damage down. They do manage to hit Aloha with that impale there.
Yeah, but the Glaive is quite tanky here. In the last update we had, Glaive, of course, getting a little more shield, a little more armor, and Lance actually losing some. Vivi Quiz, Blood for Blood, a self-Vanguard. Trying to buy some time here as Peace Royal not sitting on a lot of health. Both teams holding a Fountain. James has Crucible completed. It's going to be a Bright Bulwark and a very defensive Gauntlet down there. Wish he could have that one back. Tatsuki's going to be afterburned into the proper positioning for him. Zio's in there with that Dragon's Breath, takes the Arcane Passage back into a safer position there. Pretty unbelievable that nobody actually died.
Well, Tatsuki was going to land the impale on Zio, but Zio went right through the Arcane Passage at that very moment. That turret is going to go down, and I think that whole fight, that whole little skirmish going on between the two teams absolutely exemplifies what is the problem with this game, and that is Detonation's gaming, their composition is at odds with their gameplay right now. They have to be very aggressive. They need to be the ones that are forcing these fights, but they're not. They're allowing themselves to be poked down with Velocity every single time. And if they continue to go down this route, Velocity, they're just going to continue building up this lead.
I agree that things are going the way of Velocity. I agree that Scarf is an amazing late game carry. But I want to go on record and just say that I think Sky is borderline almost equally amazing in the late game. With decent item progression, can get just as much work done. It all comes down to these skill shots, really.
I agree, but so far the Sky play, there's nothing that I've seen that would make me say yes, it's on an equal footing with the Sky right now, with the Scarf right now. It's just been, what we're seeing is Zeo's just poking away the Spitfire, Peace Royal is losing a lot of health, and then they're just backing away. We're not seeing the chance, we're not getting the chance to see Sky show off what she can be capable of.
Well, maybe we'll get to see as time goes on here. I mean, honestly, I feel like hesitation was the biggest problem out of Detonation early here. But we are only 12 minutes into this game. We have a lot of time left before this is going to be over. But Detonation Gaming, they're going to have to start to make some plays. Breaking point completed for Lance. Do you agree with this as the second item?
No. No, I do not. He has a very, very slow attack speed, and I think he should be relying on the damage from every skill shot that he lands, because his attack speed is so slow anyway. I don't think he's not going to be building up the stacks as, I guess, as fast, just because I just don't think it's personally an item I don't agree with.
Okay, makes sense right there. And nothing wrong with disagreeing with that. Spitfire lands, Peace Royal slowed up just a little bit. 388 damage on that Spitfire, starting to really chunk through the Sky. The Tuki and Viviquiz onto the front line. You see Viviquiz has this gauntlet ready to go. Let's see, maybe if they see Hammer's a little bit further forward position, he might just go ahead and jump on that right there. But right now, it's Velocity have complete control. Impale's going to be off the mark. Little combat roll back into the safety of that turret. Death from above comes down. It looks like just with the forward barrage, this team just clearing out the lane minions. They want to solve this pressure out. The Velocity doing a very good job. And this is the thing also with the Lyra, right? I mean, the siege potential is immense.
We're definitely seeing that right now, because Velocity, Zeo and Vains are at full health still. And Detonation Gaming, we're seeing Tatsuki being forced to teleport back to base because of the poke coming in from Scarf. They don't have the sustain that they had before.
And speaking of sustain, I mean, Eve of Harvest as the second item for Zeo, that really just brings it all together.
Absolutely. So what Detonation Gaming need to do, as I said before, is to burst down members of Velocity, and it relies on this kind of chain of skills. There's a lot of coordination that is required from them to try and do this, and it starts off with that Impale. They need to get the CC down on Scarf and force that reflex block out so they can use the gauntlet for them, so that they can focus on him.
I hear what you're saying. I think that I will disagree with that, and I don't think they have to take the Scarf out first, but it has to be Scarf or Lyra, and Lyra has been very forward positioned in a lot of these fights, and actually is like a snack if you're able to impale her. She's incredibly squishy, but they haven't pulled the trigger on that just yet. But moving forward, you might see if they decide to switch things up here, adapt to the movements of Velocity. The poke is heavy. You see them getting more and more items. The Frostburn complete now for Zeo. That is going to be even harder for the Sky to move around these skill shots. Using Death from above, that forward barrage once again just to clear this lane wave out. Look at Peace Royale eating so much damage from a Spitfire group combo right there. Tatsuki on the backside. Aloha just taking this back train right in front of Tatsuki's face. He doesn't want to let it go, but there's nothing he can do. Aloha, he's in deep there. And he's going to be able to get himself out. But you can see that Velocity have complete control over the shape of this fight right now.
It's been a very strategic game for them, for Velocity so far, and I think the scoreboard is really telling of it. It's 15 minutes in, we've only had one kill, and they've managed to take down 2 turrets just by the sheer force of just poking away at the turret and just sustaining more than Detonation Gaming.
I'm really curious. I'd love to get into the minds of these players and see exactly what they're thinking. We don't know right now, but I wonder, I mean, is this something that Velocity pulled out in the last second, thinking that Scarf was going to work, or was this a pocket pick coming into this tournament?
Scarf, we've seen Zeo playing Scarf a few times before, but I've got honestly what to say is, Scarf isn't someone I've seen them playing an awful lot in the past season, so I don't think it's quite that pocket pick, and I think it is a bit more of a surprise. And when it does get to this stage, you have to be thinking, well, why not? You have to get risks.
Why not?
Why not?
Hey, that's what Vane said about the Ozo earlier. Gauntlets down. Zeo and crew are going to go ahead and kite backwards. Arcing Passage taken by Peace Royale. Maybe a bit of a mistake. He's stunned up. Asuri into a safer position. Peace Royale trying to get some damage off, but he's taking more than he's dishing out. Zeo maybe a little far forward. Tatsuki's locked onto the Scarf, but the Scarf's Eve going to work right here. The Bright Bulwark's down. Detonation. They've lost one. Are they going to lose more? Peace Royale. He has those broken myth stacks. Viviquiz trying to kite backwards. Peace Royale wants to do something, but he's in a dangerous position. He's going to get the back region here, but Aloha and Vanes are going to be looking to sniff him out as he moves through the jungle. Peace Royale getting good damage onto Vanes. The Sigil is down. He's in a bad place right there. He's chopped down. That's the ace. Hammers Velocity 4-0. Not a lot of kills, but all going the way of Velocity.
I gotta say, there was a moment in that team fight where it looked so bad for Velocity, and you did say yourself, Zeo was very far forward. He got stunned into the turrets by the Githian wall coming from Tatuki, but he was able to recover from that. And I think when you've got to look at it, the Scarf is really strong against a Lance and an Ardent because they are so slow. It's easy for him to land those Spitfires and build up the broken mid stacks.
Oh, it really is. And I don't know if it's coming through right now on the mic, but I can hear this NA crowd getting behind their home team, Hammer's Velocity, right now as they move forward, one game away from getting to tomorrow. The feels right now, Xingyi.
It's so close. I don't know if Detonation Gaming will be able to take down this Kraken because Sky, she does reduce damage against this Kraken. For Tatuki to try and get some damage down, he has to get into very close range, and it makes it very easy for Scarf to get some damage down. So this could be the final push that we're seeing coming out from Velocity. This could be their road to the semifinals.
Oh, well, we're going to have it kick off right here. Zeo is forward, taking a lot of damage. Peace Royale has found the Scarf, but Aloha's there. Body blocking for a Scarf. Zeo, though, he gets it from the backside. Kraken still marching into the base of Detonation Gaming. Aloha and Vanes do not want to let them get back there for free. Aloha, he's going to be slowed down by that Frostburn. Vanes getting into a safer position right here. Detonation Gaming, they're going to have to get back and deal with this Kraken, but they have the nuisance of two of these Velocity members slowing them down, making it quite hard. Look at this. This is just a distraction right here.
They need to go for the Kraken.
Velocity, the masters of deception, the masters of distraction, maybe the masters of destruction as they move in to finish off Detonation right here. Detonation Gaming, they need to get good work done onto this Kraken. Aloha and Vanes, they're probably going to be moving out here. Aloha's going to be rooted up, stunned as well. Will they be able to find the kill? Glaive's down.
But the Kraken, that turret's going down. It's down to the Crystal, and that Kraken is half health.
I mean, yeah, the Vayne Crystal's turrets are all down. Vayne Crystal's going to take a little bit of damage. It will regen back up. Detonation Gaming, though, getting their first 2 kills here in the game. A little bit of gold going their way, but their backs are against the wall.
It took so long, and with that Lyra there, we could potentially see the back door coming out from Vanes. We need to get that line of vision down in the jungle, in the lane, in the base. There's so much potential here that they need to be wary of.
So basically they need vision everywhere.
Yeah, basically.
Okay. Well, it's pretty simple. If you know, you just have to drop vision absolutely ever. Vivek was doing a, yeah, as you said, a great job of getting that vision down. Right as Xingyi was mentioning how important it is just to have knowledge of where your opponents are across the map right now. And Detonation Gaming, they are one fight from being eliminated from this tournament right here. 19.5 minutes in. This is, I mean, this is one of the lowest kill games like we've had throughout the whole tournament. 4-2 here. It's pretty crazy to believe, but it's just been the way Velocity have rounded Detonation Gaming up constantly. They never forced a fight, but they were winning without kills. They got Zeo, the gauntlets down, a Githian wall into that turret right here. Let's see if they can find some more. Arcane Passage back. That could troll his teammate out if they're put right into it. Aloha doing pretty good damage. Peace Royale, they've caught him. The Fountain's out though. They're turning around broken mist stacks on both Zeo and Peace Royale. The Arden had to dip out of here. Zeo's very low. Peace Royale, he's getting the damage onto Vanes right here. They're gonna get to Tuki. They want Peace Royale. He's in with the third stack, but look at him! Hammer's Velocity win the fight. They are going to push in. This is their game right here. The series going the way of Hammer's Velocity, and North America showing up in this tournament almost like nobody else.
3 teams through the semifinals. This means that one American team is guaranteed to be in the finals for sure.
How good does that feel?
Feels good, but not for me because I'm a European.
Look at these guys. They were smiling during the game. They win it, and they just sit there stoically and calm face right there. I think they just need a moment. They're like, okay, that just happened.
That was a fantastic series to finish the day
just
on.
Happened.
Absolutely incredible.
Man. I know there's at least 2 proud big brothers hanging out right here in the crowd right now. I know the supportive family here for these guys is a big deal. So really great. I mean, obviously it doesn't feel great for Detonation Gaming, but they did so well in this tournament. I think everyone that's a fan of these guys has to be proud of their team. And for Hammer's Velocity, you're going to just take a deep breath moving into tomorrow. Oh, feels so good.
Such a great match, though. It's just completely different, though. I've got to say, for me, it comes down to the draft that Destination Gaming, in that last game in particular, just didn't seem as strong in the drafting phase with that Lance and Arden pick, and it just didn't work out for me because although you said Sky and Scarf are on a pretty equal footing, it didn't feel like that.
I mean, at the end of the game, they were both getting a lot of work down. I still think the draft was okay. I think it was execution. But to break it down and say why the victory went to Hammer's Velocity, let's throw it back over to our analyst desk.
So, it turns out that North America is pretty good at Vainglory. It turns out, with 3 teams qualifying, 3 teams making it to the semi-finals in the last day, and only one other region in contention, East Asia Korean team, Phoenix Armada, North America is guaranteed at least one team in the final. TSM versus Hammers Velocity in one of the semi-finals. Phoenix Armada versus Gangstars Sirius. You know, if things go North America's way, they could have a North American all-star final, and North America could crown themselves as the best region with the best team in the world.
Yep, this is really true, and they started right here once again with Velocity taking a superior draft up against Detonation Gaming. I mean, I think Detonation leaves this tournament like they played well, but their biggest obstacle was actually just themselves. Like, they drafted themselves into a corner. They didn't itemize in games that mattered during this tournament, so they can still be proud in their gameplay, but they know what they have to fix.
They need to go back to the drawing board ever so slightly. Mechanically, great players, great guys as well. You saw them like hugging Hammers Velocity there, laughing on the stage when they came on, amping up the crowd. But their analytical, the way they analyze the game and their strategy and their itemization just needs a tiny bit of work for them to be true contenders.
I think one of the major points that we were all touching on was they got through the draft phase, the scarf came out, they had the opportunity to pick something, then they picked Arden. And we said it. In fact, if you look at the original comment that we said, there is nothing there that's going to threaten Zeo as the game progresses. You know, you're on a timer. If you don't get ahead in the early game, you just lose. And we saw it happen.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't get ahead in the early game. Velocity actually maintained a lead pretty much for the whole time, which is pretty dangerous against a Scarf. That's not supposed to be the case. Scarf usually is supposed to struggle in the early game, but you have essentially 2 kind of late game tanks. Like, we went Sorrow Blade and then kind of Breaking Point. Like, I don't understand that for the Lance build either, so a lot of questions there.
Let's have a look at this replay. This is, I think, one of the fights where Hammers Velocity got the upper hand.
So I think the huge thing about this fight is Detonation take it entirely on their terms. They get great knocks onto Zeo. Zeo actually has his Dragon's Breath cancelled out, but because your only damage source is the Crystal Power Sky, the Lance isn't doing enough. Even auto attacks aren't enough to kill Zeo because the Lance just doesn't have the damage in the late game. And eventually Velocity survive for ages in the fight. Great play by Aloha at the end to secure the kill onto the Sky. And you have to just say, Detonation took the fights, they fought them well, they just hadn't drafted well enough to actually be able to win.
Yeah, we saw even some like nerves really creep up on them there. Peace Royal didn't even use his reflex block during the last fight, hadn't even completed the Aegis against the Scarf, so unfortunate for that team, but congratulations to Velocity. I mean, well-played game, going tough in the series.
Sweet Generous keeps his 100% track record alive in the pick'ems. I'm going to hand it over to Playoff Beard on stage. I believe he's with Zeo to talk about that last series.
All right, thank you very much, Scoundrel. I am here with Hammers Velocity, Captain Zeo, with a lot of fans here in the building. Hammers are strong. Hammers community is strong. You just said moments ago that you're still shaking.
Yeah, I'm shaking. I like that was like the last fight was pretty interesting. It could have gone either way, and I think we just hammered the nails.
There you go. So you had to dig really deep. You went down. You know, one of the things that seemed to be playing out was a lot of these teams are playing this Kashka meta. Detonation may be the only team to really have an answer so far. You had to adapt.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting because each time we tried to aggress, like the Kestrel CP kept pushing us out, and we would always get low. So in both of those games, it was kind of like, are we going to win or not? Because like they were stopping our early game really well, and we did not expect that to happen.
Yeah. Now, when it counted, when it came down to a decisive match, it seemed like you went back to comfort picks. You are very comfortable on the Scarf. Aloha, Glaive is his historical signature hero. Did that play a part to make sure that you felt like you were on your superior heroes when it mattered most?
So after the game, we were like, okay, these guys know how to counter this comp. So then we were like, let's just play other stuff. And then we banned Gwen and they banned Kestrel. So that took away the CP Kestrel and the Gwen that they played last game. So then we just outdrafted them, and we just like, we were all confident to win that.
It's a smart young man here. Now, North America, all 3 teams that came into the tournament are still here. How does it feel the way North America is representing at Worlds?
It feels pretty good, but Flash said that he was going to play Armada in the finals, and I don't know yet about that.
All right, let's talk about that for a minute. It will be in a best-of-5 semifinals. Hammers Velocity versus TSM, all North America matchup. We played this film before. and it goes different ways on different occasions. Tell us your thoughts now that you know your opponent.
I think like they kind of play the same thing because it's both NA teams against NA. So in like group stages and just now, NA teams played against other people, so they kind of went in blind. But now we know what TSM plays. We played with them in other tournaments too, so it's going to be like an even trade in my opinion. But Gangstars, I don't know how they're going to do against Armada.
All right, we'll see. That is a strong Korean team. I think I know who Zio has as in his challenge bracket on that side, right? But, okay, so Zio, any final words just about the way your team is playing? Vane's incredibly solid throughout.
I think that we came into this tournament as underdogs, and a lot of people thought we were going to lose early on, and I think that you guys should just have faith in us, and we can actually win this thing.
They do it every single time. Give it up. Another superstar laner here at Worlds. It's Zio. Thank you very much. All right, I'm going to throw it back up for final thoughts with Sona, Excoundrel, and Fuji.
Well, we're coming to the end of day 2 here. Zio, very articulate as usual. Such a, I guess, mature individual for someone so young. I mean, it's incredible to see him sort of perform on the stage. And to be honest, Hammer's Velocity have done it again. They turned up to a live event playing, let's not beat around the bush, poorly online, and suddenly you get to where it matters most and Hammer's Velocity turn up. It's just insane how they manage this time and time again. And they knocked off Detonation Gaming, the team that people pegged as potentially the entire winners of the tournament who could take down Phoenix Armada. And look at that. We're going to be showing you the schedule. Look at how many North American flags, these USA flags, flying in the semifinals. Fuji on the desk here. He's probably a little bit sour. He didn't want to admit it, but you've got to give in to your inner NA now.
Yeah.
NA is good.
We've always been NA. I don't know what you're talking about, mate. You're just championing East Asia or something about. Not even a region, man. NA.
It's the double hype train now.
You got two trains.
We got 2 trains. They both leave the station tomorrow. We'll figure out who actually gets home, though.
But let's be honest, every region here has turned up incredibly well at Worlds. Even Europe. Even Europe, they've done me proud.
They did turn up at Worlds.
Okay, they've done me proud. Every region, East Asia, Southeast Asia, China, North America have all been fantastic. It's been such a wonderful display of Vainglory from across the globe. But tomorrow is now where we are looking. We've got our semi-finalists lock in. We've got the matchup between Phoenix Armada and Gangstars Sirius, a best of 5, and then that all-American final of TSM versus Hammer's Velocity, or semi-final rather, and going into that. Then we're going to have the final later on, which will be that massive best of 7. So we have got so much Vainglory action coming your way. Remember to get involved on social media with the hashtag VaingloryWorlds. We love hearing from you. But for now, let's hand it off to Playoff Beer to close out the day.
All right, so that does it for today's action. What matches we had today and tomorrow. The series get even longer. Best of 5 semis, best of 7 finals. But here is the ultimate question. North America, they have 3 chances now. They have 3 teams with an opportunity to win the first ever Vainglory World Championship. But on the other side, it's Phoenix Armada from Korea. The way that Druid, Mango, and Willie are playing, the question of the hour, the question for the next 12, 24 hours. Do you want all 3 North American teams? Or do you want Phoenix Armada? Is it Druid or the field? A very difficult decision if you're putting, some friendly bets with some friends. But we're going to find out tomorrow. Tomorrow, starting 11:30 Pacific time, we are going to crown a world champion. Semifinals, grand finals are all tomorrow. Do not miss a minute of it. We'll see you then.